The life simulator binding was successful. The owner is Su Xing, age 21, immortal cultivator class. For 3 years, he lived like a filthy dog, all the while suffering, but maintaining his determination and continuing to fight. Damn it, thought Su Xing. He's out of luck now. Even though he's a migrant, that's true. His name is Su Xing. 3 years ago, he was transported to this strange world. This world was different from his previous one. Their reality was invaded by the game. Demonic creatures, hidden worlds, unique dungeons and equipment. Anyone could become an expert at 18. Defeating monsters in dungeons gave experience, and he remained firm in his intentions. 3 years ago, he was the only one to awaken with the immortal cultivator class, feeling strong and exceptional. This news thundered throughout the capital, and he was immediately accepted into one of the best organizations of this nation, the capital's University of Experts. But soon, Su Xing discovered a fatal flaw. He was not improving at all, and he was overcome with alarming bewilderment. Yet he did not give up, and through incredible efforts, he managed to reach the 6th level of cultivation with a strength of several thousand jin. But the patience was worth it. The main character caught luck by the tail, rejoicing and feeling a surge of inner strength. Start the simulation, the main character pressed on the screen, fully concentrating on the important moment. He finally got lucky. Every day, Shisong helped the girls in battles with monsters, demonstrating courage in the leveling party and in battles for cleansing. One of the junior girls was short of money and was visibly worried as she tried to find a way out of the situation. She tried to pay in another way, gently pressing her whole body against Shisong and smiling softly and trustingly. They had a passionate night, after which they tried to cultivate, feeling united and sharing a common desire for strength. He discovered an amazing technique called Pan Gu Splits the Heavens, and was genuinely surprised and delighted by the power he had found. The main character spent his free time happily with this girl, running with her through the fields, playing tag and sharing easy happiness. In his free time, he often helped girls level up, earning money and unforgettable experience while remaining attentive and focused. But nothing lasts forever. 6 months later, that same first-year student broke through to the silver level and cut off all ties with him, becoming cold. Shisong thought they might start a relationship, but for the girl, it was just a deal, and a quiet sadness washed over him. His self-esteem was hurt. Shisong turned his melancholy and resentment into strength, and after half a year of training, his body cultivation level finally increased. Even though he couldn't graduate, word of his reputation reached the ears of the new girls from the junior classes, and they flocked to him. Money was now plentiful. It wasn't so bad not to graduate. At least there was always a new group of girls, Shisong thought, looking calm and happy. 5 years later, he was expelled, but Fatty Yu helped open an expert equipment shop, his gaze filled with determination. He quickly made a fortune and became a well-known seller of used equipment in the capital. He was happy, and his eyes reflected attentiveness and strength. Suddenly, his parents informed him that his sister Sun Yun An had died, and he was overcome with sadness, and his eyes were filled with sorrow, feeling a sense of loss. 3 years later, the boy learned another terrible news. His brother Yu Yan also died. He was overcome with shock, and pain was reflected in his eyes. Fatty Koi was considered gifted even among the entire team of experts at the capital's university. He couldn't have died so easily. He was overcome with bewilderment. A sense of impending disaster overwhelmed him, and the boy decided to diligently continue cultivating. And after a year, he reached the 9th level. Due to unexpected fluctuations in the market, the price of recovery potions skyrocketed, and his equipment was no longer needed. And then his store went bankrupt. The guy decided to go home and retire from business. He looked tired, and sadness and anxiety were visible in his eyes. Shisong arrived home and stood near the fence thoughtfully. Sadness overwhelmed him. Memories flashed in his eyes. He felt loneliness and longing in his heart. One day he was chilling in the courtyard of his house, raised his head, and saw a huge beast eclipsing the sky. He was overcome with horror, and fear froze in his eyes. The huge beast opened its eyes, and horror washed over humanity. It radiated rage, and its gaze blazed with power. It looked terrifying and dangerous. The blue-eyed monster had a large blue bow in his hand. He radiated determination, and his gaze was cold. He looked menacing. Many people entered into a desperate fight with the monster. their expressions conveying determination and their eyes reflecting fear. They tried to stop it. The monster fired his bow, striking everyone around him. He radiated rage, and his gaze blazed with power. He destroyed everything in his path. It hit Shisong, who flew back a couple of meters, writhing in pain, his eyes filled with suffering and despair. He hit his head against the wall. It was very painful for him. He shuddered in agony, and weakness appeared in his eyes. He felt that his strength was leaving him. The huge beast opened its mouth and swallowed the entire great Xi'an nation. Shisong died. He was 36. Sadness and the end were frozen on him. The guy could choose one of two rewards: the guardian of the spiritual root as a talent, or the 9th level of body cultivation. The protagonist woke up, came to his senses, and had a severe headache, as the simulation had just ended and he hadn't yet fully recovered from it. A sign appeared in front of him asking him to choose a reward for the simulation, and he was overcome with surprise, and his gaze became attentive. The end of the world is in 15 years, and he's just finally got lucky, he said, his voice calm, his eyes filled with determination and anxiety. If he kept running the simulations, he would definitely find a way to change this fate. He was overcome with determination. He chose the spiritual root guardian reward. He was filled with joy, and determination appeared in his eyes. He felt that he had made the right choice. A green aura appeared around him, enveloping him completely. He felt a new strength. He was overwhelmed with delight, and joy flashed in his eyes. His muscles increased in size. The guy was pleased with the reward. He was filled with satisfaction. The simulation recharges from the white equipment, in which case there is no point in storing them. A realization struck him. Suddenly, the door to the room opened sharply. Someone kicked it with all his might. He was overcome with surprise, and anxiety and fear flashed in his eyes. A fat neighbor named Yu came inside and announced that 6 girls from junior classes had gathered outside. The news was delivered abruptly and without preparation. Shisong already understood why they came. Help in clearing the dungeon was necessary. He waved his hand. The hero came out to the girls and announced the price: 2,000 yuan for the race. The equipment and items remained his. The conditions were clear and strict. He approached the two and put his arms around them. The joy of closeness filled the moment. Confidence was palpable. Calm remained. Among them was a freshman, Wang Qingxuan. Her softness and tenderness created a mysterious aura. Her beauty made her especially attractive. They moved into the dungeon, a slope of 10 li. Determination reflected in every step. Preparation for battle became obvious. A huge monster with fangs and horns ran out to meet them, rage emanating from it. The threat was clear and terrifying. The battle had begun. Blows were struck from all sides. Determination was reflected in every action. Courage filled the space. Shisong jumped up and down, delivering crushing blows with his fists. Determination reflected in every movement, strength overflowing from him. The monster fell to the ground after a series of blows. Satisfaction engulfed the moment. Joy and strength intertwined. Victory was achieved and secured. The girls watched with delight, joy overflowing them. Gratitude was heard in every gesture. Admiration for the hero's strength was genuine. They ran up and began to thank, offering their share for the help. Gratitude sounded in their words. Respect filled the atmosphere. One girl approached with an awkward smile. Embarrassment reflected in her behavior. Her gentleness made her especially kind and shy. She whispered that she had no money to pay. Anxiety was in her words. Hope was glimmering inside. Awkwardness was obvious. She suggested that we show our gratitude in another way. Her voice was quiet. Her desire to help and express gratitude was clear and sincere. The guy smiled a satisfied smile. Joy filled the moment. Confidence was felt in his demeanor. He suggested going to a quiet place. His voice was soft. His intentions were clear. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and attention. They came into the room. He sat down on a chair, and the girl knelt down next to him. Embarrassment reflected in her movements. Shisong took out a whip. The girl became even more embarrassed. Awkwardness showed in her behavior. Anxiety increased. Uncertainty became noticeable. He began to spank her with a whip and ordered her to repeat the words prosperity, democracy, civilization. The girl liked this kind of punishment. To help the youngest, who was in danger of falling into L's bottomless pit, he always kept spiritual redemption at the ready. He told her not to go down the wrong path. Sternness sounded in his words. Determination filled the space. The warning was serious. A new monster appeared on the slope, even larger than the previous one. Rage emanated from it. Strength was felt in every movement. The threat was obvious. The boy attacked again, delivering powerful blows, determination reflected in every action, strength overflowing him. His movements were quick and dexterous, his blows crushing. His concentration reflected in every action. The girls watched and admired. Joy overwhelmed them. Delight sounded in every gesture. Pride in his strength and courage was genuine. The guy thanked them for their support and invited them to come again. Joy was in his words. Gratitude filled the air. Within a week, he had saved up 200,000 yuan. The guy was very happy about this. Determination filled him. Success was obvious. He launched the simulation and began selecting upgrades, his focus evident in every action. He began to spend his accumulated energy on talents. Joy filled him. Strength and confidence grew. The protagonist acquired a new white-level talent, a business elite whose business acumen was unmatched, and his deals became more profitable. He became famous in the dorm and started selling a lot of goods. Girls constantly approached him. Although he remained an eternal 6th-level student cultivating his body, he earned 40 million in a year by buying cheap and selling at an exorbitant price. He founded a trading organization, Tarot Club, and opened a shop in Kyoto, the strength of the business growing more and more every day. 2 years passed. He was expelled from university. The growth of his business attracted dangerous attention, and the guy's wariness increased. Shi-song looked around sharply when he heard footsteps. Surprise gripped him. Anxiety overtook him from behind. The tension became palpable. A mysterious girl with a dagger approached him. Determination was reflected in her actions. Coldness emanated from her. The danger was obvious. She held the dagger to his throat. Her demeanor was stern and bold. Her determination and confidence were obvious. The girl offered to join her secret organization. Otherwise, there was a threat of death. The voice sounded firm and cold. The threat was real. The main character was perplexed by the younger girl. She underestimated him and could not have predicted this. Shi-song raised his hand and snapped his fingers, his strength overflowing, his readiness for the test complete. Suddenly it multiplied. 3 figures appeared around the girl. Surprise gripped her. The anxiety around her intensified. She raised her dagger and rushed into the attack. Determination reflected in her actions, strength overflowing her. Courage was obvious. She quickly swung her sharp dagger, but the guy deftly dodged her crushing attacks. Red sparks flew around. Tension was reflected in every movement. Determination filled the space. Power and danger emanated from the fight. The girl turned out to be at the level of a great master. Shi-song was surprised. Bewilderment gripped him, and curiosity intensified. Even the genius Fatty Yu could only reach the level of a master. The seriousness reflected in his actions. The limit was obvious. Wang Qingsuyan rose from bronze to great master in 5 years, and the mysterious organization hid an incredible secret. Since Shi-song had once helped her, she was reluctant to kill him. Doubt was reflected in her behavior. Gentleness and determination were intertwined. The girl closed her eyes. Her expression became softer. Calmness came over her. An internal change manifested itself. The anger disappeared. Shi-song froze, not understanding what was happening. His thoughts were confused. His breathing became heavy. He stood motionless and silent, feeling a strange pressure around him. Wang Qingsuyan threw herself on his neck and kissed him. Her gesture was gentle. Her movements were decisive, and embarrassment was evident in her behavior. The guy realized that he had been wrong in his assessment of her. Sadness overwhelmed him. Grief oppressed him. He woke up in the morning alone, feeling emptiness and loss. There was a bloodstain left on the bed. Anxiety intensified. Fear penetrated his thoughts. He realized that something terrible and irreparable had happened. Shi-song was looking for news about the girl. But when he learned of her death, despair broke him. Pain pierced him. He fell to his knees. He decided that there was a mysterious organization behind this, and vowed to find them and avenge Qing Suyan, his voice sounding firm. He began to search for information about the organization, but found nothing. Fatigue was pressing down. His attention was focused on the search, but the result remained empty. 2 years passed. He still hadn't found the method, but his body became stronger. He reached the top. Joy and strength filled him. Shi Song told Neon An to promise not to go into the dungeons this year. His voice sounded serious. Anxiety was evident in his words. The girl promised not to go. Fear was noticeable. Caution was evident. She responded with anxiety, feeling danger and threat. Shi Song sighed with disappointment and sadness. The sadness was pressing. The melancholy was growing. He understood that fate had dealt another heavy blow. The following year, his sister took a mission into the dungeon and died. Determination accompanied her. Strength was evident. But life ended suddenly. He began to investigate his sister's death, found nothing for a long time, and finally got a clue. She died in the dungeon. Shi Song couldn't believe what was happening. Everyone around him was dying. Shock overwhelmed him. Horror intensified. Fear and despair were intertwined. He felt something was wrong and began to investigate. As he expected, most of his classmates also died in the demon-taming pass. The fire raged in the dungeon. Corpses lay there. The horror grew stronger. Fear penetrated his thoughts. He realized that the place was cursed and dangerous. The protagonist could not believe that so many people had died. Bewilderment overwhelmed him. Anxiety increased, and his thoughts became confused. Everyone had a reason for going there. They were sent there specifically. The simulation needs to continue to understand the hidden motives. Using his knowledge of the future, he quickly sold low-level equipment and purchased recovery potions. Acting rationally and calmly, he became a tycoon in the low-end Kyoto market. His confidence was strengthened. Joy accompanied his success. He felt that he had achieved an important result. The hero did not relax. Knowing that in 4 years a disaster would destroy the continent, he tried to warn key players using money. Shi Song could only protect himself. Sadness was pressing. Responsibility lay solely on his shoulders. He understood the inevitability. He sold his property, bought assets abroad, took billions 3 years later, and moved to the United States with his parents. The United States was an influential country full of high-level experts located overseas. And among them, there were vampires. The experts looked like cowboys with hats, pistols, and long hair, and they exuded great power. A year passed. The moment of attack by a huge beast arrived. The hero wanted to wait it out in the States. Anxiety increased. Thoughts were heavy. The monster proved too strong. Even the experts couldn't cope. Fear gripped them. Despair intensified. Hopelessness became obvious. Several monsters invaded the real world, Shi Song thought. His attentiveness increased. The threat became clear. The demon cast an eternal curse, wiping out the population of the United States. Shi Song died at the age of 36, and the simulation ended. The protagonist has chosen a new body improvement skill. 500 units of energy have been spent. 482 units remain. The elite business talent helped him make a fortune in the simulation, but proved useless in reality. Shi Song opened the equipment menu and began choosing. His concentration was complete. He acted calmly and confidently. The disaster was supposed to happen in 15 years, the hero thought. A slight anxiety appeared in him, and sadness penetrated his thoughts. The higher-ups may have known about the disaster, but there was no way to stop it. Doubts grew, and attentiveness increased. They hid the truth to avoid panic. The danger became obvious. The threat felt larger than it actually seemed. The hero, as a special type of expert, had a cultivation window different from others, and could only learn cultivation skills. He was stronger than a typical silver-level expert, but not strong enough to take on new challenges in the dungeon. The protagonist clenched his fist to feel the power. His determination grew stronger. His strength became apparent. His confidence grew stronger. A week later, he had 400,000 yuan left, which was enough for the simulation, and the hero was very happy about it. He opened the talent window again and began to choose. His concentration was complete. His attentiveness increased. The protagonist chose a white-level talent, extended his hand to absorb the power, and his energy increased. He received a white-level talent, unquenchable anger. He was glad to have such a talent, because he had been waiting for this for a long time. His sister was leaving the house with a suitcase. In a cheerful mood, she asked to leave the chips. Her lips were bright red. Her embarrassment increased. Her tenderness became apparent. Her shyness was noticeable. Her movements were light. Her breasts were full. Her school uniform emphasized her figure. Embarrassment and awkwardness showed through. Anxiety became obvious. If you use the skill correctly, you can get key information about enemies. The simulation is running. The hero's strength grew. Within a year, he earned 20 million and continued to earn large sums, strengthening himself and his position. He met a girl. She said that she received an invitation from a mysterious organization. Song walked over and hugged her tightly. His resolve strengthened. He felt the need to protect her at any cost. The guy didn't want Suyan to leave. He hugged her. Despair intensified. The fear of loss became obvious. The hero froze, rage boiling inside him. He couldn't believe that the girl had been taken into the organization or forced to join. After some time, he met Wang Qingsuyan. The long-awaited hope seemed real. He felt relieved, as if fate had given him a second chance. Song asked where she had been all these years. Anxiety was pressing. Attention was focused on her words. The weight was becoming agonizing. The girl turned away. Sadness shone through in her behavior. Melancholy covered her. Inner despair became obvious. She was silent, unable to find words. The hero took her hand. A sheet suddenly appeared. Bewilderment gripped him. What was happening seemed strange, inexplicable, frightening. The boy woke up, not understanding what was happening. Surprise took hold of him. His attentiveness increased. Reality seemed alien. He took out a book from under his pillow. The cultivation technique turned out to be genuine. A chance for development appeared. He felt strength. The book contained only half of the manual, and disappointment overwhelmed him. His knowledge was insufficient, and the path to perfection remained closed. A month passed. Cultivation remained at the first level. Bewilderment oppressed. Sadness grew. Anxiety did not let up. Progress was absent. Hope was melting away. Without giving up, the hero gave up business, devoted all his time to technology. Strength became his goal, and he continued on his path despite the difficulties. Song thought about the spiritual qi. The reason was hidden deep. He searched for the answer but found only emptiness. The root and the technique were there. The only reason was qi. It did not give in. The path became difficult. Obstacles multiplied. Time was running out. There was no time left in this life. He needed to talk to his sister and Yu. Determination became his support. He prepared for the meeting. The hero decided to save his sister, then returned to his hometown, met her after graduating from university, was overwhelmed with joy, but anxiety was hidden. Song spent happy days with his sister. But everything changed. Anxiety appeared. Fate was preparing a new blow. People in cloaks came to the house. They wanted to invite Sunyan An to the demon-taming pass. Their words sounded cold. Song looked at them furiously, said that he would not let her go. Anger took hold. The duty to protect his sister became obvious. He was adamant. The sister took his hand. Sadness shone through. Grief covered her. Soft light and longing appeared. She wanted to say words, but remained silent. He shouted at his sister, ordered her to obey. Anger took hold. Irritation increased. He was adamant. His voice sounded harsh. Anger burned in his gaze. He looked sternly. Rage took hold. Anger intensified. He did not want to let her go. The sister demonstrated magic, proving that she had become a master. The power became obvious. She looked confident, ready for the test. Every expert is obliged to visit the pass. The sister said that she would return in a month. Her words were firm. She left with a suitcase. Joy accompanied the girl. Happiness manifested itself. She asked to leave the chips. Her movements were light. A month later, the hero learned of her death. Sadness overwhelmed him. Melancholy intensified. The loss became irreparable. The guy's heart sank. Hope disappeared. He tried to convince Yuya, but he couldn't. Despair washed over him. Anxiety intensified. Helplessness and pain manifested themselves. His words sounded empty. The fluctuations in the recovery potion market remained the same. The hero once again earned a large sum. The money flowed, but the soul was empty. Knowing that 4 years remained, Shisong sold his businesses and devoted his resources to searching for spiritual chi. But his hope remained faint. A year later, he found nothing, stood near the buildings alone. Sadness overwhelmed him. Loneliness weighed on the guy all the time. A mysterious man came to him. Bewilderment arose. Attentiveness increased. The meeting seemed fateful. Shisong didn't understand who it was. He was overcome with surprise. His anxiety increased. He felt danger. The man said that the hero was a bug. A grin appeared. Contempt shone through. Superiority became obvious. Shisong became angry. Anger filled him. Rage burned in his eyes. The duty to prove his strength became clear. He was preparing for battle. The hero attacked, struck blows. The man dodged. Calm remained. Attentiveness was at its limit. The battle became fierce. The enemy had gold-level strength. Shisong did not expect such resistance from him and was shocked. The hero had never encountered such opponents. Bewilderment gripped him. The battle seemed difficult. The outcome uncertain. At the peak of his body's self-improvement, the hero grabbed him by the leg. His strength was his clear advantage over his opponent. The man did not expect such an outcome. Surprise overwhelmed him. The situation changed. The fight became unpredictable. The hero threw him back with a blow. The earth thundered. His strength became obvious. The battle continued and became stronger and stronger. Everything was filled with smoke. Debris was flying around. The battle became more dangerous. The ground was shaking underfoot. Shisong looked at him fiercely, asked if he was ready. Anger was evident. Strength was evident. Words sounded firm. Suddenly, a mysterious man appeared behind Shisong, his face expressing cold calm. He acted quickly and decisively. He grabbed the hero by the head and began to squeeze hard. It was very painful for him. His eyes sparkled with despair and fear. The man said that the hero was pathetic. He felt superior and strong, humiliating the enemy with words. He squeezed the hero's head with all his strength and then made a sharp movement, his eyes flashing with cruelty and anger. He broke the hero's neck. He died. The hero fell to the ground with his eyes open, but he was already dead. There was emptiness and cold on his face. The hero activated the talent Undying Anger. He felt that the power within him had awakened again. Shisong was once again surrounded by beautiful, busty girls, who began asking him for something, their faces expressing tenderness. He collected 700,000 in a week, 600 units of white-level equipment. The guy was pleased with himself and his results. One girl had bright red lips. Her face was embarrassed. Her eyes sparkled with a soft light. She looked shy and kind. She was busty, beautiful with long hair. She felt an inner tenderness. Shisong activated the Undying Anger talent. The power within him awakened, and he felt his body becoming stronger. The protagonist wanted to watch again how the mysterious man would kill him. He sought to understand what was happening. This mysterious man took the book on the art of longevity that Wang Qingzhuyan gave him. Perhaps he was also a member of that organization. The man looked at the book. His eyes shimmered red and green. His face expressed bewilderment. He felt that the book had power. The guy lost his sight. The Undying Anger was deactivated. The end of the simulation. The hero's face expressed emptiness. He felt defeated. Sooner or later, Shisong would get to him and smash his head in. The guy was persistent and stubborn. He thought that he had not even lived to see the end of the world. He had been killed by some mysterious man, his face expressing despair. The longevity art technique was worth 3,000 units if you spent a couple 100,000 on white-level equipment and processed it into energy. With unquenchable anger, the hero will be able to find out exactly what happened after the end of the world and who caused it. The hero could obtain the art of longevity in the next simulation, but not unquenchable anger. No one knew when he would get it again. Shisong activated the talent Undying Anger. 1,000 units of energy were spent. 782 units remained. The main character decided that it was time to earn money and level up. He was lucky that there were so many girls in the junior classes. One piece of white-tier equipment could usually be exchanged for 5 units of energy. and the cheapest item cost 1,000 or two. Shisong's eyes lit up as he began to repel the monster's attacks. His face expressing concentration, he felt confident and strong. The monsters scattered in all directions from his powerful fist attacks, and the hero felt superior to his enemies. He was surrounded by beautiful, busty girls, each one wanting to talk to him, their eyes sparkling with a soft light. They looked embarrassed. Shisong was stern and self-confident. He felt the strength within him growing and his determination becoming stronger. The guy acquired a new talent. He was as calm as a boa constrictor. Even if the hero was overwhelmed by emotions, his expression always remained unperturbed. People called this talent a brick face. His face expressed bewilderment. He felt that the name sounded strange and ridiculous. The hero thought, why did he need a brick face? He wasn't some kind of scheming general or a cold-blooded emperor. For the next week, the hero dragged the girls into dungeons every day to level up and defeat monsters. The beautiful figures and snow-white legs of the junior students brought the hero excessive pleasure. But not a muscle twitched on his face. The hero decided that he could not interfere with the progress of the last simulation and deliberately did not approach Wang Qingsuyan. The girl was upset that Shisong ignored her. Her face expressed sadness, and her eyes sparkled with longing. She felt inner pain and despair. Just like before, Wang Qingsuyan received an invitation from a mysterious organization. She came to say goodbye to the hero and hugged him tightly, pressing her whole body against him and did not want to let him go. The hero's attempts to convince her were unsuccessful, and that night they experimented together. They lay down on the bed. The girl was on the bottom, and the hero was on top. They made love all night. The girl enjoyed the process. The next day, Wang Qingsuyan dropped out of university, and a year later, the hero failed to graduate due to lack of strength. The hero dropped out of university, founded a tarot club, and continued selling used equipment while calmly awaiting Wang Qingsuyan's return. One day, she actually found the hero and returned, again throwing herself on his neck to hug him, clinging to him with all her strength. They had another stormy and passionate night. The hero felt warmth and strength filling his heart. And then, after a stormy night, the girl left Shisong the art of longevity, her face expressing determination and her eyes sparkling with attentiveness. Just like last time, the hero was unable to cultivate the art of longevity, so he decided to continue searching for the location of spiritual energy. This year, he again failed to prevent what happened to his sister. Shisong was upset again and didn't know what to do. A month later, he learned of his sister's death. His face expressed despair. He felt that he had lost the most precious thing in life. A year later, Fat Yu also died. The hero felt that fate deprived him of loved ones and friends too often and too quickly. This year, the hero invested his entire fortune in the potion market, planning to move to China, make a fortune from it, and escape from the madman. Shisong received a call from someone regarding information related to spiritual energy, and he was waiting for an answer. In the Jiangnan province, in the city of Jinling, there lives an expert of the great master level, and in her collection there is an item called a spiritual stone. His assistants were tasked with preparing a gift for the hero. He said that he was leaving immediately. He had been waiting for this call for a long time. Shisong got into his car and urgently drove to that place. He felt an important event was approaching. She agreed to meet him. These treasures were nothing compared to the spiritual stone. He decided that he would definitely get it. However, on the day the exchange was supposed to take place, the hero was found by that mysterious man, and Shisong again felt threatened by him. A mysterious man attacked the hero. Shisong did not expect to meet him. He was scared and terribly surprised. He did not know how to resist him. The hero died again at the age of 33. His eyes were trampled. The talent of undying anger was deactivated again. Shisong was once again furious that he couldn't defeat the mysterious man, his eyes flashing with anger and his teeth bared in rage. He chose the art of longevity. The hero knew that this choice would change his fate once and for all. The hero could not be mistaken. He chose to leave half of the longevity art technique. 3,000 units of energy were spent. 182 units remained. Shisong took the book that the girl left for him and began to read carefully. It said to rest at night, get up early and go for a walk in the yard. A green flame appeared around the hero and began to envelop him from head to toe. completely submitting to the will of the master and blazing ever brighter. This technique had the ability to prolong life and preserve youth. Unfortunately, the world will come in 15 years. The hero received the technology, and he got a clue about the location of the spiritual stone. One more simulation, and he will get it. But Shi-song didn't know how valuable the spiritual stone was, how much energy it would take, and how much energy he would need to accumulate before the next simulation began. Suddenly, Fatty Yu kicked the door open and shouted to the hero that Old Man Lu was looking for him, interrupting Shi-song's deep thoughts. The fat man laughed at how hard he opened the doors, clearly pleased with the effect it produced. Shi-song said that Yu came just in time and asked to borrow money quickly, since it was impossible to delay in his situation. The fat man said that he didn't have much money right now, so he couldn't give much, clearly worried about his modest savings. He only has 5 million left. He needs to spend it wisely. The pin code is his date of birth, the fat man said, and handed the hero a card. Shi-song did not expect such an act from his friend. He was shocked, never expecting such generosity from him. Lend 5 million to a friend is a piece of cake for a fat man who is ready to make any sacrifice for his comrade. But Shi-song forgot when the fat man's birthday was. He wanted to know. He was awkward, afraid of hurting the feelings of a loved one. Fatty Yu was very angry about this and demanded his money back, considering such forgetfulness the height of selfishness. Shi-song joked with him, and then went to meet Liu Xiaodong, trying to smooth over the awkwardness that had arisen along the way. On the table in Old Man Lu's office stood a cup of hot drink, steaming, creating a deceptive sense of comfort. The hero approached the old man, who asked how his training was going, showing genuine interest in his student's progress. The hero said that he would train as hard as he could and try to reach the silver level as soon as possible. Shi-song heard from the old man that the university had level and employment indicators. But with the current level of hero cultivation, the situation was difficult. The teacher was trying to hint at something. Shi-song asked to speak directly, not wanting to waste any more time on empty hints. The old man said that he hoped for the hero's voluntary expulsion from the university. This would benefit both his and the university's reputation. If the hero voluntarily dropped out, the teacher was ready to pay him 1,000 yuan in compensation on behalf of the faculty. Moreover, the teacher said that he could help the hero find a job. The residential complex was short of security guards, trying to inflict more pain. If the hero agrees to be the teacher's student, the teacher promised him 3 million. Trying to bribe the guy for his own benefit, the hero thought that the 3 million promised to him upon admission had never been given to him. And now they were humiliating him with the offer to guard the gate. The teacher sat and waited for Shi-song's answer. He was calm and confident that he would agree, believing that he was in complete control of the situation. Teacher Lu heard the hero's words, and he thanked him for his concern, but said that he had no thoughts of expulsion yet. The place was perfect for cultivation. The teacher said that the boy was no longer the genius he had been 3 years ago, shaking his head in disappointment. The hero said that he needed to try even harder to be worthy of the school's care, throwing down a daring challenge to the mentor. Old Man Liu was extremely angry at Shi-song's response. He was furious, ready to tear the stubborn student apart right there on the spot. Shi-song opened his phone and received a notification about the funds and equipment being deposited, which instantly lifted his spirits. When the equipment arrived, the hero realized that he would be able to conduct the next simulation, because now he had all the necessary resources. This time, it was absolutely necessary to take out the spiritual stones. The hero started the simulation and pressed start on the table, fully concentrating on the process. The hero still had hair. He was not bald. Shi-song grabbed his head. He was surprised to notice the first frightening changes. Afterwards, the hero looked at his hands and saw fallen hair there. He didn't understand what was going on and frantically tried to find a logical explanation. His hair began to fall out and he was in shock, suddenly realizing the scale of the impending disaster. The imperial protection against baldness and black sesame porridge. The hero recalled all this, clinging to any opportunity to save his hair. The hero's thinning hair affected his appearance, and he missed out on many opportunities for in-depth communication with younger students. Shi-song fell to the floor and cried from this news. He wanted to communicate with girls, but he couldn't, cursing his unfortunate fate. His hair started falling out at a rapid rate, and he became almost bald. But this did not bother him. He was ready to shave his head. For some unknown reason, having become bald, The hero preferred to crush monsters in dungeons with his fists. Thanks to his strong body, he often killed them with a blow. Who would have thought that going bald would actually make the hero more appealing? In just 1 year, he earned 30 million small chains. Fortunately, Wang Qingsuyan did not disdain the hero at all, and as usual, one day brought him half of the art of eternal spring. The hero said that he didn't need this technique. He wanted the girl to help him find a continuation, setting a much larger goal for himself. As before, Wang Qingsuyan dropped out again so as not to interfere with the search for the eternal spring technique. The simulation seemed to know the hero's thoughts. Could the hero's thoughts in reality be instantly reflected in the simulator? Shi Song wondered, trying to unravel this strange phenomenon. Wang Qingsuyan, his little sister Yu Pan, and the ending with expulsion will probably be the same as in his past life. The hero decided to watch on. After the death of Sun Yanan and the Fat Man, relying on his pious and benevolent appearance, the hero made a fortune in the business world. At the same time, the hero constantly used the powers of his tarot community to search for traces of spiritual stones, methodically checking every lead. Shi Song was told that a Grand Master-level master in Jinling City had a rare collection called a spiritual stone. This time, the hero did not accept the eternal spring technique from Wang Qingsuyan, and the mysterious man would not look for Shi Song. Shi Song was served hot tea and told to wait a bit, as someone would be coming to him soon, giving the guy a chance to catch his breath. The white-haired lady of the house came out to him, holding herself with amazing dignity, immediately attracting all attention to herself. It was Jin Chongchu, a busty beauty with white hair and a green robe, who exuded incredible inner strength. She said that Shi Song was very knowledgeable in Buddhism, causing the boy to awkwardly look away and feel a little embarrassed by such unexpected praise. The talent skill was activated. Jin Chongsui truly had a deep respect for Buddhism, so she immediately developed a strong liking for it. The hero understood how to use this skill and was genuinely happy, realizing that the simulation had given him a powerful trump card. The lady had only 3 spirit stones, the market price of which was 300 million. A sum that would scare off any buyer. Shi Song confidently shouted that he would take them all, ready to go all in to possess these treasures. Since they were friends, she was willing to sell the stones for 30 million at a friendly price, giving the guy a truly royal gift. The stone began to engulf the hero in a blue aura as he sat and waited for its power, completely immersed in the process of absorbing the energy. He focused on his inner sensations and prepared to accept the full power of the artifacts, anticipating the long-awaited qualitative leap. Half of the spiritual stone was enough for the hero to break through to the second level of the chi refining stage, with 2.5 more remaining. Spiritual root, spiritual stones, technique. The hero had everything. And now, after the end of this simulation, he will be able to embark on the path of cultivation. The hero had been in seclusion for 3 days when the lady came to him with a tray of food and kindly offered to strengthen his strength. The lady brought these spiritual stones out of a dangerous dungeon called the Qingyun Spiritual Field, which clearly held many secrets. In addition to the spiritual stones, the lady obtained a bag of spiritual rice, which the hero was now eating, feeling how each grain filled his body with energy. Shi Song looked at this spiritual rice with surprise, amazed at how much such an ordinary-looking food could accelerate one's development. There were special dungeons focused on cultivating immortality, meaning the hero could farm gems endlessly. The hero asked the lady where this dungeon was located. He intended to find out the exact coordinates for future forays. It was October 7th, 2023, and the Qingyun spiritual field had not yet opened. The old man in the dungeon told the lady that she had no talent for cultivating immortality. Otherwise, she could get much more benefit from this place. But Shi Song had this rare talent, which made him mentally rejoice from the realization of his superiority. It seemed that in the cultivation dungeons, spiritual stones were not the most important thing. The unique opportunity to change fate itself was far more important. The hero decided to continue watching the simulation, because this time the benefits from the current run exceeded all his wildest expectations. Having received the spiritual stones, the hero diligently cultivated day after day, step by step, bringing his mastery of the technique to complete automatism. And just when the hero was at the very peak of his form, Jin Songshu came to say goodbye, clearly saddened by the imminent separation. The lady began to get ready to go somewhere, and the alarmed hero asked directly if she was heading to the demon-crushing outpost. The pressure on the front was growing stronger, and she, as one of the 7 strongest grandmasters, simply could not stay away. The hero thought hard about why all his friends and loved ones sooner or later went to this damned demon-pacifying outpost. He couldn't find a logical explanation for this frightening pattern, feeling a dull irritation growing inside him. Shi-song firmly demanded an explanation from the lady about what kind of terrible place this demon suppression outpost was. Realizing that there was no point in hiding the truth any longer, the lady quietly exhaled. She completely trusted the hero and was ready to lift the curtain of secrecy. The demon suppression outpost was a key lifeline for the human race, holding back the onslaught of powerful external enemies. And now the situation on the border was extremely unfavorable, threatening at any moment to turn into a large-scale catastrophe for the entire world. Shi-song tried to find out who these enemies were, but the lady only shook her head, not having the right to reveal such dangerous secrets. Just a month later, the hero was already present at Jin Chongshue's funeral, devastated by yet another tragic loss of a loved one. At that moment, the hero blocked out all emotions, striving for only one thing: to increase his strength as quickly as possible in order to break this vicious circle of deaths. He called his secretary Liu and found out that he currently had about 500 billion at his disposal. The hero calmly ordered that all this colossal money be put into circulation, realizing that in the coming chaos, ordinary pieces of paper would not help him in any way. The secretary was simply shocked by such an order and froze by the phone, completely not understanding her boss's logic. He left his cozy little house and returned to his homeland, hoping to use the rare resources to break through to the stage of hardening his bones. For 3 years now, the body's cultivation had been progressing, but some final impulse was constantly lacking to move on to the stage of bone hardening. The hero actively fought with huge monsters from the dungeon, squeezing the absolute maximum out of his body. He was determined and ready for new attacks from the monsters, calculating every move in his head, and internally preparing himself for the worst outcome. That day finally arrived. A creature of unprecedented proportions appeared on the horizon, forcing the hero to instantly become extremely combat-ready. Sooner or later, Shi-song would defeat this monster. But for now, the guy simply brazenly showed the monster the middle finger, flatly refusing to show weakness. The huge monster opened its mouth with sharp teeth and swallowed Shi-song alive in the blink of an eye, leaving him no chance to dodge. The hero managed to activate his defensive talent at the very last second, but his body still couldn't withstand it, leaving the boy to die in pitch darkness. In reality, Shi-song suddenly came to his senses, breathing heavily and completely unable to understand what kind of crazy anomaly had just interrupted his simulation. The hero turned out to be in the belly of a giant monster, suddenly realizing that he had fallen into the most terrible and deadly trap of all his previous attempts. The caustic gastric juice splashed around, instantly corroding everything it touched and causing the hero to scream hysterically from unbearable pain. This acid was so powerful that in a matter of seconds it burned away all the skin, leaving only a bare white skeleton of flesh. Soon the giant beast completely digested the hero's eyes, making them part of its terrifying body, causing the talent to completely stop working. The realization that someone before him had not died immediately, but had been dissolved alive in this womb, caused a chilling horror. After this nightmare ended, Shi-song sat up on his bed and began to concentrate on choosing his well-deserved reward in the interface. The stones on the menu turned out to be surprisingly cheap. A quick calculation showed that one spiritual stone cost only 1,000 units of energy. One low-grade spiritual stone was discovered, the processing of which instantly brought 100 units of pure energy to the account. Seeing this, Shi-song sincerely wished that in the real world, all the resellers who profit from the huge price differences would one day disappear. The hero settled himself comfortably on the floor and plunged into meditation, while the mystical green flame flared up and danced around his body again. Just one such stone was guaranteed to be enough for the guy for at least half a month of continuous and effective cultivation. Now the hero's main task became diligently farming dungeons for money, in order to manage to conduct several simulations before the opening of the Qingyun field. However, after a week of continuous marathon, the hero had no strength left, and he simply collapsed on the bed, feeling completely exhausted. This time, he earned more than 500,000, an amount more than enough to launch the next full-fledged forecast. He reactivated the system without hesitation, internally prepared for new, large-scale exploits and unexpected turns of fate. Shi-song still had doubts about whether his theory about the value of spiritual stones would be correct, but he was determined to see this test through to the very end. The simulation successfully launched, and Shi-song immediately received the white talent of a fitness expert, which made his predisposition to training much higher. Appearing in the simulation, the first thing he did was pick up a mysterious yellow spiritual stone. Looking at it with genuine interest, Shi-song crossed his legs on the floor as usual and began cultivating, once again causing streams of green flame to envelop his powerful body. Over the next month, the hero confidently led crowds of enthusiastic undergrads through dungeons during the day, earning a good income from leveling up. The boy spent his free time at night absorbing energy from the stone, thanks to which his cultivation rapidly soared to the 4th level. Pleased with the result, Shi-song called his secretary and, in a business-like tone, ordered her to immediately book a ticket for the next train to Jinling. He remembered very well how Jin Chongshu had once casually mentioned that the dungeon he needed was hidden in a dense park to the west of the city gate. Arriving at the location, the hero went deep into the wild suburban forest, methodically examining every tree in search of a camouflaged entrance. However, the thicket was too vast, and Shi-song began to doubt whether he would be able to find this anomaly without Jin's presence. Suddenly, right behind him, a clear, cool female voice was heard, causing the guy to freeze in place. He spun around on his heels and was literally speechless at who exactly was standing right in front of him in this wilderness. It was Jin Chongshu herself, in all her dazzling glory, dressed in a striking, figure-hugging red dress. It is worth admitting that 7 years ago, the future head of the house was still an unapproachable and majestic cold beauty. Realizing that this hidden dungeon was most likely only discoverable by her, the hero decided to quietly follow behind her. But as soon as he blinked for a second, the beautiful stranger literally disappeared into thin air, causing Shi-song to look around in bewilderment. Before he could take a single step, the girl appeared silently right behind him, clearly considering his secret appearance as a direct threat. She instantly drew her blade and put the sharp edge to the guy's throat, sternly demanding an explanation for the reason for such brazen surveillance. Without losing his composure, the hero politely replied that he simply recognized her immediately, since her portrait still adorns the main honor board at their university. Hearing this, she softened a little and asked with obvious curiosity if this strange stranger was also studying at Kyoto University. Taking advantage of the moment, Shi-song decided to play the trump card of his talent and declared that recently he had been tormented by a very difficult Buddhist question. Being carried away by this topic, Jin Chongshu noticeably thawed and, with a gentle smile, allowed the guy to voice what was so deeply troubling his soul. The hero, with the utmost seriousness, asked which came first, the chicken or the egg, holding his breath in anticipation of her thoughtful reaction. This existential trick left the authoritative warrior speechless for a moment, her eyes widening comically. Appreciating the humor and originality of her fellow travelers' thinking, she suggested discussing this dilemma in detail on the way, since they were both going the same way anyway. Their path together lay through majestic and dangerous high mountains, the peaks of which were completely shrouded in thick white fog. Suddenly, far below among the gorges, they noticed a bright golden glow breaking through the darkness, which clearly indicated the desired coordinates. The concentration of spiritual energy in this place was so dense and tangible that it must have been the hidden abode of ancient masters. Walking a little further along the path, the travelers came across a lonely old thatched hut, standing forlornly in the middle of a mystical landscape. Understanding that Shi-song's current cultivation level was weak to possible dangers, the caring girl walked ahead. She made several confident blows on the wooden door, feeling with her whole body that someone's very powerful and ancient aura was beating inside the hut. The creaky doors swung open on their own, and a thick, concentrated scent of magic wafted out from the depths of the room. A gray-haired old man slowly walked out onto the threshold. They had entered the secret domain of the immortals, and entry was forbidden without colossal, fateful luck. Shi-song shuddered internally at the power emanating from the stranger, but at the same time, he realized that the simulation had finally led him to the right point. Surprisingly, instead of deadly trials, the old man desperately needed working hands to care for the rare plants on his sacred spiritual field. The next second, they were both standing in the middle of the beds with heavy hoes in their hands, in a complete stupor trying to figure out how to dig correctly. Old man, he wished them good luck and left, adding that he would come back in exactly 7 days to check the results, and that they should not expect any concessions. The girl had never even really seen ordinary grains, so she had no idea how to approach the capricious spiritual grain. The elder listened attentively to the advice of the hero, who already had experience, that before entering the rice field, one should roll up his pant legs. The hero honestly admitted that his parents were simple peasants, so he was accustomed to hard work on the land from childhood. The girl sincerely asked the younger one to take the initiative into his own hands, promising that if he succeeded, she would generously share the final prize with him. Shi-song just laughed cheerfully and assured her that he would do all the main work in the best possible way without any problem. Under his skilled care, the spiritual grains grew beautifully, and Jin Chengshuzi's attitude towards him changed from wary to extremely friendly. The girl now watched with obvious pleasure as Shi-song deftly and confidently navigated the energy-flooded beds. During the process, the hero discovered that streams of spiritual energy noticeably accelerate the growth of crops, and his own technique is suitable for this. Having realized the concentration of local energy, the hero decided to combine business with pleasure, actively cultivating and saturating the ripening ears of grain with power. As a result of their combined efforts, the rice stalks grew to their full height and began to emit a soft, enchanting golden glow. It was not in vain that the hero trained hard every day and made a breakthrough to the 5th level of the chi refining stage. 7 days flew by unnoticed, and the old man, strictly on schedule, showed up in the field to personally assess the fruits of their week's labor. Seeing the perfect order in the boys' garden beds, the stern owner of the hut could not hold back an approving smile. The girl's plot also turned out to be in impeccable condition, so the old man, without further ado, awarded her her well-deserved share. The reward consisted of 10 spiritual stones and a small bag of spiritual rice. Thanks to the hero's hints, the value of the loot increased. Suddenly, the girl vanished right on the spot, causing Shi-song to look around in complete confusion. It turned out that the old man simply snapped his fingers and forced her out of the dungeon, thinking that her test was over. The old man then turned to Shi-song and told him to also extend his palms forward for a final test of potential. A transparent sphere materialized in the master's hands, inside which 5 multicolored lights began to flicker dimly. Although the 5-element mixed spiritual root opened access to cultivation, one could not dream of achieving immortality with it. Nevertheless, the hero firmly asked the old man to accept him as a student, hoping to squeeze the most out of this rare acquaintance. However, the master merely shook his head, snapping that with such mediocre natural talent, there was no point in wasting time on training. Trying to find a direction for the future, the guy asked directly what criteria a candidate for the role of his successor should have. The old man coldly explained that to be accepted as a disciple, one needed at least a pure double spiritual root. The guy thought deeply about these words, realizing that the simulator's system was clearly hinting at the need for a serious upgrade of the characteristics. The current spiritual root was considered only a white talent. To truly change one's destiny, one had to knock out a green grade. As a farewell, the old man gave him 30 spiritual stones and 30 jins of spiritual rice, strictly ordering him not to be lazy and to continue training. After this, the master cast a transfer spell and unceremoniously threw the hero back into the familiar world. The simulation moved on, and exactly 2 years later, Sun Yun-an again received the fateful call to the front and died tragically in the very first battles. A year later, the same fate befell Yu Yan. The hero again found himself completely powerless against the system's strict timings and lost his friend. But against the backdrop of massive market fluctuations the following season, the hero pulled off several brilliant deals, and he broke the 100 billion mark. With these colossal resources, the hero once again sought out Jin Chengshui, intending to use the accumulated wealth for a new plan. He directly offered to buy out all the spiritual stones she had, declaring that he was ready to pay absolutely any amount without bargaining. But the girl was not at all interested in banal earthly money, and she only shook her head indifferently in response to the generous offer. Instead, she put forward one very specific and unexpected countercondition to the guy. Shi-song stared at her in confusion, not even believing his ears at first and trying to catch the hidden meaning in her words. However, he didn't ask any unnecessary questions. The barriers between them fell apart, and they spent the rest of the evening in each other's strong, passionate embrace. Having spent a stormy night together, they woke up at dawn, and there was not a drop of regret on the girl's face for what she had done. Soon, Jin Changshui was also called to the front lines, and a month later, Shi Song was already standing at her fresh grave, silently saying goodbye to another comrade. 4 years later, the same gigantic beast, covering the entire sky with its wings, predictably appeared on the horizon. Since the hero had been saving and storing spiritual rice in his current life, he lacked the strength to break through to the bone-hardening stage, and the monster turned out to be stronger. Returning to reality, Shi Song decided to first buy the extracted spiritual stones from the simulator menu. But a problem arose. All his cash, when converted, would only yield a couple of thousand units, and he was almost half short of the required amount. Not wanting to miss out on such a big win, Shi Song decided to quickly intercept the missing capital from his trusted friend. He dialed the number of the fat man, who, coincidentally, was just packing his things for another raid into the dungeon. Hearing that Shi Song was once again urgently in need of astronomical sums, Yu merely chuckled loudly into the phone, considering this to be another crazy adventure. When the hero announced the final figure of 100 million, there was a heavy, shocked pause on the other end of the line. The fat man immediately flared up and yelled at Shi Song in anger, saying that due to his past spending, he could scrape together a maximum of 50 million. After this tirade, he angrily threw down the phone. But a minute later, the promised 50 million obediently trickled into Shi Song's account. Together with the 5 million that Fatso had lent him earlier, the hero's total capital reached 55 million. In reality, the Qingyun Spiritual Field Dungeon was supposed to open next month, and the hero only had 4 simulations left. It was time to check which streak awaited him this time, white or black. And the guy tensed up internally, realizing the importance of the upcoming roll of the dice. The hero began the process of extracting green talent, focusing on the interface and waiting for the next sharp turn in his fate. The system gave out a green talent, long life, but for a practicing cultivator, this bonus seemed useless. However, the current simulation run was still a pleasant surprise. This time, the hero managed to farm 10 more spirit stones than usual. A week later, he launched the simulator again, desperately hoping to finally get the coveted spiritual root modification. But instead, randomness gave him the green talent of a sword genius. It seemed that fate was simply making a sophisticated mockery of his plans. Shi Song was completely out of his mind. This skill was not bringing him any closer to his cherished goal, causing only dull irritation and rage. Having quickly completed this attempt, the hero adjusted his strategy and decided to focus on accumulating spiritual rice. Before the next launch, the guy jokingly decided to resort to higher powers, mentally setting himself up for maximum success. He offered a colorful prayer to the deity Fusheng Xuanhuang Tianzong, sincerely asking for a blessing to obtain that very green root. The number didn't go through. The system activated a green talent with the eccentric name of Guanxi's face, causing Shi Song to freeze from the absurdity. The guy just swore in displeasure. He had been given yet another skill that was frankly rubbish in combat. Shi Song even threw the tablet onto the bed out of anger, feeling a strong irritation boiling inside him from the merciless system randomness. However, the talent worked. In the eyes of those around him, the hero's appearance was immediately transformed, becoming incredibly refined. The facial features were corrected. The gaze acquired a magnetic depth, and Shi Song, having assessed the changes, was forced to admit that the new appearance was cool. He carefully examined his reflection in the mirror, chuckling with satisfaction. He definitely emerged from the simulator looking like a handsome man. Meanwhile, during another raid, a new, terrifying monster burst forth from the depths of the dungeon, snapping its jaws with huge, sharp teeth. The colossal creature was engulfed in furious flames and spread a suffocating aura of mortal threat around itself. The raid commander immediately ordered everyone to be on guard, strictly forbidding them to look the demonic beast directly in the eyes under the threat of instant death. But the female fighters nearby completely ignored the order. They simply couldn't tear their fascinated gazes away. The guy himself was wildly infuriated by such inappropriate attention during a tough fight, because his allies stupidly froze in place instead of attacking, and the girls continued to stand rooted to the spot, sighing in delight and completely ignoring the raging, fiery creature nearby. Shi Song even glanced into his pocket mirror, not fully believing that his new appearance was capable of causing such a powerful mass hypnosis. The degree of adoration grew with every second, and neither the general danger nor the roar of collapsing walls could distract the fans from contemplating their idol. Things reached the point of absurdity. Right in the middle of the purge, they managed to offer him a contract as a leading star in the Tiansheng Entertainment Corporation. But the hero had much more important things to do. Brushing off the producers, he resolutely rushed towards the flaming monster. Enthusiastic girls' screams followed him, which in a real fight would only hinder the guy, creating unnecessary pressure and breaking his concentration. To avoid causing further unrest on the streets, Shi-song decided to temporarily lock himself in the dormitory and quietly devote his time to home cultivation. It was November 18th, 2023, and the hero, strictly following the established route, set off for Jinling. As soon as they crossed paths, a spark instantly flew between them, and they froze for a few seconds, looking at each other in fascination. As if guided by an invisible thread of fate, the cold beauty herself took the initiative and gently invited the guy to have a glass together. The hero was genuinely surprised that this time the conversation had started so easily. It was clearly not worth spending hours learning complex Buddhist riddles for such an outcome. Even the stern old master from the thatched hut immediately noticed his phenomenal appearance upon meeting him, nodding his head respectfully. The boy's charisma deeply touched the ancient cultivator, and he was eager to take him on as a disciple. But his natural potential was still too low. Unable to let the young man go empty-handed, the old man simply gave him many times more valuable resources. A world where even great masters are judged by their clothes is definitely heading towards the abyss. The hero was once again amazed by the strange laws of the universe. This appearance impressed the simulator system so much that it generously provided a unique bonus, allowing it to record the facial action. The green talent was a great help. Shi-song rightly judged that with such pumped-up luck, he would definitely take the route in the next attempt. This time, the hero focused on maximizing the accumulation of spiritual stones, methodically filling his inventory with them for future great accomplishments. Then Shi-song activated the stored one-time trigger of the Guanxi face, making the final bet in this drawn-out game. The effect exceeded all expectations. His appearance reached a completely out-of-this-world level, giving the guy unshakable confidence in his abilities. With this insane charisma, the hero once again started the Wheel of Talents, mentally demanding that the system grant him the long-awaited ticket to immortality. He playfully blew a kiss to the virtual interface, hoping Lady Luck would appreciate his gesture. And the system finally gave in, producing a juicy green talent, the Woodfire Double Spiritual Root. The root radically changed the rules of the game. Now the innate ability to absorb energy was many times greater than that of ordinary people. Shi-song almost screamed with delight. The barrier he had been fighting against for so many simulations in a row had finally fallen under his pressure. The effect was immediate. The boy was able to completely and entirely absorb the pure energy of the entire spiritual stone in just one day. In just 1 week of training, the hero easily soared to the 5th level of the Qi refining stage, feeling like he was literally bursting with power. Following the plan, the protagonist seemingly met Qin Chongshui by chance, and together they received a new task from the elder who was observing their actions. After completing the task, the traveler was left alone with his thoughts and abilities, allowing him to gradually understand the further path. In his hand, the boy created magic from red and green circles, trying to keep the unstable flows of energy in a calm balance. The old man stated that the student's talent was indeed quite good, and he had the hope of one day stepping onto the path of cultivating immortality. He handed the hero a pouch, saying that the wood attribute was suitable for cultivating spiritual fields, and the fire attribute opened the way to complex alchemy. Striking his fist on his right hand, the young man firmly asked the venerable mentor to agree to accept him as a student for further spiritual growth. However, the elder calmly replied that he had entered the path of cultivation too late and had already missed the most suitable age for development. Then the protagonist asked what level he would be at with normal cultivation. The man, stroking his beard, answered, "Golden Core." The hero was taken aback when he realized that in order to be successfully accepted as a disciple, he needed to reach the Golden Core by the time the Qingyun Spiritual Field Dungeon opened. Sitting on the ground, the boy began to train diligently, recalling the words of the Venerable One about the need to pour spiritual energy into the Jade Tablet. The protagonist smiled and calmly said that a new technique had finally opened up before him, which allowed him to advance further. He understood that until the end of the world, he would have to carefully cultivate his own powers in order to be able to withstand the coming trials. In 6 years, he had somewhat mastered Shennong's art of cultivating spirits, and had mastered the methods of cultivating spiritual grains. After consuming the spiritual rice, his body cultivation gradually strengthened and successfully broke through to the bone-tempering stage. The boy approached Sun Sui, saying that in front of him was rice that he had grown himself, and he would like to exchange it for 20 spiritual stones. The girl crawled up to him and, with a slight blush on her face, whispered that the next month would be entirely his responsibility. The exhausted protagonist looked around and could not understand why the sky had suddenly darkened, although there were no signs of danger. And then he suddenly saw in front of him the huge mouth of a monster with bright purple eyes that looked at him with frightening persistence. Looking at the list of goods and the prices indicated, the guy wondered if he could really acquire insights in this way. After all, the technology required a whole billion in energy, and the main character admitted that such power was truly astounding. He thought, realizing that he could ask the old cultivator for the necessary technique later, but the double spiritual root would disappear now. The system announced the result, and the guy was scared because it was discovered that he already had a white talent of this type. But then the guy exhaled, carefully taking his hand out of his pants because he realized that nothing terrible had happened, because his body had become a little bigger. He said that there was only one simulation left before the dungeon opened. So this time, he intended to go to the Golden Core level. The day of the simulation coincided exactly with the day of the dungeon's opening, so he had to conduct training right on the plane. Sitting in a comfortable chair, the protagonist seemed calm, although inside he felt tension, trying to hide his worries. The boy received the white talent's stern appearance, which made him look like a determined and righteous person in the eyes of others. After landing, he went to look for Jin Chongshu as usual, hoping to meet her before the others and discuss their future plans. Looking at the main character, the girl was amazed, since she saw this junior student for the first time and did not understand why he seemed so reliable. She smiled softly, believing that meeting meant being bound by fate, so she suggested going together. The old man turned to the hero, asking if he really wanted to receive only 1,000 spiritual stones, without seeking to become his disciple. Having successfully completed the elder's task, the protagonist bowed before him and calmly confirmed his decision, showing respect and firmness. Handing over a heavy bag, the old man declared that the hero's cultivation was too weak to accept him as a disciple, so he would not insist any further. Having obtained 1,000 spiritual stones, Shisong found a place with good feng shui and diligently cultivated day and night. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the 1,000 spiritual stones were completely used up, and the hero finally ended his seclusion. Looking at his own hands, the guy thought, trying to understand the result he had achieved, and suddenly realized that he had reached the 9th level. He felt frustrated because there was only a short distance left to the Golden Core, but the spiritual stones had run out, making progress impossible. On the plane, the system announced the 9th level of the foundation stage, indicating the hero's cultivation and the required price of 9,800 units of energy. The hero was only repeating the 9th level of the foundation stage, trying to accept his own limitations and understand how to move forward without doubts. In the simulation, the hero was unable to advance further due to a lack of spiritual stones, so he now pondered new possibilities and paths of development. Shisong recalled the past events with a smile, because pure spiritual energy could indeed be felt in Qingyun's spiritual field. It seemed incredibly exciting, as what was happening next ceased to be a simple simulation and gradually turned into reality. And this marked the first time that the protagonist was actually going to meet Jin Chongshui, making the moment especially significant. He consoled himself mentally, repeating that there was absolutely no need to panic, because he was a man who had once learned the 10 greatest Buddhist riddles. The protagonist finally saw a beautiful girl with snow-white hair, whose calm posture and soft gaze created a feeling of purity. Shisong's mouth was watering as he couldn't hide his admiration, even though it was hard to tell from the outside that Jin Chongshui was already 30 years old at this moment. He awkwardly asked the elder if she was really Jin Chongshui, since he had once seen her name on the ranking of the strongest disciples. The hero smiled, thinking that meeting meant being bound by fate, and asked the elder woman if she was currently heading to Jinling. She replied that she was in a hurry, and Shisong thought about it, remembering that he had absolutely no talent, so for her, he remained an ordinary stranger. While scattering books, the protagonist decided that he would have to use the technique he had been putting off for a long time, since he had no other suitable option. Shi-song mentally asked the elder to speak to him, as he felt that her silence was becoming heavy and unsettling. Picking up the books from the ground, the protagonist grumbled about how he had had such a hard time finding them in the ancient bookshops and was now collecting them again. Leaning towards the guy, she asked him if he understood Buddhism, as she was interested in his behavior and confidence in the conversation. Shi-song smiled and said that it was just a hobby, because he was really far from his senior's level, despite his efforts. And then he confessed to the girl that he had read her works in the library, because they seemed deep and unusual to him, arousing sincere admiration. And she smiled, saying that meeting meant being bound by fate, since they were both going to Jinling. So she suggested that they continue their journey together. The guy decided that all that was left was to wait for the dungeon to be discovered, as the wait was becoming increasingly tense. They walked and chatted carefree, discussing funny stories, recalling the fight over a dispute about whether Shakyamuni was an illegitimate son. Shi-song became wary, realizing that the dungeon was about to be discovered any minute, and the tension in the air became increasingly palpable. And then he shouted to the elder that there was a light, because a sudden flash made him stop, feeling that something really important was beginning. Everything in front of them began to shine with a bright, multicolored light, and the protagonist realized that a temporary dungeon filled with unusual energy had opened up before him. Shi-song thought contentedly about the long-awaited moment, because now he would finally be able to enter the dungeon in reality, and not just observe it in a simulation. He remembered the old man who had once spoken to him of destiny and opportunity, and those words came back to him again. And he resolutely declared to himself that this time he would definitely become a student, because he was not going to miss such an opportunity again. The girl sternly told the younger one not to rush, because the temporary dungeons were dangerous, and he had not yet completed his training, and it was better not to go there yet. The protagonist beamed, saying that he had an elder who would definitely not let him get hurt, because he completely trusted her strength and experience. The heroine blushed slightly, wondering why he trusted her so sincerely, even though they hadn't known each other for very long. And then she put on a serious face again, warning him that no matter what happened next, he was not to leave her side for even one step. A picturesque landscape opened up before them, and the protagonist asked in surprise if this was really the Qing-Yun spiritual field. He understood that feeling everything for himself and experiencing it in a simulation were completely different things, because reality is always much brighter and deeper. He noted that the spiritual energy here was unusually dense, and by cultivating in such a place, he would definitely be able to break through to a new level. Looking around, Shi-song asked the elder if she wanted to see the thatched hut nearby, as it looked quite unusual. Suddenly, the voice of an old man addressed them and asked how they were able to find his place of solitude, hidden from outsiders. And the elder noted that the two of them clearly had deep, fateful luck, so he offered to give them one blessing. The heroine bowed her head and thanked the venerable man, accepting his words with respect and slight excitement. The elder said that he was busy with cultivation and rarely took care of the spiritual field, so he asked them to help him in this matter. Shi-song smiled happily, saying that it was not a problem, because the elder was nearby and the grandfather was really kind, although the dungeon was temporary. She was surprised and asked if he knew how to work the land, since he had never mentioned it before. Shi-song's nose seemed to have grown longer from lying, but he confidently stated that he grew up in the village and went out to the fields every year. Standing knee-deep in the river, he said that first we need to pull out the weeds, because without this, the land will not be able to produce a good harvest. While carrying water in buckets, he continued to explain to the eldest that after weeding, it was necessary to thoroughly water each garden bed. And he himself began to think about the fact that in the end, it was necessary to quietly pour spiritual energy into the grains, because this way, they would be able to grow faster and become stronger. The heroine touched Su Xing's shoulder and asked why the Venerable One's test was connected with agriculture, since it seemed too simple to her. The hero replied that it made no difference, because the place was picturesque, spiritual energy was everywhere, and even working in the fields helped strengthen character. She pouted, saying that the more difficult the task, the more generous the reward. But this was just farming, so she doubted that the reward would be worthy. The guy closed his eyes and noted that for people without a spiritual root, there would indeed be no reward. But for him, everything was completely different, and he beamed, declaring that this place was equal to 10,000 spiritual stones, because the energy here was so pure that its value could not be overestimated. Suddenly, the old man noticed something, and his gaze became more intent, as if he saw something important, hidden from ordinary sight. 7 days passed, and the tending of the field continued, and each day brought new discoveries related to spiritual energy and the characteristics of the area. Suddenly, the elder's attention was drawn to a sharp flash of fire behind her, and she instantly turned around, preparing to protect the younger one from possible danger. A glowing ball emerged from the protagonist's belly, pulsating with a soft light, gradually increasing its glow and filling the air with energy. And his eyes shone with a blue light, reflecting the changes inside the body, as spiritual energy mixed with fire and water. And the energy around him mixed with fire and water, forming a vortex that caused the grass around him to bend slightly under the pressure of the force. The boy joyfully exclaimed that he had reached the peak of the foundation stage, and that he was only one step away from the golden core, which he intended to take. The heroes ran up to Shisong, asking how he was feeling, because the flash looked frightening, and they were afraid that he might have been hurt. The old man asked if his little friend really was a cultivator, and asked him to tell him what his attribute was. The guy awkwardly replied that he had accidentally received part of the technique and hadn't noticed how he had entered the path of cultivation, so he didn't know his attribute. The old man extended his hand and said that he wanted to reach the peak with an unknown attribute and cultivate at the same time. So he asked me to place my hand on his palm, and he declared that his little friend had a wood-fire double spiritual root, which, although inferior to the higher single one, was suitable for alchemy. He continued that the Changchun Gong technique from the Changchun school has its limits, but for beginner cultivators it is useful and helps strengthen the foundation. Moreover, wood attribute techniques absorb the vital energy of all things and return to nature, so they are perfect for the path. The old man confidently declared that the meeting meant a connection by fate, and called himself a beggar Taoist and an old farmer of the Qingyun sect. And he added that since the student had already entered his gates, the teacher had several gifts that would help him strengthen the foundation. The first gift was the immortal technique of Shennong art for cultivating spirits, which the elder received by chance and studied for 1,000 years. He noted that the hero had a talent for agriculture, so he passed on this technique to him, because by bringing it to perfection, he could take a worthy place. The protagonist became quite thoughtful, because 100 energy points turned into 100,000, and he realized how valuable and rare this gift from the teacher was. The second gift was a portable small blessed land measuring 3 tsun, which could become an ideal space for cultivation. The boy asked in surprise if the teacher really wanted to give him the entire temporary dungeon, as such a generous gift seemed almost unbelievable. Although the space of the 3-cubit blessed land was a small hill with a radius of 100 jang, this place was perfect for studying the methods of cultivating spirits, because the mountains and waters there were pure, and the energy flowed softly and evenly. Shisong bowed his head, thanking his teacher for his generosity, as such gifts could completely change his path of cultivation and future destiny. The third gift was a token from the Qingyun sect, which gave him the status of a named disciple, which was considered an honor. Once he reaches the void return stage, he will be able to become an official disciple and go to the Qingyun world. Shisong thought about it, because the Qingyun sect was a serious cultivation school, and if he could enter it, he would have great prospects. The elder stated that he was not strong in the path of alchemy and did not have higher methods, but he could give the student a useful foundation for further growth. This method of Liko's alchemy was obtained by chance, and it contained 360 pill recipes, which was more than enough for training. Moreover, the technique will bring a lot of benefits, and when the student brings it to perfection, he will be able to return to the teacher for further instructions. Shisong shouted after him that his technique was just a fragment and would not allow him to reach the void return stage, so he was worried about the future. The boy could not understand whether the old man did this on purpose or out of carelessness, and wondered if this was another test. A female voice was heard calling out to Su Xing, and she said that he had finally come out, as it was already quite dark and she was starting to worry. With a smile, he answered the elder that he had long wanted to talk to her, because after the events of the dungeon, he had many thoughts. He held a huge bag in his hands and asked her to exchange 50 jins of spiritual rice for her 50 spiritual stones, hoping for a fair exchange. The girl blushed, saying that she received all the awards thanks to his help, so in all fairness, half should belong to him. The protagonist froze, not knowing what to say, because such sincerity from the elder caught him off guard and caused a slight embarrassment that he did not expect. And she continued that if he felt awkward accepting the award, then he could just keep her company on the way back to the city, which would be fair. The heroine, wearing a white terry towel and red underwear, asked the younger man whether he had come to Jinling to look for a person or an important thing. She leaned lower and lower, her cleavage becoming more visible, asking if he needed any help, because she was ready to support him. The boy froze, thinking that in the Qingyun spiritual field dungeon, time flows one-to-one with reality. So 7 days had passed outside as well, and then he quickly answered the older woman that he needed to go to the toilet, trying to hide his embarrassment and regain his composure after her intimacy. The heroine became nervous, assuming that he was embarrassed because she wore the wrong color, and was worried that she had made the wrong impression. The girl knocked gently on the door, asking if he had finished. Since his long absence was causing concern and making her nervous, she asked with genuine concern if something had happened, because he had been out for too long, and she was afraid that he had become ill. When he opened the door slightly, the girl said that she was glad to see him, because she had already begun to think that something serious had happened and required her intervention. And the guy simply thanked her for her concern, realizing that her concern was sincere and feeling a slight warmth from her attentive attitude. There was a girl standing in front of him wearing only a towel, and her legs were completely bare, which made him lose his composure for a moment. As they sat at the table, the heroine said that the day had been hard, so the younger one should also wash up to relax and recover. The guy replied that he needed to eat first, but she put her hand on his shoulder, hinting that rest was more important and should not be postponed. And she began to breathe more heavily, throwing off the towel as if deliberately creating an atmosphere of intimacy that took the hero's breath away. And pouncing on the lying guy, she suggested eating later, because now she wanted something different, and she was not going to hide her desires. So Song and Jin Kongshui had another wonderful week in Jinling, completely giving in to passion and enjoying each other's company. The exhausted hero sat on the floor, thinking that the young Jin Kongshui was much more formidable since he almost had to chew goji berries. But finally, he was able to continue the simulation, because the rest was over, and now a new stage of the path of cultivation and spiritual growth awaited him. He pressed the button in the system window, starting the simulation, entering the secret dimension of Qingyun, given to him by the teacher for further development. The boy knew that spiritual rice would speed up his cultivation progress, as its properties strengthen the body and accelerate the accumulation of energy. The hero couldn't stop, because the taste of the spiritual rice was divine, and each serving filled his body with strength, making him want more. Every day he entered the portable blessed land of the spiritual field and carefully tended the spiritual grains, strengthening his connection with nature. He became stronger and more robust because his appetite was enormous, and in one meal he could eat a whole jin of spiritual rice without any difficulty. Song had broken through to the bone-tempering stage, and his body was filled with new strength, allowing him to feel every change within. Lying on the bed, he thought that he had previously cultivated for 3 years before reaching the 5th level of body tempering, and now he had broken through in 1 week. Besides the spiritual rice, the merit of Mr. Strongman played a huge role, and the hero understood that this talent must be brought out of the simulation. The rocket speed of his cultivation completely captivated him, because every day he trained for 3 hours in the dungeon, and the rest of the time he led the first-year girls. As his body's hardening increased, his success rate in completing dungeons increased, and more people wanted to hire him. The protagonist handed the card to the fat man, saying that he was returning the money he had borrowed, since he was now earning enough to pay off the debt. The guy showed a like and said that his brother was making a good living, since his success in the dungeons had become noticeable to many and commanded respect. And he whispered that Wang Qingxuan had asked him to convey an important message, because she wanted to talk to him in the small grove behind the campus that evening. This time, he didn't stop Wang Qingxuan, but only asked her to be careful, because he was worried about her and her safety. That same evening in the grove, they tried out many new movements, giving themselves over completely to passion and exploring the limits of their capabilities. The guy said that this was the only way he could join the mysterious organization and obtain the full text of the Eternal Spring technique. After Wang Qingxuan dropped out of school, he continued cultivating in the spiritual field, because the path of development could not stop. In the 2nd year after her departure, he broke through to the 7th stage of bone hardening, and in the 3rd year he reached the 9th stage, strengthening his body to the limit. In the 4th year, his cultivation reached the great completion of the bone-tempering stage, and after the collision, the hero could no longer break through. According to Shen Nong's art of cultivating spirits, different spirit plants accelerate cultivation differently, and he needed a plant. Shi Sung began to rummage through his things, remembering that before leaving, the teacher had left him the seeds of spiritual plants, and tried to figure out where they were. Finally, he found the small bag he had been looking for a long time, and felt relieved that he could now continue his exploration. And when he started reading the book, he learned that the plant was called white jade ginseng and required burying ordinary ginseng deep in the spiritual field. He was struck by the words about the need to dig up the plant only after 10 years, which seemed to him an incredibly long time. 10 years seemed like a real apocalypse to him, because he would cool down and the plant would only ripen, and such a prospect caused great irritation. The white jade ginseng did not break the hero, and he began to think about another possibility. Animals can also become spiritual beings. He caught some chickens and placed them in the blessed land of the spiritual field, hoping to get an unexpected result from the unusual experiment. Qingxuan approached him, saying that she had found a technique suitable for cultivation, called the upper part of the eternal spring technique. The protagonist replied that he didn't need the technology, but he had a request and wanted to join her organization without hiding his intentions. She muttered, saying that in principle she could help, since she was a Grandmaster-level master and had the right to recommend newcomers. Yi Shi-sung hugged her, thanking her for her support, feeling that his plan was starting to take shape, and he could now move forward with confidence. The heroes approached the building of the Cult of Descent, which looked gloomy and oppressive, creating an unpleasant feeling of anxiety in the protagonist. The girl stated that Elder Yin and Su Xing had arrived, and her voice sounded confident, although inside she was a little nervous about what was happening. Upon entering, the protagonist could not understand why it was so gloomy here, as the atmosphere was oppressive and evoked a feeling of hidden threat. Sitting down in front of the stranger, Shi-sung couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman, because the voice sounded both rough and thin at the same time, and he was distracted by his friend. The elder began to say that since the hero wanted to join the cult, he must first find out the name and teachings of this place before making a choice. The cult is called the Cult of Descent, and their teaching is to destroy human tyranny, because the world belongs to aliens. They believe that the human race is unworthy of ruling this planet, and only the great aliens are the true gods. He didn't understand whether this was an urban cultivation or a real dark forest, because what was happening seemed strange and frightening. The elder warned that the hero could still get out before it was too late, because joining the Cult of Descent happens once and for all, and there will be no escape. The guy declared that he wouldn't do it, because if it allowed him to obtain the lower part of the Eternal Spring technique, he was ready to give everything to the Cult of Descent. They told him that he didn't need to give everything away, because if he wanted to exchange equipment, he could take on tasks or present various treasures. Shi-sung pondered, wondering if spiritual rice was considered a treasure, as he wasn't sure if such a thing was suitable for exchanging for a technique. And holding out the shining bag, he asked if it was possible to exchange the spiritual rice for the technique, hoping that his offer would be accepted without further questions. Elder Yin disappeared, and in his place an unfamiliar elder returned with people, which immediately alerted the hero and caused an unpleasant premonition. The boy was beaten with a whip, demanding to know where he got the spiritual rice, and each blow caused severe pain, but he still remained silent. Eventually, the hero was tortured to death and died at the age of 29, after which his talent to die with his eyes open was activated. Others asked what to do, since Elder Zong had stated that this man was no longer alive and that further action must be decided immediately. Stepping on Shi-sung's face, the elder was indignant, saying that even an ant dared to try to cultivate, and his contempt for the hero was clear. Dying with his eyes open didn't work, and the system declared the simulation over, leaving the hero with no results. Having woken up, the protagonist exclaimed that the man had just been there, and his surprise was mixed with alarm from his sudden disappearance. He thought about it, because for some reason this man seemed very familiar to him, and the hero could not understand whether it was reality or just a feeling. In an attempt to distract himself, Shi-sung decided to choose the talent Mr. Strongman, which was green-ranked and cost 100 points and 10,000 energy. With this talent, in the next simulation, The hero was confident that he would be able to level up to the great limit of bone hardening and achieve the desired result. The protagonist exhaled, realizing that he had less than 2,000 energy points left, and that there wasn't enough for the next simulation, and he needed to earn some. He called and asked Sun Tzu's if she had time to meet soon, hoping to resolve the money issue as quickly as possible. The hotel had comfortable sofas, and the atmosphere seemed calm, allowing the hero to relax a little before the important conversation about spiritual rice. The girl asked if he wanted to sell 50 jins of spiritual rice, and her voice sounded surprised because the amount seemed quite significant. Song replied that everything was correct and asked her to appraise the rice, hoping to get the necessary amount to continue his plans and simulations. The heroine thoughtfully stated that if he needed money so urgently, she could lend it to him, since she didn't want to leave him in a difficult situation. The guy asked her with a grin how much she could lend him and mentioned 50 million, testing how seriously she was willing to help. And she confidently answered that she could, because her grandfather was the head of the Jin trading house, and such sums did not pose a problem for the family. She added that not only 50 million, but even 100 million is not something difficult or impossible for their trading house. He begged her to lend him 100 million, and offered to leave 50 jins of spiritual rice as interest to make the deal look fair. When asked why he needed so much money, Song replied that he would tell him later, and asked for help in purchasing a batch of equipment from the Jin trading house. He also asked to keep the spiritual rice for himself for cultivation, since selling it to others is dangerous, and such a treasure can bring trouble. Jinsong Shuzu couldn't be caught on the descent cult's radar, as that would put her in danger, and the hero didn't want to put her at risk. The heroine thoughtfully responded well, agreeing to help, because she understood that the situation was serious, and she trusted Song enough to support him. The door quickly opened, and the hero walked inside, feeling very tired after a long day, because he just wanted to rest. An exhausted Song declared to the bed that he had finally returned, his voice sounding as if he could barely stand after everything he had been through. Falling onto the bed, he declared that he was now a debtor with a minus of a whole little 100 million, and such a thought weighed on him. He knew he had to come up with a way to make money, as selling spiritual rice and spiritual chickens seemed risky. And then he stood up, deciding that he needed to run a simulation first, because that was where he could find the answer and understand how to get out of debt. The system announced the extraction of the green talent of inflexibility, and the hero learned that his fortitude was significantly stronger than that of ordinary people. He understood that the purpose of this simulation was to find a way to earn money. He felt tired and decided to look for opportunities in gifts. The food refusal pill was a pellet that could support the body for a week, and the hero immediately saw the potential. The beauty pill allowed one to instantly regain the appearance of one's 20s, and this property made it incredibly valuable among the rich. Both pills looked profitable, since the first could be sold to dieters who couldn't resist eating, and the second to older women. The protagonist exclaimed that the decision had been made, and he would brew these two pills, as they could bring in huge profits and pay off his debts. First, he needed to heat up the alchemical furnace, because without proper preparation, it was impossible to create even the simplest pill. Song directed the flame towards the furnace, trying to control the fire's strength, as any mistake could lead to an explosion or complete spoilage of all the ingredients. But suddenly there was a huge explosion, and the hero flew back, realizing that the lighter was completely unsuitable for alchemy and only interfered with the process. The protagonist coughed, saying that a lighter was not suitable for alchemy, and decided to once again carefully study the art of blazing fire alchemy. The blazing fire meant that alchemy required a special fire method, and the hero realized that without mastering it, it was impossible to achieve a stable result. To get out of debt, he began to diligently study the technique of blazing fire, devoting all his free time to it and not allowing himself to be distracted. During this time, Wang Qingxuan came to him once, and after one night, she joined the cult of descent, which greatly surprised the hero. In the second year, he vaguely felt his way and increased the time spent comprehending the blazing fire to 6 hours a day, moving slowly but surely. Song said with a smile that he had finally mastered the blazing fire technique, as he had trained for 6 years and could now use it freely. This blazing fire was astonishing. Any living creature that came into contact with it instantly turned into black coal. It seems that it could be used not only for alchemy, but also in combat, since such power gave the hero a significant advantage over his opponents. It will be interesting to see what the pills created with such a powerful technique will be like, as such a combination could produce unexpected results. He concentrated on brewing the pills, and his mastery of the blazing fire became more and more perfect, allowing him to control the temperature. In his 7th year, he attended his younger sister's funeral, and after the ceremony, the hero controlled his emotions and continued studying fire techniques. The protagonist continued to train, and a lot of fire emanated from him, which obeyed him more and more, reflecting his perseverance. He stated that there were no problems with the food refusal pill, and now he needed to work on the more complex beauty pill, which required precision. But the truth was that this thing was much more complicated than he thought, and required a complete understanding of the nature of fire. 3 years passed, and the beauty pill was finally successfully created, which was a huge achievement for the hero after such long and persistent efforts. But after throwing the pill into his mouth, he thought it was time to witness a miracle, because the result should have appeared immediately after taking the pill. Looking at his reflection, he became upset because he didn't see any changes, and it seemed to him that he had failed again, just like in his previous attempts. The guy's stomach rumbled, and he realized that he was about to leak, because the effect of the pill was completely unexpected and clearly wrong. The protagonist understood that everything was about to flow for him, and the feeling was growing so quickly that he could no longer contain his state. He cried out that he really needed to go to the toilet and hurried there, feeling that he could not stand it any longer and had to free himself immediately. Finally, Shi-song went to the toilet, and his face became relaxed, because the unpleasant sensations disappeared, and he felt unexpected relief. There was a mirror on the guy's desk, and he walked over to it to check if the pill had made any difference. And looking at his reflection, he couldn't believe it, because his skin had become soft and white, and the wrinkles around his eyes had completely disappeared. I need to brew a few more and improve the farting problem, and then go sell the tsunshui, because this thing will definitely explode in the market among rich ladies. The girl asked if this pill could really make a person look younger, and her voice sounded with disbelief and slight admiration. Shi-song responded with surprise that of course he could, since he had never deceived her and was confident in the effectiveness of the pill he had created. She put the pill in her mouth, deciding to try it on herself first, since this was the only way she could be sure of the truth of the hero's words. The heroine completely glowed with a rainbow light, and her body was enveloped in a soft glow, indicating that the pill had begun to work properly. Leaning back in the chair, the girl breathed heavily, feeling the changes going through her entire body, and could not contain her excitement about what was happening. She looked at her youthful reflection, and her eyes filled with delight, because the result was even better than she expected. And she exclaimed that she was back to being 20 years old again, happy that the pill really worked and fully lived up to expectations. And she asked how many more of these pills he had because she wanted to take them all, offering 1 billion apiece, which seemed incredible. The protagonist stated that 1 billion per piece sounded amazing, as he didn't expect the pill to be so valuable and in demand. Looming over the guy, she whispered that he should sell her all the remaining pills, since she was ready to buy any quantity without limits. Turning pale, Shi-song replied that he didn't have any more, because all the pills had been used and he hadn't had time to brew any new ones yet. She pressed herself closer to the hero and moaned, asking if it was possible to set up mass production, since the demand for such pills would be huge. The multi-story brick building was illuminated by the bright sun, and its walls seemed especially warm under the soft morning rays. A smiling girl with violet eyes stood near the house, carefully watching the elders approach and rejoicing at his return. She rushed forward, calling out to her elder brother and joyfully exclaiming that he had finally returned after a long absence and long experiences. The guy said her name Qing Xuan in surprise, not believing that he really saw her in front of him after such a long separation. The heroes hugged each other because Wang Qingxuan was expelled again, and this time the senior again was unable to stop her in time. Several years later, she once again became a great grandmaster, having regained her lost strength and earned her former high authority. And I brought you the upper part of the Eternal Spring technique, hoping that it will help you on your further journey and strengthen your capabilities. Shi-song admitted that he didn't need a cultivation technique because he wanted to join the descent cult. She was surprised, but still agreed to your request, understanding the seriousness of your decision and its consequences. The guy was warned that upon joining the cult, he needed to make a contribution. And just recently, an important task appeared. Before the man could finish speaking, The girl shouted out that the task was extremely important and that the senior officer should start with the basic instructions. He replied that since this was the man she had brought, she would be the one in charge of him, without any interference from others. Qing Xuan was not one to act arbitrarily, so she asked if this task was really that difficult and dangerous. Go to the demon suppression outpost and, in coordination with the demonic races, leak information about humans and their plans. The heroine confessed to Shisong in bed that this was a quest with a 10 out of 10 chance of death, and she didn't want to lose it. The boy languidly asked Qing Xuan why she had joined the cult of dissent and betrayed the humanity that had raised her. She said in frustration that she had no way back and was now forced to follow the path she had chosen. And she turned on her side, exposing her bare back, showing that the conversation was over and there was no point in continuing it. Telling him that the elder should go to bed, she promised to take him to the other elders of the dissent cult tomorrow. The protagonist understood that in this simulation, he wouldn't be able to open Qing Xuan's mouth no matter how hard he tried. He recalled the controversy over ginseng, wondering if the root was made of gold, as the price had risen tenfold without explanation. The seller admitted that he himself did not understand the reason, since demand for restorative medications had grown, and without raising prices, the store could have closed. Could this be connected to the actions of the cult of the dissent? Since only in the case of mass casualties would such a huge amount of restorative agents be needed. The protagonist felt heavy in his soul, and at the same time he felt a deep powerlessness, not understanding how to influence what was happening around him. To distract himself, the protagonist began diligently developing a cheaper version of the rich lady's happiness pill, improving its properties. Shisong grinned, considering himself a genius of alchemy, because even without spiritual ginseng, he could brew beauty pills for mass production. He jumped up, determined to go to Jinling immediately and tell this good news to Cheng Shui without delaying a single minute. This day has come, the boy said quietly, feeling that something important and fateful awaited him ahead. His blue eyes shone with a bright light, reflecting inner excitement and a premonition of imminent changes in his own destiny. A pale girl lay in a coffin before him, and her stillness made the protagonist's heart clench painfully. Shisong didn't understand when he would finally figure out the truth behind the end of the world that haunted him in every simulation. A masked face appeared behind him, screaming, "Traitor!" and the scream pierced the silence, causing the protagonist to flinch. The protagonist turned around in fear, not expecting to see such a frightening image that appeared as if out of nowhere. Elder Zong reached out his hand towards him, his gaze full of suspicion, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The voice declared that the protagonist was indeed a man sent by the Jin family, and the accusation sounded particularly heavy. The system declared the protagonist dead, and the current simulation ended, leaving many questions unanswered. He was offered rewards, and he began to bite the cloth, tormented by the choice, since both inflexibility and the technique of blazing fire were equally desirable. The protagonist was indignant, demanding justice, because he wanted to take 2 awards at once, not wanting to give up either one. And suddenly everything came true, and Sisong began to think, suspecting that he possessed a hidden talent that allowed his wishes to come true. Ding! The life simulator has been updated, and the protagonist must choose resilience and understanding of the initial level of the blazing fire technique. Looking at the bag, the protagonist sighed, realizing that there was never enough money, no matter how much he had at his disposal. Shisong made a call and calmly asked Kung Sui when she could pick up 20 jins of spiritual rice from the capital. He received a notification from Jianshe Bank about the deposit of 20 million into his account, which greatly surprised the protagonist. And the message from the girl told him to spend these 20 million without worrying, because she fully supported his decisions. Kissing her feet, Shisong realized how unusual it was to be kept by a rich lady, and it moved him to tears. He stretched, deciding that he had the money and only needed to wait a week to run the simulation again and gain an understanding of alchemy. The protagonist wondered how much younger he would look if, during his student years, he took a beauty pill that he created himself. The system announced congratulations, informing him that he had received the green talent, Endless Luck, which greatly enhanced his natural luck. In the dorm, the protagonist realized that he was in a simulation, and its task was to accumulate sufficient alchemical experience. This was due to the talent of Endless Luck, because the survival rate of the batch of chickens increased, and the quality improved noticeably. The success rate of obtaining pills also increased significantly compared to the previous simulation, confirming his growth in skill. The protagonist received a call and immediately realized that the conversation would be important and related to his recent achievements. After answering, the guy asked Sun Sui when she could come to the capital because he had something really valuable for her. And this was exactly what could make the girl incredibly happy, causing her great excitement and anticipation. The heroine blushed, declaring that it was indecent to say such words in broad daylight, but she would definitely come in the evening. The guy exclaimed that there was a misunderstanding between them because he had not meant anything like that at all. He announced that he had developed a weight loss pill and a beauty pill, which could be combined under the name of the Rich Lady's Happiness Pill. Just like in the previous simulation, Jin Chongshui was amazed by the pills he obtained and decided to help sell them through auction. At the auction, cries of 1 million, 1.5 million, 3 million were heard, and no one dared to beat the final price. Everything was sold, and the protagonist wondered if this was really what it felt like to get rich overnight. Flush with wealth, Shi Song declared that the high-grade version of the beauty pill should be auctioned off, while the simplified version should be sold at retail. He felt that this was it, a real feeling of financial freedom, allowing him for the first time to breathe calmly and look forward with confidence. The full moon shone outside, and the deep night enveloped the city, creating an atmosphere of silence and slight tension. The guy rushed with a suitcase in his hand, trying to get to a safe place as quickly as possible and avoid trouble. He understood that women were capable of much for the sake of beauty, so returning to university seemed the safest solution. Despite all the protagonist's caution, the road turned out to be turbulent and brought far more problems than he expected. The protagonist tripped and fell into a hole, not having time to understand what was happening, and felt a sharp pain piercing his body. The girl pinned him against the wall and declared that since they fell together, it was destiny, offering to add each other on WeChat. A voice was heard behind him shouting that instead of trying to hit on her, it would be better to call the police, followed by laughter about a beauty pill. Another girl tied up Shi Song and screamed that he belonged to her, showing unexpected jealousy and aggressive nature. They cut his rope and asked him if he understood why the stranger had come, hinting at her own intentions. Although the path turned out to be thorny, thanks to his unbending will, the protagonist still returned to his native university. The protagonist couldn't catch his breath, feeling how the tension of recent events was gradually leaving his exhausted body. He cultivated diligently, and since the chi cultivation level was temporarily unable to break through, he began to plan to advance to the third great realm. That same year, the protagonist received news of the tragic death of his younger sister and became even more immersed in cultivation. Shi Song cleared his throat, realizing that he couldn't break through to the organ hardening stage through sheer persistence, and decided to examine the Jade Scroll. The system declared the 5-organ pill called Tanka to be necessary for breaking through to the internal organ tempering stage. The protagonist exhaled, surprised that it only took 3 years, and realized that he could afford that kind of time. He spent 3 years as a farmer and successfully cultivated a whole mu of Huangxian essence soil, greatly enhancing his own capabilities. Looking at the fire, the protagonist thought, deciding that he first needed to burn the essence with a blazing fire until it became viscous. There was a sudden explosion of such force that the chickens flew in all directions, and the main character barely stayed on his feet. Shi Song coughed as he tried to catch his breath and admitted that the process was incredibly difficult, causing him great stress and fatigue. The protagonist believed that failure is the mother of success, and after many attempts, his mastery of the blazing fire became significantly better. The boy gritted his teeth, reminding himself that he was already capable of brewing chi gathering powder, which required high precision and control. He was puzzled as to why the 5 organs pill still wasn't working despite his constant efforts and improvement of his own skills. However, this was not in vain, because the chi collection powder increased spiritual energy, facilitating the further creation of complex pills. The days passed one after another, and one day an unexpected guest knocked on the door, disturbing the usual silence and peace. The man at the door claimed to be Jin Chongshui's father, and his appearance immediately alerted the protagonist. He warned that he would not bother me for long, since he had come only for 2 important matters that could not tolerate delay. The first was that Jin Chongshui had died, and Shi Song was stunned into silence, unable to believe the news he had heard. The second concerned the pills, because the man found them among his daughter's things and wanted to know the truth about their purpose. The protagonist explained that it was a weight loss pill that allowed a person to not feel hungry for 3 days and maintain their strength. The man exclaimed, asking how many of these pills were left, and declared that he was ready to buy absolutely everything without exception. The protagonist admitted that there were only a few pills, but he could make new ones if he heard the true reason for the request. The man exhaled heavily and said that the hero is also part of humanity, so he must know the hidden truth of what is happening. He said that the situation of the human race at the demon suppression outpost was deteriorating, with a particular shortage of experienced fighters. He explained that the weight loss pill allows grandmasters to go without food for 3 days, saving time for continuous battles. Shi Song froze, realizing that the situation of humanity was so dire that there was no time left even for food. He briefly agreed to make the necessary pills and told me to come for them in 3 days, without delay. The protagonist became lost in thought, trying to understand what was happening at the demon suppression outpost and why people were going there to certain death. Shi Song's intuition told him that this was a great opportunity to find out the truth, so he decided to take a risk and act. The man pointed to the chest of gold and said that the money was there because he had ordered it to be exchanged for ingots. But the protagonist coldly replied that he didn't need money because he was interested in completely different goals and intentions. And he continued that he wanted to meet with the top leadership of the Great Xia Army, promising to give everything as a gift if the meeting was successful. He replied that he would pass on the request, but it was not up to him to decide whether it would work or not, since the decision was made by management. The heroes approached the black car, and the surrounding environment was alarming, creating a sense of hidden threat and tension. Shi Song was handed a bandage and told to put it on first, and then get into the car to continue his journey. While putting on the blindfold, the boy wondered who they were going to introduce him to, because everything was happening too carefully and secretly. Although his soul was uneasy, the hero thought that in the worst case, he could run the simulation again. So he got into a luxury car. The BMW stopped abruptly, and a voice announced that they had arrived, causing the hero to become alert and ready. After removing the blindfold, the protagonist noticed People's Ditan, where the most influential people of the Great Xia live. He immediately heard a voice asking why his young friend was not coming in, as he wanted to meet the speaker, and the hero realized that transmitting a voice over a distance meant an enemy of at least the level of a military emperor. The man warned that he could not accompany him any further, so he asked the hero to go on his own, and the main character opened the doors, preparing to go inside and meet the one who was waiting for him. Shi Song froze in place when he saw one of the leaders of the Great Xia Army named Lu Yuanyu. The man greeted young Su with a smile and asked if he had really made the army ration pill. The protagonist was surprised and asked if they really called it an army ration pill. The manager sternly replied that in peacetime it was a diet pill, but now it should become an army ration. The man said he agreed to meet the hero because he wanted to buy the recipe for the army ration pill for any amount. But the boy understood that to prepare the food refusal pill, spiritual rice was needed, so the army would not be able to use the recipe. Shi Song said that he was willing to give the recipe away for free because he wanted to know the truth about the demon suppression outpost. He said he wanted to know exactly how his sister, his brother, and Kun Su died, because the answers were important. The man sternly declared that he would tell everything, but reminded that what he heard should forever remain only in the hero's heart. They came to the human city at the demon suppression outpost, where professional fighters enter the city to protect the future of humanity. The protagonist thought about it, because his classmates had not reached the level of grandmaster and remained only masters. The man sighed and confirmed that everything was exactly as the hero thought, because the situation was indeed difficult. He continued that the situation at the demon suppression outpost was getting worse every year, as even the grandmasters were having a hard time. Ahead, beyond the protective barrier, was the battlefield where his sister, his brother, and Sun Shui had died. From this point on, the hero must remain in the human city at the demon suppression outpost and brew pills without going further. But the main character was incredibly curious to find out what was happening behind the barrier, because the answers were right there. He learned the truth, but it did not bring him any joy, because what he heard only increased his pain and anxiety. He wanted to see the battlefield for himself and understand exactly how those he loved died. But the guard said that without Chief Lu's permission, Mr. Su was not allowed to leave the city. The guy frowned, realizing that pretending to be lost wouldn't work, since the security was too attentive. But he was not used to giving up, so he took out the purple balls and loudly ordered the passage to be open. And he declared that he really was a genius of alchemy, because he managed to brew the confusion pill on the first try. The security guards were taken aback, thinking that something strange had happened to Mr. Su, as his behavior seemed suspicious. They ran inside and apologized, asking for forgiveness for both of them for the misunderstanding that had arisen. At that moment, the balls crashed to the ground, and thick smoke began to seep out of them, hiding the hero. They shouted after the fleeing boy that Mr. Su should not continue moving. But the hero was no longer going to stop and look back. He had carefully prepared everything in advance and decided to enter the protective barrier to finally find out the truth about what was happening around him. The guy approached the rainbow haze, feeling growing tension because the unknown beckoned him more and more with every step. His eyes filled with surprise when he saw what was happening ahead, because what he saw turned out to be much more terrible than any expectations. A huge monster stood before him, and the protagonist realized that he was not prepared enough for such a meeting and the upcoming battle. The heroes shouted that the monster's weak point was in its eyes, so they needed to blind its left eye to gain an advantage. The fighters shouted agreement and pounced on the monster, trying to break through its defenses and delivered the decisive blow at the right moment. But at that very moment, they were scattered by the enemy's powerful paw, demonstrating the enormous difference in strength and speed between them. The old man shouted to scatter, trying to save the fighters from the next blow and buy some time to prepare. And the monster laughed loudly, calling the people arrogant because he considered them too weak for a real fight against him. One of the fighters smiled and replied that it was the monster who was arrogant, who underestimated human determination. And at that very moment, he began to pierce the monster's eyes, trying to deal a fatal blow and change the course of the battle. The old man's eyes lit up and he shouted for everyone to act faster, because the decisive moment was right now. The monster became even more angry and screamed, demanding that the people die, because it was not going to retreat before them. The monster mocked the people, claiming that they could not kill him because the monster's strength far exceeded their capabilities. An old man flew up to him, shouting that he was doing this for the sake of his students, and was ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of victory. And he plunged his sword straight into the enemy's eye, trying to deliver the final blow and end the difficult battle. The monster growled and screamed that it would take the old man with it, because it did not intend to die alone and without revenge. So many people died, and only with great difficulty was it possible to kill one giant beast that threatened the city. The protagonist wondered if Nian An and the others had also died in the same painful and terrible way. A voice came from behind, claiming that if the mountains and rivers of the Great Xia stood firm, there would always be those willing to die. The voice continued to say that the child must return home, for there was nothing left here worth clinging to. Lu Yuanyu's words made the hero realize an important truth that changed his attitude towards what was happening around him. The hero realized that the demon pacifying outpost had already fallen, and the alien invasion was only a matter of time and inevitability. He turned his grief into strength and decided to focus on brewing the organ-tempering pill to break through to the next stage. Unable to wait, he swallowed the pill, hoping to speed up the process, as time was becoming too valuable to delay. And he simply exploded on the spot, without having time to understand anything, because the effect of the pill turned out to be too strong for his body. The protagonist froze, realizing what had happened, and thought that he had exploded from the pill that he himself had brewed. He couldn't believe it, because the oven didn't explode and the cooking was successful. So such a result seemed impossible. The boy thought about it, remembering that he had used 3-year-old Huangxian essence grown on 1 mu of land, which could enhance the effect. And it dawned on him that the power of the organ-tempering pill was too great and was tearing apart the body, because it depended on the growth of the ingredients. But the hero understood that he still needed to strengthen his cultivation in order to brew pills better. So he chose the initial level of blazing fire. In this simulation, he finally touched the demon pacifying outpost, seeing what was happening with his own eyes and feeling the real threat. He realized that the giant beasts would descend upon the world not in 15 years, but immediately after the fall of the demon suppression outpost. In fact, giant beasts have always existed. They were simply kept outside the demon suppression outpost for many years. The hero thought that it would be good to have another 15 years, because he could do a lot, although hundreds of simulations might turn out to be useless. The girl's eyes lit up when she noticed that her dark circles and fine wrinkles had completely disappeared after the pill took effect. She looked in the mirror and said that she now looked as if she were only 20 years old, which seemed incredible. Shi Song said that the official name of this pill is the beauty pill, but he calls it the rich lady's happiness pill. A notification came from the phone, announcing that 1 billion had been deposited into Huafu Bao, confirming the successful sale of the pill. The heroine said that she would take everything he brought and ordered him to calculate the cost at 1 million per pill, promising to pay extra if necessary. Shi Song shed tears, because for the first time in real life, he felt like a celestial dragon, capable of influencing his own destiny. But the guy warned that it wasn't a matter of not loving money, since the beauty pill had a limited effect. The girl was indignant and asked if he had forgotten what her last name was, since her family had enormous resources. Shi Song froze, realizing that this was the first time he had actually learned about Jin Chongshue's real family business and its scale. The heroine whispered that everything was exactly as he thought, because she was the only daughter of the Jin trading house. She added that she wasn't the only one who needed these pills, as she was planning to auction them off for profit. The hero asked her trading house to exchange all the money received for white equipment necessary for his further plans. The girl replied that there would be at least 5,000 items of white equipment worth 1 billion, and asked why he needed so many. The protagonist began to beg, saying that he could not yet explain the reason, but he really needed it for preparation. She continued that 5,000 items is a lot, since such a purchase could attract the attention of the authorities and raise questions. But she suggested a good way, explaining that a trading guild could be created to buy low-level equipment. Shi Song stated that the idea was indeed not bad, and said that their new guild would be called Taro, emphasizing the seriousness of their intentions. A slight blush appeared on the heroine's face, and she cleared her throat, trying to hide her embarrassment and remain calm. And then she moved closer and put her hand on the table next to the guy, showing the seriousness of the conversation and trust. And sitting closer, she said that the matter had already been decided, so they needed to discuss next steps and distribute responsibilities. Quickly running away, he shouted that he was entrusting the creation of the guild to Sun Shui, and that he himself would first return to the university for preparation. The door slammed, and the girl only managed to shout at him to wait, but he had already disappeared outside the room. And she became indignant, saying that the same thing happened every time, because he took advantage of her help and ran away. In the dorm, Shi Song was thinking, because after the system update, a new immersive simulation function appeared that he could try out. The system reported that the hero had received the green talent of majestic appearance, which allowed him to look impressive and attract girls. Shi Song showed his middle finger, considering the talent useless because the world was about to end and no one was going to return his money. Continuing with the previous story, the hero recalled his death from a pill explosion and realized that the quality of the ingredients determines the safety of training. Looking at the root, the protagonist decided to reduce the potency of the medicine by half, hoping to avoid the previous dangerous consequences and unpleasant mistakes. He trained his body daily, farmed, raised chickens, earned extra money by leveling up, and sent Wang Qingxuan to the cult of descent. Eventually, the hero again reached the great completion of the bone hardening stage, feeling significant progress in his own development. The guy suddenly began to glow with a bright golden light, confirming his successful progress and strengthening of his body after long training. However, the time has come to take the organ hardening pill. Despite the previous sad experience and possible serious risks, he decided to give the pill to Jin Tongshu first for testing, so as not to have to start all over again after a possible mistake. But the hero understood that he himself needed to strengthen his body, so he decided to have a little refreshment before the important step. The chicks in the nest watched the boy with fear, not understanding his strange behavior and sudden activity. They started running away from the owner while he threw knives at them, trying to get the desired result from the chickens. He warned in a frightening manner that if the chickens did not lay eggs every day, he would make soup out of them. After his words, several eggs immediately appeared in the nest, as if the chickens understood the seriousness of their owner's threat. The heroine reported that she had already tried the organ hardening pill, noting its strong properties and the painful sensations after taking it. She then asked if he was looking for Grandpa Lu, suggesting the importance of their further conversation. Thanks to Jin Chongshue's recommendation, the hero quickly contacted Lu Yuanyu, who was interested in the enhanced organ tempering pill. He wondered if the army's soldiers, along with the powerful pill, would be able to survive the coming wave of the apocalypse. Having fulfilled his wish, the hero focused on eating the eggs of the spiritual chickens, striving to strengthen his body as quickly as possible. He hoped to reach a level where he could safely take the organ-tempering pill without risking his own life again. One day, while the hero was seriously frying a chicken, he suddenly heard Jin Chongshue's voice calling him from the portal. The voice came from the portal, and the girl asked if he was nearby and could come over immediately. The guy entered the portal, shouting loudly that he was already on his way, trying not to delay the girl and not to create problems. He pulled the door handle, carefully opening it, not understanding what exactly awaited him on the other side of the threshold. And he screamed, seeing a strange picture in front of him, completely not understanding what was happening around him. The girl, quickly approaching, said that there was no time to explain and demanded that he follow her immediately. She grabbed Shisong's hand and pulled him along, not allowing him to ask unnecessary questions. A huge vehicle hummed in front of them, and the main character shouted in surprise that even a helicopter seemed superfluous here. He asked Kongshu in confusion what was going on, trying to make sense of what was happening around him. The girl just smiled and said that his organ-tempering pill had done a truly enormous and important job, and the guy was delighted to realize that his work was actually producing results and was beginning to change the world around him. They flew to the People's Temple of Heaven, where people were already waiting for them, ready to discuss important issues. The man sternly stated that, according to experts' predictions, 5 pills could increase a Grandmaster's strength by 50%. He coldly asked how many organ-tempering pills the hero could produce now, given the increased demand. After the answer about 200 a month, the heroine thought about it, realizing that in 5 months it would be possible to create 200 Grandmasters. The leader was clearly delighted because for the great Xia and all of humanity, such a strengthening would be a huge achievement. He stated that he was willing to grant the hero 3rd-rank privileges if he provided a stable supply of pills. The girl was surprised because even Grandpa Lu was only 2nd rank, which made the offer especially significant. She added that 3rd-tier privileges are enjoyed by only a few hundred people, almost all of whom have sacrificed themselves. Shisong replied that he wanted to know if there were dungeons in the world related to cultivation and ancient abilities. She asked with a smile if he meant the Qingyun spiritual field, which they had already visited once. The man stated in surprise that such dungeons exist only in documents, but their exact coordinates are unknown. The protagonist bowed down and said that these materials were extremely important, promising to produce the pills conscientiously. He noted that there were probably more cultivation dungeons than just Qingyun, and each one could hide unique abilities. 3 days later, a tall stack of documents collected specifically for the hero to study already stood in the office. The heroine warned that she was going to Taro, and he should carefully study the materials provided. Shisong exclaimed that he had finally found what he needed, and asked the system to spend 100,000 energy on the simulation. The system reported that 100,000 energy had been spent on a 1-hour immersive simulation, leaving 407,000. The protagonist poked at the document in surprise, realizing that he was already inside a simulation that resembled another world. Then he saw the envelope marked Top Secret. Wondering what exactly could be considered so important, the system announced a multitude of codes, and the protagonist carefully watched the messages. Dangerous, legendary, or Saint Master level characters may appear in the dungeon, so a group of 5 high-ranking fighters is recommended. What especially surprised Shisong was that among them, there had to be a leader who was an expert at the level of a martial emperor. He reasoned that 7 Heavenly King-level fighters and 2 Martial Emperor-level fighters had died here. It's no wonder that cultivation-related dungeons are never shown to the general public. The Blood Demon Cave had a 4-star difficulty, and upon entering, the hero appeared next to a sect, from which he had to immediately flee. The Blood Demon sect disciples inside the dungeon were bloodthirsty, and would not hesitate to pursue any fighters who dared to enter. These students had special artifacts that allowed them to track the exact location of fighters, making escape virtually impossible. Shisong read carefully and realized that if they were pursuing indiscriminately and tracking the location, then entering meant almost guaranteed death. He froze, because if someone could bear such information, it meant that at least one person had managed to survive. Sweat poured down his face, and he hurriedly asked to be given the opportunity to take a closer look at the source of this information. The source of information about the dungeon turned out to be Xiang Shu, who left a note on April 26, 1978. The protagonist thought that such a strong fighter would probably be alive until the apocalypse, so he needed to find him in advance and find out how to get through it. But right now, he was only a small foundation stage cultivator, so he couldn't even dream of such a dungeon. He wondered if there were any dungeons that were truly suitable for his current level of development and capabilities. He found information about the Luotian Gathering, a dungeon of cyclic time where only one fighter could enter at a time. This day was called the 1st of January in the potion calendar by the cultivators inside the dungeon. The fighter would invariably be transported into the body of a foundation stage cultivator named Luo Xiaochuan and experience everything that happened to him that day. Shisong continued reading and learned that, apart from his memories, the fighter could not take any items out of the dungeon. He abruptly closed the book with a slight smile, because he realized that such a dungeon could be visited for the sake of a cultivator's valuable memories. And he said that this dungeon could be visited because although the items could not be taken out, the cultivator's memories sometimes become the most valuable treasure. The difficulty was only 1 star, even lower than the Luotian Gathering, so the hero felt confident in his abilities. Also, due to the lack of a cultivation item called spiritual stones, almost all cultivators remained at the Qi refining stage. The 3 great sects inside the dungeon possessed an ancient heritage of cultivators and preserved some cultivation methods. The protagonist exclaimed that the cultivation methods were perfect for his research, which was exactly what he was missing right now. Could it be that the Descent cult's Eternal Spring technique really came from this dungeon? He wondered with growing interest. The system announced that there were 10 minutes left until the end of the immersive simulation, so he had to use the time as efficiently as possible. 10 minutes passed too quickly, and he was surprised that even the system turned out to be faster than his own expectations. On the phone, the guy told Chief Lu that he urgently needed the coordinates of the Law-Ending Era dungeons and the Luotian meeting. The man replied that he could provide the coordinates of the Law-Ending Era, but the Luotian meeting had closed 3 years ago. Shisong thought that in the simulation, the Luotian meeting had already ended, but in reality it still existed. So he asked for both options. Those 100,000 energy were well spent, as the coordinates didn't take up any reward slots and provided enormous benefits. The system announced that there were 10 seconds left in the immersive simulation and asked if he wished to exit. Lying on the bed, the guy stretched, because he had finally returned from the simulation and felt slightly tired. He grabbed his phone because while his memory was still fresh, he needed to quickly write down the received coordinates. These 2 dungeons were considered easy, but in the Law-Ending Era, there were still ancient cultivators who posed a serious threat. After receiving the coordinates from Lu Yuanyu, he focused on alchemy, deciding to temporarily put aside his exploration of dangerous dungeons. The protagonist thought that Qi cultivation was still at the great completion of the foundation stage, and physical strength alone was not enough. Perhaps his cultivation method was incorrect, so he should relearn the technique left behind by the sage Qingyun Zi. In order to break through to the golden core, spiritual energy had to be concentrated in the Dantian. But the concentration of energy in the secret realm was too low. He needed to come up with a way to quickly gather a large amount of spiritual energy, because without it, a breakthrough would become completely impossible. He remembered a certain origin nourishment pill, the main ingredient of which was a rare origin nourishment herb that grew extremely slowly. And so he finally found the necessary artifact in the form of a purple sprout, which allowed him to begin making the necessary alchemical pills. The unbending will talent was activated, and after several years of countless failures, he was able to produce 5 furnaces of low-grade pills. The origin replenishment pill was different from the organ tempering pill, as the latter acted roughly and could cause serious harm to an unprepared body. But the origin nourishment pill was much softer, so even Qi refining stage cultivators could take it without any harm. This spiritual energy seemed practically endless, filling the hero's body with a power that far exceeded his previous capabilities. Even its quality turned out to be several times higher than before, which made the cultivation process much more efficient and stable. Although his cultivation remained at the grand finale foundation stage, the hero's strength had increased at least several times thanks to the new pills. As expected, the path of cultivation required constant experimentation, as this was the only way to find a truly suitable development method. If things continue like this, after breaking through to the golden core stage, his strength will become comparable to that of an ordinary master. Then he would be able to set out to explore the dungeon of the End of Law Era, a task that had previously seemed completely unattainable. The 12th year brought a sense of stable cultivation, and the hero had a premonition of an imminent breakthrough to the golden core stage. So he spent 3 months and crafted over 100 origin nurturing pills, meticulously preparing for the major breakthrough. Shisong stated that his spiritual energy had never been so full, and he felt an extraordinary power within his body. It felt as if a dried-up stream had finally turned into a full-flowing river, filling his body with life-giving energy. His body seemed to be filled with space, expanding from within and creating a feeling of endless space filled with spiritual power. It was as if spring thunder had struck his heart, and new shoots suddenly burst forth, filling his consciousness with a bright illumination. A mysterious feeling flared up and rushed straight to the spiritual altar, forcing the hero to wonder if a breakthrough would finally happen. The power rapidly spread throughout the body, creating the sensation that every cell was filled with powerful energy, ready to burst out. And the protagonist laughed, because one grain of the golden core was absorbed, and he felt that his destiny finally belonged only to him. Once this simulation is completed, by paying enough resources, he will be able to immediately reach the early stage of the gold core. Because he supplied the pills in a timely manner, the situation at the demon suppression outpost stopped deteriorating. And when he thought that everything could finally be finished, a loud cry of a man was heard from behind, reporting a serious problem related to Zhang Shui. He stated that she had suffered severe injuries and that she would not be able to fully recover without 1 or 2 years of rehabilitation. Jin Zongshue's injury made him realize that the revolution was not yet complete, so he needed to continue trying and strengthen his own strength. The protagonist handed over a piece of paper and asked Chief Lu to prepare the necessary medicinal materials. In addition to the medicinal materials, he also asked Lu Yuanyu to find people who could make more than 1,000 alchemical furnaces. The medicinal pills they provided significantly reduced the pressure on the front lines, allowing the fighters to hold their positions and recuperate. In the 15th year of the simulation, the commander approached him, wanting to convey important news that could influence the further development of events. He stated that the demon pacifying outpost had fallen, so the protagonist had to leave immediately to avoid dying in vain. Shisong was indignant, because he forgot about sleep and food while brewing pills, but he was only able to postpone the end of the world by 1 month. Turning pale, he asked the chief how it was possible to defeat these demonic creatures that were destroying everything around them with frightening force. The man exhaled and said that only a real miracle could save the situation, since there was no other way out. And then he continued that someone special must appear among people who is capable of changing the course of events and stopping the catastrophe. He said that a warrior of the true god level was needed, because only such a force could withstand the impending destruction of the world. A huge monster's mouth appeared near them, and Sisong shouted, asking what the commander was going to do in such a situation. And the commander told him that he had to find a place and hide, because the commander himself was obliged to stand his last watch. And he continued that he would share the fate of the great Xia, since a soldier cannot retreat even when there is little hope left. The man screamed, demanding his life, as rage and despair filled him as the monster drew ever closer. It turns out that no one gave up until the very last moment, and every fighter continued to fight, despite the hopelessness of what was happening. It turns out that before the giant beasts devour the entire world, many fighters are still desperately fighting, protecting people until their last breath. The monster's eyes glowed a bright red light, reflecting its rage and madness, which pressed down on all the surrounding fighters. And he swirled in the sky like a whirlwind, creating a powerful stream of air that instantly upset the balance of all the soldiers around him. Throwing all the soldiers away from itself, the monster demonstrated monstrous strength, leaving no chance for the people to get closer. The metal rolled across the ground, leaving a light trail of dust, as if reminding us of the fallen heroes who fought to the end. Having picked it up, the protagonist thought about the appearance of a warrior of the level of a true god, because only such a power could change the fate of the world. Since the end of the world was already near, he decided to hide in the spiritual fields and try to survive the impending catastrophe. The dragon roared with great force, and its roar pierced the space, causing the hero to feel the air around him tremble. The guy began to quickly open the portal, hoping to escape before the monster destroyed everything around him with its rage. This giant beast did this on purpose, and the hero felt that his ears were about to burst from the monstrous pressure. That's why he decided to teleport, because staying in place meant certain death under the blows of the unstoppable creature. But the system announced that he had been sucked into the spatial flow and torn to pieces, after which the simulation ended. He thought that the majestic appearance was useless, So it was imperative to take the cultivation of the golden core, as well as the experience of alchemy. He decided that he would also gain experience, because in the future he would still need to brew various useful pills in many places. Ding! He chose to endure 10 years of alchemy experience and the cultivation of the first level of the golden core stage, leaving 197,000 energy. The system required maintaining consciousness, since cultivation was imported, and the process required complete concentration. The volcano suddenly erupted, and the space around it was filled with heat that seemed completely unbearable. Yi Shi-song closed his eyes, as it felt like his body was burning, filling with an uncontrollable spiritual force. And then, suddenly opening his eyes, he realized that something inside was about to break through, changing his fate. Spiritual energy gathered into a huge tree, and the protagonist watched as an unusual structure of power gradually formed within it. And on the tree, golden flowers slowly blossomed, emitting a soft glow that filled the space with tranquility and inner warmth. The golden flowers gradually turned into golden fruits, and each fruit contained concentrated spiritual energy of incredible purity. The boy thought that this is what it felt like to form a golden core, because the feeling was pleasant, joyful, and almost intoxicating. The system warned him not to get caught up in the feeling, but to focus on forming the golden core, which required his full concentration. Then the protagonist began to cultivate seriously, directing spiritual energy into the body and keeping his consciousness in a state of absolute clarity. A golden light seeped from his eyes, reflecting the internal changes that were occurring in his body during the formation of the golden core. A golden core began to glow in the area of the abdomen, gradually rotating and filling the hero's body with powerful spiritual energy of extraordinary density. A blue glow appeared before him, gently swaying as if reacting to the process of the golden core forming within his body. Shi's song began to spin in the air, shouting as it felt like a vortex of spiritual energy was completely engulfing his body. He understood that even a gold-level fighter would have a hard time withstanding such a force, so he needed to urgently control the process. The golden core stage vortex was incredibly powerful, and its power spread around, causing the space to tremble slightly. Otherwise, the entire capital's professional university would have been wiped off the face of the earth, because the energy could have gotten out of control. Magic appeared in his hands, and he felt spiritual energy obediently gather, allowing him to maintain his balance. Luckily, he contained the energy in time. Otherwise, the entire dormitory building could have exploded from the uncontrolled release of power. He could have been mistaken for a terrorist and arrested, because the destruction would have been so extensive that it would have been impossible to explain. Shi-song looked at his hands and didn't expect that cultivating the golden core stage would produce such destructive power, confirming the truth of the path. He thought that leveling up was something for the lower classes, since one simulation had saved him 15 years. He kept telling himself that he needed to remain calm, because he was still too far from the level of a true god, and needed to become stronger. The hero was surprised that he now had 6 talents, and wondered how many talents could be mastered and where the explosion of energy came from. He mused that the vortex of spiritual energy he had formed earlier had been recognized as a skill by the fighter panel, and he happily declared that, although he did not receive skill scrolls from monsters or chests, he could learn skills on his own. He realized that as long as he had enough spiritual energy, he could constantly use blazing fire and spiritual energy burst. But if you think about it, he's only at the early stage of the gold core, so the main thing is to get the lower part of the eternal spring technique. It looks like next time he'll have to join the cult of descent again to continue searching for the necessary technique. Shi-song decided to start the simulation, because now he absolutely had to find new clues within the cult of descent. The day of the simulation arrived again, and he followed Wang Qingxuan without hesitation, entering the descent cult according to plan. He was told that the descent cult does not accept trash, so despite Protector Wang's recommendation, he was obliged to show strength. Then the protagonist calmly asked if it was possible to call one student to demonstrate his abilities in front of the cult representatives. He wounded Elder Yin's guard, showing his fighting strength, and thus immediately attracted the attention of all the cult members present. He then used a healing pill and a blood replenishing pill, completely healing the guard right there in front of everyone. He was asked in surprise if this was possible, since these two pills were comparable in strength to average quality healing potions. And they continued that from that day on, he would become the elder of the cult's medicines and would develop various pills for them. He successfully entered the Descent cult and received the position of elder, but he still could not enter the treasury with techniques. Suddenly, they offered him help, saying that they had heard about his desire to get into the treasury and were ready to give him a chance. The medicinal pills he had previously made had greatly helped the cult members, so his work was highly appreciated and supported. He was promised that if he made 1,000 pills in 6 months, he would be able to enter the treasury and inspect everything. He asked if it was possible to use all the materials provided, and was told that if there were not enough, he just needed to say so. He lied about the amount of medicinal materials and secretly appropriated most of them, deciding to use the resources for his own alchemy. From the remaining scraps, the hero made 500 medicinal pills and 100 organ-hardening pills, keeping the best materials for himself. They didn't know that he was working half-heartedly, and thought that his level of alchemy was truly commensurate with such results. From that moment on, he began secretly using the resources of the Cult of Descent, fueling his alchemy and increasing his own capabilities. The quality of the medicinal materials from the Descent cult turned out to be excellent, as the spirit nutrition pill even strengthened his spiritual sense. He decided to take the opportunity to make several types of high-grade pills, as such materials were rare even in the Great Xia. He wondered why the medicinal materials from the Descent cult seemed better than the materials that the Great Xia army usually provided. 6 months later, Elder Yin appeared again and announced that he had passed the test and could now inspect the treasury. Looking around, he wondered if this eunuch was trying to set him up again, because the situation seemed suspicious and strange. He laughed nervously, because the treasury was supposed to be inside the cult, and he didn't expect to hear anything unusual. They answered him that no one had said that the treasury had to be a building located specifically in this world. The protagonist froze, because he realized that they were talking about another space, and began to suspect a connection between the treasury and the dungeon. It is true that the cult's treasury was not in this world, but inside a dungeon hidden from ordinary people. Shisong realized that this was why the members of the Descent cult were considered traitors, because they did not come from this world at all. The hero asked if the dungeon could disappear at any moment, and if they were afraid of losing the treasures along with it. Hearing no answer, he showed his middle finger and thought that this pretend eunuch simply did not want to explain anything. He exclaimed that he wanted to exchange 1 hour of immersive simulation, deciding to act independently and not wait for prompts. And he heard that he was going to spend 100,000 points on an immersive simulation lasting 1 hour, leaving 693,000. He thought that the gates of the treasury looked even more majestic than those he had seen inside his own system. The eunuch turned around and told the elder of the medicines not to stand there like a pillar, but to follow him, as time was running out. The guy began to be absorbed by a multicolored portal, and he felt how the space around him was distorted under the influence of energy. As they began to walk out, Shisong looked around warily, trying to spot any signs of danger or hidden traps. The guy touched the branch and thought that their world, although technologically advanced, was heavily polluted. But here, everything was completely different. The eunuch turned around and asked if the medicine elder would like to join their nature faction, following her beliefs. He explained that the cult of the Descent had existed for nearly 1,000 years, and during that time, 3 different factions had formed within it. And he explained that the fanatical faction was made up of madmen who worshipped the Great Lord and dreamed of sacrificing themselves. Shisong snorted and said that these were simply radicals who considered the very existence of humans to be original sin and unacceptable. He added that the coexistence faction represented cowards who hoped that the master race would allow part of humanity to survive. The eunuch declared that such hopes were naive, since humans and non-entities had no right to coexist with the great master race. He noted that the coexistence faction at least retained humanity, but their softness made them completely useless. He remembered that he had run numerous simulations and was always devoured by giant beasts, so the faction's hopes were meaningless. Then the eunuch beamed and said that the nature faction strives to get closer to the primordial side of the world, considering nature to be true. The guy admitted that their theory sounded vague, but at least it seemed the most normal among all the factions presented. The eunuch then stated that he knew the medicine elder would understand him, and offered to join the nature faction for purification. The guy was taken aback and asked why people were suddenly considered inferior and pathetic, because such words sounded extremely strange. He was told that humanity had destroyed countless forests and hills, and that people had therefore become the executioners of nature and the destroyers of the world. He added that the great master race is completely different because it is closest to the truth and nature itself. Therefore, people must endlessly approach the main race, because this is the philosophy of the nature faction and its main teaching. Suddenly, tentacles began to emerge from the eunuch's body, and his appearance began to rapidly change under the influence of an unknown force. Shisong's gaze became wary and full of disgust, because what was happening looked frightening and completely unnatural. The eunuch admitted that it was a gift from the great master race, as he had already modified almost 1/5 of his body for strength. He listened in fear as the eunuch offered to join, claiming that Lord Yin's body possessed boundless power and strength. The hero tried to catch his breath and thought that the nature faction also had mental problems, as if the cult of dissent were a hospital. He continued to say that if the medicine elder joined them, he would report to the organization and select the ideal body of the master race. But the guy changed the subject and asked where the treasure was, because it was time for them to move on further along the path. He speculated that the separate world within the world might be a secret cultivation realm hidden from ordinary people. The protagonist was surprised by the amount of treasure, because any item here could buy an entire country without much effort. The eunuch chuckled and said that this was just the tip of the iceberg, because the cult of the descent possessed much greater wealth. He reported to Protector Long that Su Xing had recently been promoted to cult elder and had come to select a suitable treasure. The boy was amazed and asked if everything around him was really gold, because the glow looked incredibly bright. The eunuch stated that the truly valuable items were the equipment, ancient books, and heavenly treasures for which the cult's treasury was famous. Shisong turned pale, realizing that in addition to the giant beasts, the Great Xia also had such a powerful enemy as the Descent cult. The protagonist stated that he would like to look through the section of ancient books, hoping to find rare cultivation techniques among them. They came to a shining room, where the walls were lined with shelves filled with many ancient and unusual books. Shisong was surprised, because there were so many books here that he didn't know where to start looking. He began searching through a section of ancient books, hoping to discover among them the highest cultivation techniques hidden from ordinary people. After reading one annotation, he suddenly splashed out water, because the content of the book turned out to be completely unexpected and strange. It talked about the story of Elder Feng Yue and his 108 boyfriends, which sounded extremely ridiculous and absurd. The second book described how to practice dual cultivation with a Taoist partner and a Heihuan sect elder. The boy wondered if the cultivation in this dungeon was serious, because the content of the book seemed more vulgar than useful, and he decided that it was still worth looking further, because among the many lines there could be something truly valuable hidden. Then he sighed, realizing that the book turned out to be ordinary travel notes, although the title seemed too scandalous and loud. The guy just snorted, showing that he had hoped in vain for a favorable outcome and had no intention of changing his mind. But suddenly his attention was drawn to the character core condensation method, which compresses spiritual power and embeds it into the golden core. The eunuch asked if the medicine elder really wanted to cultivate, since there was no spiritual energy in their world. The protagonist stated that although he was not destined to enter the path of immortality, he wanted to create more and better pills. The eunuch was amazed and said that the medicine elder really had a very high spirit and strong determination. He asked if there was a lower part of the eternal spring technique, since the upper part had already brought him great benefit. They told him that the lower part was available, but it would cost him 100,000 contribution points, which he didn't have enough of. Most of the cultivation techniques are in the possession of the fanatical faction, who are as obsessed with cultivation as he is. Shisong wondered if they were really as obsessed with cultivation as he was at the moment. He wondered if the people from the fanatical faction could also cultivate, and if they were the same cultivators. The profession panel says that only he has the cultivator profession, which means the fanatical faction is not from this world. The eunuch invited the Elder of Medicine to look at the section of heavenly and earthly treasures of the cult of descent. 100-year-old blood ginseng was the main material for making high-quality blood replenishment pill. The 50-year-old yang-returning herb served as the base material for a pill that could restore strength to a dying person. There was also a 200-year-old longyuan grass and a 500-year-old zixin flower, extremely rare materials. The boy was amazed, thinking that this treasure trove was like a huge herbal garden of some sect that had been robbed. The eunuch said that in the entire cult of the descent, He was the only alchemist capable of using such superior materials. The protagonist smiled, saying that he knew how to make a few more good pills, but he suffered from a lack of materials. They explained to him that he only needed to register the materials, and that 70% of the manufactured pills would have to be handed over. He understood that no one in the cult understood alchemy, so he decided the number of pills, hitting the jackpot. The eunuch froze, looking at the boy's choice, thinking that the elder of medicines really did have a rather peculiar and unusual taste. He reported that they had come to the protector of Lune to register the spiritual herbs in the ancient book for record-keeping. The man was indignant, claiming that since the guy had taken the core condensation method, he was a real cultivator. But Shisong calmly replied that his profession was an immortality cultivator, and he only knew how to brew various pills. He pointed to the book and stated that the guy was a golden core stage cultivator. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken it. The most valuable thing in the book was the method of core condensation, and only a knowledgeable person would spend contribution points on the exchange. The defender barked, demanding to know who he was and how he was able to cultivate to the golden core stage during the era of the end of the law. The protagonist became nervous, realizing that the man was able to see his cultivation level, which was extremely dangerous. The man continued shouting, asking where he got the spiritual resources and spiritual stones needed for cultivation. A eunuch jumped out in front of him, claiming that a medicine elder couldn't be a golden core cultivator without spiritual stones. But before he could finish speaking, the eunuch was pierced through the chest by magic, and he fell, unable to finish his sentence. The boy began calling out to Elder Yin, hoping that he could help or at least answer him. The man grabbed Shisong by the throat, and he realized that only an extremely strong cultivator could determine the cultivation level. The protector tearfully asked where the spiritual stones were and where he got the spiritual energy, demanding an immediate answer. His face tightened even more, and the system announced that the immersive simulation was completely over. In the treasury of the Cult of Descent, the protector of the moon conducted a soul search on him, and the simulator blocked the memories of itself. The soul search lasted over 10 minutes, and the altered memory made the defender consider himself a lucky man. The protagonist asked how he died, since the system was supposed to block the memories of what happened. The system continued that after a long search for his soul, he turned into a vegetable, losing the ability to think. Seeing his dumb expression and drool, the protector of the moon felt disgusted and turned him into mincemeat with one blow. The guy angrily declared that the damn cult of the descent would one day be completely destroyed by him, because he considered this place a real mental hospital. He continued to think that searching for the soul of the moon protector was a spell for cultivators, and the only cultivator in this world was him. Then he remembered that King Yun Zi was a cultivator from the King Yun Sex dungeon, and began to suspect that Protector Long had a connection with the dungeons. She once said that the treasury of their cult is not in this world, but deep inside a dungeon, hidden from ordinary people. And the elders said that the spiritual field is a blessed land and a small world that he created himself for special purposes. If the Descent cult's treasury is similar to the Qingyun Zi spiritual fields, then it is also part of a dungeon quest. Then the Long Guardian, like Qingyun Zi, must be a dungeon character, existing separately from the real world. And the demonic beasts and the main race of the Descent cult probably come from the dungeon, because they are able to invade reality. Shisong trembled, realizing that the Descent cult was too scary because they could get involved with foreign races and dungeon NPCs. He must not get involved with the cult of the Descent in reality. Otherwise, even 9 lives will not be enough to avoid a painful death. But the cult of Descent itself is a great place to farm experience, allowing you to quickly develop abilities and strengthen your own body. With this core condensation method, he will sooner or later form a supreme golden core, greatly increasing his own strength. The guy grins slyly, believing that then challenging the nascent soul stage ancestor would become a completely achievable and realistic goal. According to Elder Yin, the lower part of the Eternal Spring technique is most likely in the possession of the fanatical faction. The system announced that he had obtained a blue talent, an innate divine power that greatly enhanced his physical cultivation and body development. The protagonist stated that with this talent, he would be able to remain at the golden core stage and even break through to the organ tempering level. In this simulation, he had a clear goal and, along with Wang Qingxuan, he dropped out of university and joined the Descent cult. Just like in the previous simulation, he joined the Descent cult, and his skill in pill making amazed Elder Yin. He opened many doors for him and helped him obtain top-notch materials, accelerating the creation of various high-level pills. The protagonist decided to take an organ-hardening pill, which previously tore his body apart. But now his innate strength gave him confidence. Shi-song began to choke, realizing that the power of this organ-tempering pill was too powerful and was tearing his body apart from the inside. His muscles grew so much that his jacket tore, and he screamed in pain and the unexpected surge of uncontrollable strength. It felt like all the internal organs were burning, and every cell in the body was breaking apart and then being reassembled, gradually intensifying it. So 7 days passed, filled with excruciating pain and a continuous process of rebuilding the body on a completely new level. The boy stood under the waterfall, and his body continued to burn, as if an unquenchable and furious flame was raging inside. But suddenly he felt better, and the fiery sensation disappeared, allowing him to breathe calmly for the first time without excruciating heat and pain. Shi-song's face was filled with surprise, because he did not expect such a drastic change in his condition after long suffering and trials. It seemed as if his internal organs had become much stronger than before, as if they were covered with an invisible protective strengthening layer. The muscles on his body had also noticeably increased, giving him a strength he had never had before in his life. But this was not enough, and he decided to use the resources of the cult of descent to break through to the level of organ hardening. Another week passed, and the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys seemed to have acquired a life of their own, filling the body with power. He felt his organs breathing freely, working harmoniously and powerfully, as if they had become part of a new, perfect internal mechanism. Finally, one day, he felt an unprecedented vital force awakening deep within his strengthened and renewed body. The power within the body increased several times, filling it with a strength that was incomparable to its previous state. He broke through to the level of organ hardening, achieving a result that previously seemed unattainable and completely incredible. As he opened the can of drink, he thought that since he had reached the level of organ tempering, the peak of the golden core stage was already close. In this simulation, he was confident that he would definitely obtain the lower part of the eternal spring technique, despite all the difficulties. After the breakthrough, his strength grew so much that representatives of other factions finally noticed him and showed serious interest. Among them was the Protector Zong from the fanatical faction, who declared that the medicine elder should make medicinal pills. The protagonist thought for a moment, fearing that asking for an exchange for the lower part of the Changchun technique might lead to the exposure of his cultivation. The eunuch said that Protector Zong must take into account that the medicine elder is his person, so any requests require approval. The boy understood that with Elder Yin present, it was impossible to go over to the side of Protector Zong, because the faction would not believe in loyalty. Obtaining the lower part of the Eternal Spring technique had reached a dead end, and soon something much worse than he expected happened. He heard the news and couldn't believe whether Protector Zong had really died, because it seemed unbelievable. He was briefly informed that the defender had died in battle, without leaving any details about what had happened. Taking off his hood and mask, the eunuch said that Su Xing had never seen his real face before. A beautiful red-haired girl with a purple tattoo on her face appeared in front of the main character, causing great surprise. The protagonist was stunned and blushed, realizing that the eunuch was actually an incredibly attractive girl. The girl declared that Su Xing should go with her to the world of the main race without delaying the decision. She said that the master race would descend in a month, and then all of humanity would be completely destroyed. She added that the only way to survive was to become part of the master race. The boy stated that he did not want to turn into neither a human nor a ghost, rejecting the proposed path. He said he just wanted to remain human, despite the threat and inevitability of the impending disaster. After the refusal, a gigantic creature appeared, covering the sky and earth, and swallowed the entire Great Xia in one bite. After another death, the protagonist began to think that Elder Yin really was a woman. But the end of the world had come earlier. He chose innate divine power and the initial stage of organ hardening, believing this to be the best solution in the current situation. This world proved to be too dangerous, so he decided to first increase his own strength before taking further action. His heart was filled with fire, and he felt the true power of the organ tempering level awakening within. Flames seeped from his eyes and mouth, confirming that his body had indeed reached a new limit of its capabilities. He screamed in delight, for this was the 9th level of organ tempering that he had been striving to achieve. Shi-song said that he was only one step away from Yuan Wu's level, and he felt that a new breakthrough was approaching. He decided that he needed to find a suitable place and test his own strength in order to understand the progress he had made. As expected from a $1 million strength training machine from a capital university, the device looked impressive. The guy was surprised because it was installed in the student hall for free, which seemed like an incredible amount of space for an ordinary room. The heroes discussed why Sushang was here and whether he really came to test his strength, since his profession was considered trash. The protagonist was indignant, realizing that there were too many people around who knew him, so he couldn't reveal his true strength. And he went to the toilet, slamming the door sharply to hide from prying eyes and prepare for the test. Shisong beamed, happy that he had prepared in advance and could calmly use the necessary means. The heroes began to speculate about where Su Xing had disappeared to, as he had just been here but had suddenly disappeared from sight. And then the girl blushed, pointing her finger forward and drawing the attention of the others to the unexpected sight. Ahead stood a silhouette from which a bright golden light emanated, illuminating the entire hall and causing admiration. It was Shisong, whose facial features had become perfect, as if he had turned into the flawless embodiment of beauty. All the heroes blushed, covered with loving glances, unable to take their eyes off the changed young man. The guy thought about it, realizing that he had accidentally taken not a camouflage pill, but a beauty pill. But his face was still hidden. Shisong decided to start the test from the gold level to test the limits of his own strength and capabilities, and he made a swift and decisive blow with his fist, putting all his accumulated power into it. After that, his fist glowed gold, and the simulator quickly flew into the distance, unable to withstand the blow. He chuckled, thinking that a gold-level simulator was clearly not capable of withstanding such blows. The heroes were amazed, because to destroy a gold-level simulator with one blow meant possessing a force of approximately 100 tons. This senior looked unfamiliar, and everyone thought that he had just broken through to the master level and had come to mock the newcomers. Shisong slowly walked over to another piece of equipment, carefully assessing its condition and preparing to test his own strength in a calm environment. And he decided that if the gold level couldn't handle his power, then he needed to try the master level to accurately measure his capabilities. He struck with swift blows, glowing with a soft purple light that emphasized his increased power and confidence in his own actions. The girl froze, realizing that even a master-level simulator could not withstand this blow, and her surprise was only intensified by what was happening. Everyone couldn't figure out if there were enough machines in this hall for him to not destroy them, because his power looked frighteningly enormous. He thought that it was university property, and with one blow he disabled the simulator, fearing possible compensation. If we take into account 10% depreciation, then he would have to pay a significant amount, which caused him considerable anxiety. The boy exclaimed that the force of this senior strike had reached 150,000 kilograms, which corresponded to the level of a true grandmaster. The protagonist stated that the simulator was not completely broken, and one measurement was not enough, so he delivered many more consecutive blows. Everyone froze for a moment, watching what was happening, because no one expected to see such a display of strength in an ordinary training room. And then they shouted that such powerful blows and the ability to hit many times in a row makes him a real monster among ordinary students. Shisong noted that the readings were correct, and his current strength was indeed at the level of a grandmaster, which pleasantly surprised him. He decided to leave only his beautiful back and leave effectively, in order to maintain his mystery and not attract unnecessary attention from others. One of the heroes doubted it, thinking that the guy could have used some kind of strength-enhancing skill to achieve such a result. The girl noted that the simulator is not an enemy, and skills are not needed here, suggesting that he simply broke through and is testing his strength. This meant that another Grandmaster-level fighter had appeared at their university, causing quite a stir among the students and faculty. Quickly, post a message on the university forum asking who this god is, because everyone wants to know his identity. The protagonist looked at his reflection in the river, noticing that the effect of the beauty pill had worn off, and he looked completely normal again. It was strange because when he reached the great completion of bone tempering, his strength had already exceeded 200,000 jin, which seemed logical. But why is it that at the 9th level of organ tempering, his strength only slightly exceeds 300,000 jin, remaining below expectations? He didn't understand whether the main strength of the organ tempering level was not in physical strength, but in some other internal aspect. The first stage of body cultivation is the stage of body tempering, called the stage of opening the meridians. The second stage of physical cultivation is called the stage of bone tempering. At this level, mainly the bones and physical body of a person are strengthened. The third stage of physical cultivation is the stage of tempering the internal organs, which represents the strengthening of the 5 organs and 6 systems. Strengthening his heart increases his endurance in battle. Before, after an hour, he would be completely exhausted. But now he is able to fight for several hours straight. Strengthening the kidneys is associated with the element of water. They store essence and accumulate energy, which is extremely important for a cultivator of the body's path. Strengthening the spleen is important because the spleen is responsible for hematopoiesis, and only when it is strong does blood circulation become complete. It appears that the organ hardening stage is a transitional level connecting the previous and subsequent stages. Perhaps it would only be after the 4th stage of the Yuan Wu level that a real leap in strength would occur, completely changing his combat capabilities. You need to come up with a suitable way to test your hypothesis to ensure the correctness of your conclusions, and evaluate the actual result. Suddenly, the girl screamed that Shisong thought of her as a secretary, since he didn't deal with the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce and didn't accept equipment. Then the main character laughed, realizing that a way to check had appeared. And now he would be able to confirm his own guesses. He admitted that he had previously only been able to endure it for 1 hour, and now he wanted to test how much his capabilities had changed. The girl's outstretched neck was covered in sweat, which emphasized her tension and participation in the ongoing test. She moaned and blushed, demonstrating strong tension and an emotional reaction to what was happening next to the main character. Noticing his condition, she said that today he was in excellent shape, which confirmed his increased abilities. The protagonist thought that if his guess was correct, then his endurance should increase significantly compared to his previous level. But suddenly, the heroine interrupted his thoughts by suggesting that they discuss the affairs of the tarot meeting, which completely distracted his attention. Exhausted, he suggested taking a break, realizing that further continuation was now impossible and required recovery. It seemed that only after reaching the late stage of organ hardening would he be able to deal with this woman who possessed incredible energy. In this simulation, he decided to immediately join the fanatical faction in order to ensure he obtained the lower part of the Eternal Spring technique. The system announced congratulations that he had obtained the 10th level blue talent of the beast language, which allowed him to understand the speech of all spirit beasts. In the spiritual fields, he realized that he was in a simulation, and when he was about to brew the pills, unfamiliar voices were heard near his ear. He thought that there should be only him in the spiritual fields, and he did not understand where this unfamiliar figure came from. He finally discovered that the spirit chickens he had raised could talk, which was an unexpected manifestation of his new talent. He realized that this was how the 10th level of the animal language manifested itself, allowing one to hear and understand their thoughts. The chickens said that one of them would challenge the chicken brother to a duel, demonstrating amazing determination and courage. A chicken appeared before them with a basketball, asking if 2 weak chickens wanted to challenge her for her place as brother chicken. They stated that all chickens are equal, and each chicken must be responsible for defending its own position. And he replied that now they would see his strength, demonstrating confidence and readiness for the upcoming test. And he started throwing balls, saying that this was his great move. "Chicken, you are too beautiful," showing off an unusual technique. The chickens grabbed each other, telling their brother not to be afraid because this technique, although powerful, is only used once. And they cackled that they would endure it with their bodies, demonstrating incredible devotion and readiness for self-sacrifice. But suddenly a tiny ball stopped a human finger, which completely changed the course of events in the chicken coop. The protagonist asked the chicken who gave him permission to proclaim himself king in the chicken coop he built, and he ordered everyone to quickly turn back into laying hens and start laying eggs, restoring order. Otherwise, he said that he would start eating the spiritual chickens, which immediately forced everyone to obey his strict order. He prevented a coup in the chicken coop and obtained even more spiritual eggs, strengthening his own resources. A few days later, he went to the descent cult along with Wang Qingxuan as planned, deciding to join the fanatical faction. He hugged the girl, saying that he really needed it, trying to gain her support and understanding. The hooded man asked if he had heard that the protagonist could brew pills, and if it was really true, and he ordered to first make 200 organ tempering pills, promising to apply for the position of elder after completing the task. He thought that the old miser was being unfair, because he had already been an elder to Xiaoyin from the very beginning. Although he was dissatisfied for the sake of the eternal spring technique, he still diligently completed the task, not allowing himself to be lazy. The defender was amazed, saying that he really knew how to brew pills, and his surprise only grew. And he continued that he would immediately apply for the position of elder for him, recognizing his abilities. The protagonist said to wait, adding that he would like to change the reward as he had another goal. And he continued that he wanted to obtain the complete eternal spring technique, not settling for a lesser reward. Then the man immediately replied that it was possible, without showing the slightest doubt in his decision. Shi Song didn't believe it, suspecting that this greedy old man might have given him a fake book because everything looked too simple. To verify the authenticity of the technique, he immersed himself in practice, and after several tests, he realized that it was indeed the complete eternal spring technique. The boy was happy, because he really did receive the eternal spring technique that he had dreamed of for so long and persistently. And he hugged the book, telling Vishenka that in this life they would never part again and would be together until the end. But suddenly the wall was kicked down, shouting that his cultivation had grown and that he was not like the others who could only dream. The protagonist was amazed, asking how he knew from the very beginning, because it seemed completely impossible. Grabbing him by the throat, the defender confessed that the technique he was practicing was also an eternal spring technique, and the whip passed over the guy's muscular body, leaving marks and emphasizing the seriousness of the interrogation taking place. He was interrogated, claiming that there was no spiritual energy at all in this world, and such development was impossible, and they asked why he could cultivate, demanding explanations and unwilling to accept silence as an answer. The man laughed, saying that if he didn't tell the truth, he would find many ways to make him talk. And he handed Shi Song this heart-eating parasite, which would make him feel pain like 10,000 ants gnawing at his heart. The protagonist gritted his teeth, realizing that the end was coming, because he could not use the spiritual energy inside his body at all. But suddenly the boy heard a voice that asked his uncle where they were and why everything around seemed so strange. Beetle replied to his nephew that he himself did not understand what was happening and did not know where they were at that moment. And opening his mouth, he hissed that he needed to eat first, because he was very hungry after the long journey. With his eloquence, he convinced the parasite to move to the spiritual fields and settle there, recalling the legendary Chinese cabbage. The man exclaimed, asking if the hero could command the parasite and if he was the heir to the noble families of the past. He angered Zong's protector, who inflicted several cruel tortures on him, although the hero understood that it was a simulation. It turned out that in the simulation, his version acts according to the thoughts of his real self from the real world, without deviations. While the real him is unwilling to give in, the version inside the simulation will not give in either, continuing to resist what is happening. Then the man shouted that he could handle him and lifted the boy's body, demonstrating his strength. And directing him to the cauldron, the man promised that he would turn him into a human pill for his own purposes. And he laughed, saying that he would eat it, because only then would there be a chance to continue further cultivation. The guy hugged the chicken, realizing that the old dog Zong was ready to do anything for the sake of cultivation and was dangerous in reality. The flames of the pill furnace burned his internal organs, and he was unable to mobilize spiritual energy or move. Shi Song whispered that if he had even a drop of spiritual energy, he could hide in the spiritual fields. And outside, a man shouted that in 49 days he would break through to the stage of returning to emptiness and create a nutritional pill. The hero thought for a moment, realizing that the return to emptiness stage meant that old dog Zong was a deity transformation stage cultivator. He sighed, deciding that in future simulations he couldn't join the fanatical faction, because without Elder Yin's protection he was helpless. During these 49 days, the protector Zong constantly muttered near the stove, and the hero learned that he had lived for more than 1,000 years. The protagonist thought about the era of the end of the law and suggested that the old dog could be a character in the dungeon. Meanwhile, Shi Song was getting hot, and he felt like he was starting to melt inside a blazing cauldron. Then a voice from outside said it was time to add the medicinal base, and the man's voice sounded confident and calm. And throwing the fruit into the cauldron, the man laughed, claiming that he would extend his life by 100 years thanks to the pill. Drying out completely, Shi Song knew he was dying, his body growing weaker with every second of the excruciating heat. But his gaze was lit by a fruit that fell nearby, and he felt a faint hope of salvation. This was a real spiritual fruit, possessing the power to restore energy and support the life of a cultivator. And he exclaimed that the sky does not block all paths for man. And determination flared up within him. After taking a bite, Shisong felt spiritual energy appear in his body, restoring his ability to resist. The flame swirled and blue energy appeared, filling the space around with a bright glow. The bitten fruit fell nearby, its remains slowly smoldering, emitting a faint glow among the golden fragments. The man's face was filled with surprise and fear, because he did not expect such a change in the situation. The protagonist just chuckled, saying what it meant to dig a hole for himself, and his voice sounded confident. Shisong lay on the spiritual fields of the blessed land and muttered that the old dog would not be able to catch up with him. But now he too could not go outside, realizing that he was locked inside the spiritual fields. Well, okay, he decided to calmly focus on cultivation, because time allowed him to strengthen his own strength. The furnace flames destroyed his dantian, and he effectively became a cripple, unable to cultivate using his previous methods. The guy fell to the ground, saying he gave up and decided to sit back, waiting for the next simulation without resistance. A trembling hand searched for something among the golden fragments, hoping to find even the slightest opportunity to change the situation. While he decided to let things slide, the Zong protector outside went berserk, losing control of himself. He guessed that the hero had hidden in the pocket world of the blessed land, and vowed to wait in place until he came out. The glass contained a brown drink with ice, a straw, and a lime neatly perched on the edge of the clear glass. Sitting in the hot water, Shisong said that he had fortunately left behind some rubbish in the spiritual fields and considered it a vacation. So time reached the 14th year, and the days within the spiritual fields flowed slowly but calmly for him. The entire space of the spiritual fields began to collapse, and he felt it, realizing that the alien beasts had finally appeared. The guy decided that since the end of the world had come, the old dog was probably no longer outside near the entrance. But as soon as the protagonist decided to come out, the man hissed that he had appeared, and his voice trembled with tension. Still, this psycho was waiting here, and his persistence was amazing, because he didn't leave even in desperate moments. Trembling, the defender asked if the hero had a pocket world, and whether he could wait out what was happening inside it. Shisong asked in shock if the elder had really been watching him for 2 years, without leaving the destroyed place. He cried out that he had been striving for the great Tao all his life, but now his days were numbered, and he begged for an opportunity. The protagonist straightened up, asking if he really just wanted to take a look, and his voice sounded suspiciously calm. And with a grin, he answered, well, letting the man believe that he was going to fulfill his desperate request. Blood sprayed into the air and scarlet drops scattered around, reflecting in the dim light of the collapsing spiritual fields. The protagonist turned the knife on himself, acting decisively to thwart the man's plans and prevent him from gaining an advantage. And showing the middle finger, he said that he only wanted to take possession of the treasure, hiding behind beautiful and false words. The system declared that he had died, and the talent was activated, without closing his eyes in death, activating a special state of consciousness. Taking off his mask, the man became indignant, claiming that a hero could not die, and demanded to be told the method of cultivation. And Shisong realized that this was the same mysterious man who had killed him several times in previous simulations. And he realized that except for a madman like Protector Zong, no one else would hunt cultivators like this. He exhaled, realizing that it was good, because everything that was happening turned out to be just a simulation of life, and not a real death situation. Looking at the rewards, he thought that he should definitely take the Eternal Spring technique, and choose the second reward more carefully. The guy decided that until he broke through to the stage of deity transformation, it would be better for him to stay away from this old dog. The system announced that he had selected the full version of the Eternal Spring technique, and had spent 500,000 units of energy. He chose the blue talent, Level 10 Beast Language, spent 100,000 units of energy, and left 93,000. Shisong was happy because he could finally continue cultivating the Eternal Spring technique, which would open the way to further growth and strength. There were indeed formulas for the nascent soul stage at the bottom, and he believed that he would become stronger than old dog Zong. Suddenly he heard the Chicken Brothers' request to share some spiritual rice. Just 2.5 grains. Chicken told Xiao Heitzi that it wasn't that Brother Chicken didn't want to give. It was just that they weren't trying hard enough. Showing his muscles, he declared that this world is a world where the strong devours the weak, and therefore gets significantly more rice. One chicken raised its wing and asked if it was possible to have at least one grain, hoping for his leniency. The brother brazenly replied that it was not possible, and his tone made it clear that he had no intention of sharing the rice with others. Shisong shouted that the speed of evolution of the spiritual chickens had slowed down. It turns out there was a traitor among them. No, a bad chicken. He asked, "So you call yourself Brother Chicken? Do you understand that because of you, the reproduction of spiritual chickens is slowing down? Looks like there will be an extra course tonight, as spirit chicken soup seems like a fitting punishment for the culprit." The main character told them that you are all equal. No chicken brothers exist, and anyone who interferes with evolution will become his enemy. And the hens fell on their knees, declaring that there was only one Brother Chicken, their great master, whom they would protect. The protagonist froze, thinking, damn, did he really become a chicken brother and his position among the spiritual chickens changed? The guy understood that he had few energy points left. He needed to sell more pills and increase his own level as quickly as possible. A week later, he decided that in this simulation, it would be better to follow Xiaoyin again. And once he became strong, he would challenge the old dog Zong. He obtained the blue talent of the true spiritual root of the dual element wood and fire, which greatly surpassed the abilities of ordinary cultivators. The boy exclaimed that the blue spiritual root talent he had been waiting for so long had finally dropped. He thought that what was missing would come in time. And with this talent, he would quickly break through to the golden core stage. As usual, on Wang Qingxuan's recommendation, he joined the descent cult, hoping to gain more resources. Elder Yin valued him very highly and allocated a lot of resources for his further cultivation. With the strengthening of his spiritual root, he reached the middle stage of the golden core in 1 year, strengthening his own strength. Shisong stated that after the middle stage there would be a peak, then the nascent soul, and cultivation would proceed remarkably smoothly. A giant beast appeared, blocking out the sky and the sun, and its presence instantly changed the course of events. His cultivation was interrupted, and he died at the age of 32, without having time to prepare. The protagonist jumped up, saying that he was only 32, and the end of the world had come too early. The hero thought that in this simulation he had been in the cult of the descent the whole time, and had been benefiting from them. He understood that the cult of the descent were traitors among the people, and were acting against the official powers. His pills could increase the power of the descent cult, which meant that their influence and capabilities would be strengthened. He realized that the strength of the official Great Xia forces would decrease if the cult continued to grow stronger. And if the strength of the official forces decreases, then the demon suppression outpost will be broken through much earlier. He decided that simply cutting down the descent cult was not enough. He needed to support the official forces of the Great Xia. In the next simulation, he decided to create a double agent image for himself in order to maintain the balance of power. A week later, he received the blue talent of beauty like Pan An, becoming the rarest beauty in 1,000 years. Shisong was indignant, considering this talent useless and believing that he had wasted his energy points. And looking at his reflection, he declared that he didn't know what had changed, but he felt incredibly attractive. The guy closed his eyes, realizing that this wouldn't work, because in this simulation, the hero was going to be a double agent, and Shisong rejoined the descent cult after he had extracted enough benefits from them for himself. Under the guise of a mysterious man, the hero appeared at a tarot meeting and began selling pills for strengthening organs and vital energy. The highest and most perfect pills were sold at a low price to the official forces of the Great Xia, while the lower ones were handed over to the descent cult. In this way, Shisong could delay the end of the world, and at the same time, continue to cut down the cult of the descent, preserving his own benefit. The protagonist laughed, saying that he was a real genius, because he had come up with the perfect way to deceive both sides. Back at the descent cult, just when Shisong was pleased with himself, Protector Zong brought the leaders and surrounded him. The man stated that the medicine elder had always received good treatment, and asked why the hero decided to betray them. Shisong raised his middle finger, saying that he knew this old dog would definitely do something like this. And the main character replied that there must be evidence in cases, and asked on what basis he was called a traitor. The man then showed a vital energy pill found in the Great Xia military, completely identical to the one that Shisong had given. The man asked, if this wasn't betrayal, then how could the great Xia military obtain a pill that only a cultivator could make? Others began to mutter that the elder of the medicine was a cultivator, and he had never considered the cult his home, hiding his secret. Then the main character asked who among those present did not have secrets, because everyone was hiding something important. Shi's song stated that elders Liu, Wang, and Wu really wanted to declare him a traitor, even though he had not yet delivered their pills. The hero also reminded them that the elders' gender change pill was almost ready, and asked if they were sure of their decision. And Shi Song turned to Protector Zong, saying that he was being too hasty in taking him into custody. Not for the sake of the cult's safety, the guy said he would guess, because the defender's cultivation had been stuck at the same level for 100 years, and he was clearly plotting something. The hero declared that the defender wanted to turn him into a human pill, and these words instantly froze the man. And the defender shouted that this was nonsense, and that he was exposing him only for the sake of the cult of the descent, without having personal motives. A girl in high heels ran up to them and asked if the man had no personal motives, why he was slandering his comrade. She asked if they had actually verified that the Great Xia military's vital energy pill was the same as the one Su Xing had made. The heroine stated that Su Xing's talent was limited, and the pills he supplied to the descent cult were far inferior to those of the Great Xia military. And the girl screamed that the man, having discovered the problem, did not think about the safety of the cult, but for the sake of profit began to harm his comrade. The difference in the quality of the pills was a trap that the protagonist had prepared for old dog Zong, and it was Elder Yin who had buried this trap. At Elder Yin's prompting, the other elders admitted that they had unfairly accused the hero, as the difference between the two types of pills was enormous. Shi Song was told that the boy should keep trying, and in time, he too would be able to brew such good pills. And suddenly the girl said that now they were even, which greatly surprised the guy and made him think. This woman, as Shi Song realized, still didn't believe him, despite her words and behavior. The protagonist's face froze in surprise, because the situation was not developing at all as he expected. The descent cult base greeted him with silence, and Shi Song asked Elder Yin if he could enter. But as soon as the protagonist entered, his face turned red and he felt awkward. The attractive girl said she knew what he wanted to ask, but immediately warned that she would not give any comments. Shi Song chuckled, saying that if she really didn't want to say anything, she wouldn't have allowed him to enter. The heroine said that she knew very well that every month he went to the tarot meeting to sell pills that the Great Xia army bought there. The guy sighed in frustration, realizing that he thought he had done everything perfectly, but in fact, he had been exposed long ago. The boy then asked Elder Yin if she really wasn't from their world, and her reaction made him wary. When asked how he knew this, Shi Song blushed and replied that it was not important, avoiding a direct explanation. Somehow, the fair-haired girl had already grabbed him by the ear, demanding to explain where this little evil spirit came from. The guy continued that, if he was not mistaken, her world had also been invaded by alien races, just like their own. Looking down, the elder replied that the hero was right, and her voice sounded quieter than usual. The guy grabbed the girl by the hand, saying that the reason for her help was because they were in the same situation. The elder couldn't save her world, but she hoped that Shi Song could save his by continuing to fight. Shi Song suggested that they unite, since they had a common enemy, and together they could try to save their homes. But the heroine replied that it was useless, and asked if he knew why she forced him to supply the cult with a certain amount of pills. The boy hesitantly asked if it was because the cult of descent needed these pills, trying to guess her motives. Then the girl admitted that she only gave some of the pills to the cult, and sent the rest to her people. It's true that her people in the other world also fought against other races, just like people fight here. The organ-tempering pills could strengthen the spirit people, but the girl said that Shi Song had arrived too late. She stated in frustration that it was this year that the alien races had breached their fortress, leaving her people with no choice. The boy was shocked, because Elder Yin's world had already fallen in the 8th year, which completely changed his understanding. She whispered that if she had met him earlier and received the pills on time, everything could have been different. But the past could not be returned. And then the girl exclaimed, inviting Shi Song to join them, promising a body with a slight degree of bestiality. The protagonist refused, saying that he wanted to preserve human dignity despite the difficulties. And then he turned around and added that the elder was mistaken, because in this world, this very if exists. Elder Yin's story deeply shocked the hero, and he retreated into seclusion, beginning to brew pills to help the human race. In the end, Shisong made 10,000 organ-tempering pills and 10,000 vital energy-nourishing pills. He handed all these pills to Lu Yuan, who burst into tears of joy, not believing such a quantity. The man said that if they had received so many pills earlier, many things might have turned out differently. After doing all this, Shisong returned to the descent cult. And, as expected, Protector Zong brought people and surrounded the hero. The man chuckled, saying that Shisong had been caught red-handed, and asked what else the hero could say in his defense. The hero did not utter a word and instantly moved into the spiritual fields, avoiding further conversation. The boys stretched, thinking that with such an obsession with cultivation, old dog Zong was probably going crazy with impotence right now. After this, Shisong focused on cultivation and successfully reached the middle stage of the golden core, strengthening his strength. While reading the books, the protagonist wondered if there was a pill that would allow one to immediately break through to the peak of the golden core. Before Shisong could find a suitable pill, the space of the spiritual fields began to distort, and the hero realized that the end of the world had come. Su Xing stated contentedly that as long as he strengthened the great Xia army, the end of the world would be postponed, as he expected. The protagonist reflected that this time he supplied the great Xia army with no less than 10,000 pills, and was able to delay the end of the world for 6 months. And then there's Elder Yin, who absolutely must be turned into an ally. Because by acting in 2 directions at once, the hero can stop the end of the world. The system offered a choice of rewards, among which were the true spiritual root of the dual element wood and fire, and the middle stage of the golden core. Shisong chose to transfer the middle stage of the golden core and the true spiritual root of the dual element of wood and fire, strengthening his foundation. Taking advantage of the moment, the hero activated the core condensation technique, directing spiritual energy in the right direction. The magic began to coalesce, glowing blue, filling the room with powerful spiritual pressure. From such power and golden light, things flew around the room, unable to withstand the sudden surge of energy. Shisong happily declared that he had broken through to a higher level again, feeling his strength rapidly increasing. The protagonist decided that the spiritual energy and effectiveness of his alchemy would now be hundreds of times higher than before. And walking over to the stove, Shisong said that it was time to brew pills in preparation for new achievements. The girl asked in surprise if all of this really needed to be sold. Looking at the huge number of prepared pills, there were many bags of pills in front of them. And the guy replied that part of the money would go towards buying white equipment. She replied that there was no problem, since the Lingyun Trade Union had recently encountered financial difficulties. In this simulation, Shisong decided to form an alliance with Elder Yin, and the simulation began, granting him the blue talent of plant affinity. Shisong beamed, saying that if he could cultivate superior medicinal materials, he would be able to brew superior pills. The hero, without wasting any time, began to experience a kinship with plants, and discovered that any spiritual plants he planted grew twice as fast. The guy was overjoyed and decided to plow a few more fields to increase production. Half a year later, Shisong reminded himself that tomorrow Wang Qingxuan would lead him to the cult of descent. The protagonist looked at the bottles, confident that with so many pills he would be able to win Elder Yin's trust. The boy told the elder that he knew she was not from this world and understood why she came to his world, and he threw the bottle, saying that this was a vital energy nutrition pill that should be given to warriors below the Grandmaster level, and then returned to him. Despite her doubts, Elder Yin still took the pills without asking any questions. Then the girl came again and asked if Shisong had any more of these pills, clearly interested. And she continued, asking exactly how many of these pills he had, wanting to hear the exact number. Shisong covered himself with a blanket and said that his sister should at least let him get dressed first. While getting dressed, the guy said that he could make several thousand of these pills in 1 month. The girl turned around, amazed, because 1,000 pieces meant a huge increase in power for her people. The guy said that he was capable of adding 1,000 Grandmaster-level masters to her people in a month if he worked without stopping. And when asked why he was helping, Sisong replied that they had the same goal and their paths coincided. The hero made an alliance with Elder Yin and promised to give her 1,000 organ-tempering pills and 1,000 nutrition pills every month. Shisong used some of the remaining pills for his own cultivation and gave some to the Taro Assembly, which sold them to the Great Xia. It's already been 7 years, and the main character still hasn't been able to break through to the late stage of the Golden Core, despite his efforts. Disappointed, Shi-song admitted that he was literally just a little bit away from a breakthrough, but something was still missing. After scattering the chicken feed, Shi-song calmly stated that the path of cultivation was against the heavens, and it was impossible to achieve true results through force. He recalled that one day in the 8th year, Elder Yin stopped asking him for pills, probably due to major changes. Although his cultivation level was stuck, the hero understood the need to use the simulation chance, so he decided to conduct a small test. The girl asked in surprise if everything that was said really applied to her, trying to understand the meaning of what was happening around her. Pren replied that there were approximately 30,000 vital energy nutrition pills here that she should take and use. She bowed low, sincerely thanked the hero, and promised that after completing the task, she would certainly thank him generously. The hero chuckled slightly and said that she shouldn't stand on ceremony so much, because he was helping her completely sincerely. In the 8th year, nothing significant happened, and the hero noted the absence of any noticeable changes in the world around him. Shi-song noted that Elder Yin had not yet come to him crying, which meant that the power of the pills was indeed bringing tangible benefits. He decided to give Elder Yin several tens of thousands of pills this year to slow down the gradual death of the spirit people. Everything was going in a good direction, and Elder Yin even brought him a special wine from her world, a peach drink. Shi-song thought that his plan had really worked, and that the distribution of the vital energy nutrition pills was bringing tangible benefits. In the 9th year, when the hero was confident that everything was under control, the situation suddenly changed. Elder Yin came to him in tears, barely able to stand on her feet from the intense shock, as if her whole world had collapsed. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, trying to understand the reason for her condition and her unexpected appearance in front of him. She asked him to give up this senseless struggle, begging him to stop trying to change the inevitable course of events. But he continued to ask what exactly had happened, wanting to hear a clear explanation of what was happening and understand the true reason. With her lips pursed and her face darkening, the girl declared that a giant beast had appeared and the inevitable end of the world was coming. And she suddenly fainted, completely losing her strength after the difficult experiences, unable to bear the weight of the news in despair. After picking up the heroine, Shi-song thought that the giant beast and the end of the world might have destroyed Elder Yin's world. The defeat of the spirit people was a huge blow to the hero, as the life energy nutrition pills stopped working and lost their effectiveness. The protagonist calmly stated that he had to become stronger, otherwise he would not be able to protect the world and stop the impending threat. Under the influence of strong emotions, his level, which had been stagnant for a long time, finally broke through and increased significantly. He broke through to the late stage of the Golden Core and reached the peak of the Golden Core, feeling a powerful increase in his own strength. Taking the drink in his hand, the hero felt genuine joy, because the long-awaited breakthrough had finally occurred after a long period of stagnation. With the cultivation of the Golden Core peak, Shi-song could take out 10 Grandmasters with one blow, as well as explore dangerous dungeons. And the plan to destroy the old dog can be launched. But first, it is necessary to find out what methods of salvation he can use. And when the hero reaches the stage of deity transformation, he will destroy the enemy with one blow, considering such a plan to be completely ideal. Opening his eyes, the protagonist appeared before the heroine, carefully observing her condition after difficult experiences. The girl looked at him silently for a long time, trying to comprehend what was happening and regain her strength after the severe shock. Then Shi-song calmly asked if she was awake, wanting to make sure that her condition had stabilized and improved. The heroine asked him if it was difficult for him to care for a dying man, trying to understand his feelings and intentions. The guy asked her not to say that, because she should want revenge and not lose resolve in the face of a threat. The girl stated in fear that he had not seen the giant beast and could not even imagine its true destructive power. Taking her hand, Shi-song confidently assured her that he had seen the threat firsthand, was fully aware of its scale, and understood the seriousness of the situation. He said that he knew the beast's strength very well, so he needed her help, because only together could they prepare for the fight. The hero convinced Elder Yin, and she decided to take revenge on the giant beast by supporting it while it squeezed resources out of the cult of descent. The protagonist stated that the quality of medicinal herbs grown through the talent of plant affinity is in no way inferior to the cult's herbs. Meanwhile, The medicinal plants he planted in the spiritual fields yielded a rich harvest, and he turned them all into useful pills. There are 100,000 vital energy nourishment pills here, and in those carriages there are another 100,000 organ-tempering pills, which will double the number of grandmasters of the Great Xia. The manager replied with a slight smile that this was indeed good, because such successes significantly strengthen confidence. Having done everything necessary, the hero began to diligently cultivate, trying to break through the peak of the golden core in one go, but failed. He completely sucked out the spiritual energy from the blessed land, and many spiritual plants degraded to ordinary ones, losing their former properties. But suddenly Shisong screamed, asking where his spiritual energy had gone, because the disappearance seemed completely inexplicable and frightening. The spiritual chickens also stopped talking to him, although he asked them many times not to shit anywhere and to maintain order. The protagonist was angry because Qingyun Zi must have left a way to solve the problem, so he needed to carefully search for possible clues. The small spiritual energy collection array could concentrate energy in the cave dwelling, but it required several hundred spiritual stones to launch. The hero had several hundred spiritual stones, but in the later stages of cultivation, the need for spiritual energy increased significantly. It was clear that these stones would not be enough since further development required a much larger amount of necessary resources. Shisong had read about a spiritual energy-gathering flower that, once ripe, was able to absorb and release energy, improving its quality. In the pouch left by Qingyun Zi, the hero found 3 such flowers and immediately began to carefully grow them. In the 16th year, under his careful care, the flowers grew very quickly, demonstrating incredible vitality and resilience. And in less than 1 year, they reached a height of 3 tsun, which was considered an excellent result for such rare plants. Shisong winked, saying that his kinship with plants was helpful. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to grow such flowers. In addition to growing flowers, he began to learn to paint arrays, but due to weak spiritual consciousness, he could not achieve significant success. Fortunately, he found a pill that could enhance spiritual awareness, namely the spiritual nutrition pill, which could enhance perception. The protagonist wondered whether he should hand over the spirit nutrition pills to the Great Xia army to significantly enhance its capabilities. After strengthening their spiritual consciousness, their power should increase significantly, and the end of the world was postponed until the 18th year. The guy thought that cultivation was a must, because for the sake of spiritual energy, he would have to grow energy-gathering flowers en masse. Feeling a surge of strength, he wondered if this really was the kinship with plants that had been talked about so much. The guy said that if someone wants to live peacefully, they should wear a little green on their head, hinting at a strange custom. The plant on the windowsill told him that the corpse on the bed should pull back the curtain and asked if he knew how to grow succulents. And it continued, wondering why this corpse today turned out to be so smart and unexpectedly attentive. Then the main character replied that today either the plant would die or he would, and he was not going to tolerate such insults. And the flower flew down through the window, leaving a light trail in the air and disappearing into the yard below the window. Shisong chuckled, wiping his hands, saying that the little brat decided to compete with him, although she had absolutely no chance. Suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes as he noticed an unusual movement of energy gathering around his body. He felt the spiritual power gathering, forming a dense vortex that grew more powerful with each passing second. This is the peak of the golden core, he thought, feeling the approach of the stage of the birth of the soul and the growth of his own strength. The protagonist noted that it was simply a thrill, because the whirlwind of spiritual power turned out to be much more powerful than his previous state. It seems that next time we can try to break through to the stage of the birth of the soul, using the accumulated power and experience. The protagonist noted that she was also trying for the sake of these measly energy points, but now he could be much calmer. His energy points had dropped sharply, so he would have to brew a lot of pills again to earn money. And he remembered his request to Jinchong Shui. The guy was asked if he had been sneaking around houses at night, and he replied that he had simply been boiling pills for 6 days and 6 nights in a row. The girl crossed her arms over her chest, saying that in this state she didn't even know how to tell him the bad news. The white equipment he requested turned out to be too much, and the required quantity was no longer available on the market, which greatly shocked the hero. But there was good news, because she found the special metal he asked for to make the pill furnace. The protagonist was surprised, because a small pile of second-rank metal gave 60,000 points of simulation energy. The heroine replied that the foreign metal was a rare ore from the dungeons, and professionals sold the second rank for 40,000 per kilogram. Shisong exclaimed that they needed to buy more, because any quality would do. The main thing was to have as much metal as possible. She thought about it, saying that first-rank metal is mined much more frequently, is cheaper, and completely meets his requirements. The guy was happy and said that he would take it, because the problem with energy points was finally completely solved. The girl beamed, saying that she had helped him so much that now she wanted to receive some well-deserved reward. Shisong tried to make excuses, saying that he had not slept for several days and had no strength left for anything, but she had already pounced on the guy, not intending to listen to excuses and completely ignoring his fatigue. The rays of the rising sun broke through the sky, softly illuminating the room and reminding us of the beginning of a new day. Getting out of bed, the heroine said that she would go buy some foreign metal, but he needed to get a good rest. The hero lay and cried opposite, completely exhausted, not understanding how he had ended up in such a miserable state. The guy thought that everything happened because he hadn't had a good rest, and he was sure that this conclusion was correct. Exhausted, he decided to start a simulation, hoping to regain his strength and gain new opportunities for development. This time, he decided to plant flowers of spiritual energy collection all over the blessed land of the spiritual fields. While his spiritual energy still remained, he first planted flowers, understanding the importance of quickly restoring resources. He addressed the chickens, warning that any chicken that stepped on or pecked the flower would become a gong bao chicken. He was simultaneously growing flowers and brewing pills, and Jin Chong Shui brought a furnace made of foreign metal, speeding up his work. When he had accumulated enough pills and knew the time had come, he and Wang Qingxuan went to the descent cult. That used the pills he made to form an alliance with Elder Yin, and asked her to find the dragon spirit herb. The protagonist declared that he was going to make a dragon spirit pill that could significantly increase the strength of professionals and spirit people. The elder replied that she would definitely find it for him, understanding the importance of such medicine for the future. He used the dragon spirit grass Elder Yin found and continuously concocted pills, but the success rate didn't even reach half. The guy thought about it because 300 bushes of dragon spirit grass produced only one successful specimen, and there were clearly no easy ways. The door suddenly opened and a scream was heard as Elder Yin appeared in front of him, completely overcome with anxiety and despair. He heard that the world of the spirit people had been destroyed, although there was still enough time left until the 8th year, which seemed impossible. The girl didn't understand, asking Shisong what to do, because they could no longer hold their ground against the attacking enemies. She continued, saying that he had given her so many pills, and she still failed him at the most important moment. And handing over the pill, the guy told her not to say that, because he knew very well how strong the aliens in their attacks were. He added that it was his newest pill and suggested that she try it, hoping to strengthen her strength and restore her confidence. The heroine gasped, and Sisong calmly asked how she felt after taking the new pill, watching her reaction. She replied that her strength had grown and she was now at the level of a heavenly king, which seemed incredible and frightening at the same time. He thought that if the Great Shia and the Spirit Nation had a group of heavenly king-level fighters, the end of the world could be postponed. The elders said in frustration that it was already too late, because if he had created the dragon spirit pill earlier, everything could have changed. The protagonist confidently stated that he could do it, without doubting his own abilities and knowledge of alchemy. He continued, saying that next time he would give Luo Shuying the dragon spirit pill in advance to avoid such tragedies. The elder was surprised, asking how he knew her name since she had not introduced herself to him or revealed any personal information. The guy said he was using the immersive simulation feature because he needed to personally convince her of his words. The hero thought, noting that here she was, Elder Yin, and she was even more beautiful than he had previously imagined in his thoughts. Suddenly, she gave the guy a slap on the back of the head, saying that she was talking to him and asking how he knew her name, suspecting deception. Adjusting his mask, Shisong replied that she had told him her name herself, not wanting to reveal the truth about time travel. He added that this is not the first time they have saved the world together, hinting at simulation cycles and repeating events. And he took the girl by the hand, calling her Elder Yin, then Shu Yin, and admitted that he was a time traveler. The heroine, all blushing, listened to Shisong's words because he was trying to save the world again and met her on this journey. The heroine abruptly pulled her hand away, shouting that her mind was telling her that what was happening was impossible, and she couldn't believe it. And then she suddenly stroked the guy's face, as if trying to make sure that he was really standing in front of her and would not disappear. And removing his mask, she said that she finally understood the reason why she decided to form an alliance with him last time. She blushed, admitting that she did it because he was handsome, which embarrassed her more than expected. The protagonist also blushed, realizing that Elder Yin, in addition to strength, has a weakness for beautiful faces and appearance. Shi-song then continued, explaining that every time a factor like him appears, the situation inevitably changes. This time they have dragon spirit pills, so the end of the world will come later than in previous cycles. Now they need to test how long the dragon spirit pills can maintain the stability and protection of their two worlds. Having grabbed the main character, the girl shouted that they should desert. Otherwise, they would not have time to change what was happening. She pointed out that if he wanted to continue refining dragon spirit pills, the way was to rob the Descent cult's treasury. The protagonist smiled slyly, saying that since they were not given anything, it meant they would take everything themselves and would not wait for permission. And they high-fived each other, exclaiming with complete agreement on the daring and dangerous plan they had come up with. He and Luo Shuying planned to plunder the treasury of the Descent cult, and the cult sent dozens of high-ranking members to pursue them. He and Luo Shuying moved under the protection of the Great Xia army, hoping to escape their pursuers and recuperate. And he handed over to Lu Yuan all 230,000 organ-tempering and vital energy nourishment pills that he had accumulated over the years. The army instantly gained over 40,000 Grandmaster-level professionals, and its strength increased several-fold. The heroine declared that now the army of Great Xia can not only repel strangers, but also help her world and the spirit people. Shi-song said that success is still far away, because in 10 years, the number of professionals will begin to decrease if the calculations are correct. The strength of the outsiders would continue to grow, so he had to produce enough dragon spirit pills as quickly as possible. She confidently stated that she understood his intentions and said that he should brew the pills, and she would deal with everything else. The 11th year arrived, and thanks to his efforts, 40,000 Grandmaster-level professionals appeared at the Demon Suppression Pass. For his special contributions, he was awarded the Great Xia Hero Medal, and also granted the status of first-level successor, which was considered an honor. Shi-song said he wanted to exercise his first-level privileges and call a senior leadership meeting to discuss an important issue. He noted that the first-level status even allowed him to give orders to Lu Yuan, and his weight in this simulation had become significantly higher. The hero exclaimed to the audience, introducing his latest development, the Dragon Spirit Pill, of which there were only 2,000 so far. He explained that this pill was able to increase the spiritual characteristics and constitution of magic grandmasters, enhancing their capabilities. Professionals who took this pill would have a chance to break through to the Heavenly King level, which could change the course of the war. The manager was amazed, asking if there was such a miraculous pill in the world that could produce such a result. A Shi-song continued, looking at the audience, saying that the topic of the meeting was to determine who should receive this batch of pills. The man sighed, noting that 2,000 copies were still not enough, given the scale of the war and the needs of the army. After a rigorous selection process, 2,000 lucky people were awarded the Dragon Spirit Pill, causing a huge stir. But only half of the professionals were able to break through to the Heavenly King level, which was an unexpected result for everyone. Shi-song, who was completely gloomy, asked in disappointment why the pill had not given a 100% breakthrough, since he had expected a perfect result. The manager consoled him, saying that such a percentage was already very good, and reminded him that he had done enough for the world and deserved a rest. The 14th year had arrived, and in recent years, his cultivation had still remained at the peak of the golden core, without moving any further. He felt that progress was becoming increasingly difficult, and the main reason was the lack of spiritual energy in the surrounding space. Even after taking one dragon spirit pill a month, he still couldn't break through, which left him feeling extremely frustrated. Sighing, the protagonist said that cultivation is a path against the heavens, and if force doesn't work, one must strengthen one's spiritual consciousness. Spiritual consciousness represents the inner consciousness of a cultivator, which determines his ability to perceive and control energy. The stronger a cultivator becomes, the wider and more powerful his spiritual consciousness becomes, allowing him to reach new heights. The beetle in the field said that he was tired of eating cabbage and wanted to try something else. For example, the beautiful flowers nearby. Uncle Beetle barked that he was living too well and reminded him that there were chickens sitting nearby who would peck him out piece by piece. The boy was happy, because although his body remained motionless, his spiritual consciousness allowed him to feel every blade of grass and tree around him. He pulled out the cabbage, realizing that the insects did not even notice his presence, and continued to consider what was happening as something supernatural. Seeing the cabbage fly away, the beetles screamed that the cabbage had become a demon and now possessed frightening power. Shisong noted that this feeling was amazing, because spiritual consciousness opened up a completely new way of perceiving the world around him. He regretted that he did not have the appropriate technique, so for now he had to swallow pills to strengthen his spiritual consciousness. After that, he began to take 3 spirit nutrition pills every day, and the strength of his spiritual consciousness steadily increased. That same year, thanks to his help, the Great Xia Army gained another 150 Heavenly King-level professionals. The chick couldn't understand why, whenever he came here, a mysterious hand still grabbed him, because this had never happened before. They went to the Demon Suppression Pass with the Grandmasters, and in his 16th year, he continued to train his spiritual consciousness. The protagonist thought that the spirit nutrition pills were too slow, and he needed to create a new, more effective pill. An explosion thundered, and Shisong, who had fallen to the floor, admitted that the spirit concentration pill was indeed very difficult to brew. Suddenly, a portal opened and its bright glow filled the room, causing the hero to become alert and stand up. And the guy, hearing his name, entered it, realizing that he was being urgently called and the situation was becoming critical. The girl stated that the Demon Suppression Pass had been breached, and Commander Lu ordered her to lead him out of the danger zone. Shisong frowned, thinking, realizing that this moment he had wanted to delay as long as possible was coming again. And he resolutely told the heroine to go with him, because an important event awaited them ahead that could not be ignored. They set out for the final battle together, realizing that the fate of 2 worlds and all living beings depended on their actions. The Demon Suppression Pass became the arena of desperate struggle, and he could not break through for a long time, which greatly irritated him. So he decided to take out all his pent-up anger on the outsiders, directing each attack with maximum fury and determination. The girl also fought alongside him, but she did so less confidently, rather observing his strength with surprise. The professionals were inspired by his courage, and one after another followed him, increasing the pressure and supporting the general impulse. The hero stated that his half-baked sword technique was still capable of much, and he was beginning to understand its potential. A monster appeared in front of the protagonist, huge and ugly, focusing its attention entirely on Shisong, and he showed him the middle finger, demonstrating contempt and challenging the hero to an even more furious fight. Just as Shisong said that sooner or later he would pierce his heart with one arrow, he was suddenly attacked from behind. He died, because he died from the sword of a spy of the Great Xia Army, who took advantage of the moment and struck from behind. The death with open eyes skill was activated, and his consciousness continued to observe what was happening even after death. The protagonist screamed in anger, because it was the old dog Zong who had attacked him again from behind. He thought that this time he had lived to see the end of the world, but he was attacked from behind, and next time he would have to be more careful. The guy was happy, because the spirit concentration tree stolen from the Cult of Descent turned out to be a really great thing. Shisong tearfully declared that it was too expensive and he could not afford to buy it on his own. He decided that he was choosing the experience of alchemy and the level of spiritual consciousness, considering this the best investment of energy. The system announced that he had chosen to transfer alchemy experience, and 1 million energy points had been spent on it. The hero decided that he needed to quickly go to the blessed land of the spiritual fields and try out new possibilities. Red energy first flew from the guy, filling the space and causing the air around him to tremble slightly. And then the energy began to turn golden, becoming brighter and purer, as if undergoing a cleansing. The feeling of gaining all the knowledge of alchemy in one go was incredible and completely captivating. Shisong was surprised, wondering if this was the spiritual consciousness he had long dreamed of. He understood that spiritual consciousness could also be used to brew pills, and this opened up completely new possibilities for development and practice. Shisong could now carry out 2 processes simultaneously, combining the operation of his spiritual consciousness and the operation of the pill furnace effortlessly. The chickens screamed in shock as the pill oven itself rose into the air, causing them genuine horror and complete bewilderment. The guy decided that this time he needed to make more pills in order to prepare for future important events in advance. For Jin Changshui to expand the tarot collection into the largest organization in Kyoto, significantly more resources and support were required. The heroine told him that she had broken through to the Grandmaster level, and her parents wanted to throw a party, inviting him to come. Shi Song thought about it, because according to previous simulations, she should have broken through only at 40 years old, and now she was 30. It seemed that reality was gradually changing for the better, and his efforts were beginning to bring tangible results, which pleased him. He said that he might not come to the festival, but he had prepared a gift in advance, a new, better quality spirit nutrition pill, and the heroine thanked him for this, sincerely happy with the gift she received and the care shown by Shi Song. The boy firmly decided that this time he needed to form an alliance with Elder Yin in advance, in order to avoid the same mistakes as before. The system announced that the owner had obtained a blue-grade talent called Unbending Silver Spear, causing surprise. Shi Song blushed, saying that this was a weak talent, although his words did not sound too confident and calm. Below him, everything began to glow with golden light, and he was surprised by the name of the Unbending Silver Spear, trying to understand its meaning. To check if the system had deceived him, he decided to test this talent on Jin Changshui and observe the result. The facts proved that the system had not deceived him, and the effect was fully confirmed after verification. For the first time, he heard words of mercy from Jin Changshui, which was unexpected and even a little shocking for him. The main character was dripping with sweat and was in a doggy-style position, barely able to maintain her balance after the ordeal. The main character was happy because he grew up and finally felt like a real man after long doubts. The happy time was quickly ending, and he again went with Wang Qingxuan to the descent cult to Luo Shuying. In order to gain Luo Shuying's trust as quickly as possible, he revealed his strength without hesitation, showing confidence and determination. The protector shouted that Brother Su Xing should join their fanatic faction, because everything that nature gives, they can also give. The protagonist thought that this old dog had too keen a sense of smell, because as soon as he revealed his power, he immediately latched on. The guy replied that it wasn't a matter of disrespect. It was just that Elder Yin wasn't human, and the situation was too complicated. In order to refuse the old dog Zong without making an enemy, he decided to act as carefully and thoughtfully as possible. He played the role of a young man in difficult circumstances, evoking sympathy and avoiding direct conflict with Zong. The girl screamed that she had gone out of her way for his benefit, and even wanted to ask the leadership to make him an elder. And then she was outraged that he was spreading rumors that she was sucking yin out of him to feed yang and practicing demonic techniques. Shi Song exclaimed that he had never said anything like that, and was surprised at what old dog Zong had managed to come up with. He thought he wanted to win Elder Yin's trust, but in the end, he only insulted her and made the situation worse. The heroine snorted indignantly, asking why he was still here, and whether she hadn't made herself clear enough for him. But the guy understood that he had a trump card that could change the situation and restore Luo Shuying's trust. Pressing the girl against the wall, he declared that she remembered the little girl in the rain, and there was no going back there, Luo Shuying. The girl was surprised, asking how he knew her name, and knew the details of the event that she was hiding. To this, Shi Song replied that she herself had told him this, and explained that his words to the defender were only a refusal of the invitation. After his eloquent explanation, Luo Shuying believed that he was the chosen one, capable of traveling through timelines. She brought him a huge amount of medicinal herbs, completely trusting his words and counting on his strength. With the ability to carry out two processes simultaneously, his pill production speed became incredible and impressive. And with Luo Shuyin's help, he successfully produced 6,000 dragon spirit pills, which was a huge achievement. The guy noted that in the previous simulation he was able to make only one, but now 6,000, and his strength is growing faster than expected. Maybe it was time to put the Yuan Wu pill on the agenda, because he understood that he needed to strengthen his body and break through to the stage of organ tempering. The heroine said that she had been unable to exchange medicinal herbs and asked what to do, since the pills would eventually run out, regardless of the quantity. You were about to suggest, as in the previous simulation, that he desert the cult of the descent. But suddenly, a new, important thought struck him. Last time, old dog Zong pretended to be a spy for the Great Xia, and killed him right before the end of the world, which was a hard lesson. This time, he decided to strike first, not allowing Zong to repeat his previous meanness and catch him off guard at the decisive moment. He suggested that we could betray the cult of dissent and go over to the side of the great Xia army to ensure our safety. But before that, we need to kill one person, because eliminating the threat will allow them to calmly go over to the side of the great Xia. She was surprised that you have a feud with Protector Zong, because he is constantly trying to lure you away and offers an alliance. The protagonist handed over a pill, and together with me, we will definitely make this old dog die without a grave and without a chance. The elder smiled. You underestimate me too much, because in the cult of dissent, she feared no one except the keeper of the treasury, and she put her hand on his shoulder. You'd better think about how you'll protect yourself when the fight starts and everything becomes dangerous. He resolutely thought, you'll see. In this simulation, he will definitely break through and reach a new level despite the difficulties. Even if nothing terrible happens, he just wants to test the true capabilities of the old dog Zong and understand his strength. He smiled ominously. But if we manage to finish off this old dog right away, it will be a great success and deliverance. While there is wine, drink it today, because the protector Zong has arrived, and the girl needs to be taken to the suburbs. And be sure to provoke him. Shisong pretended to be drunk. Beauty, do you want to go to dinner with me? Because he promised to cook something for her later. Suddenly, the attacking silhouette of a defender appeared behind them, rapidly approaching and trying to catch them off guard. The man looked around, not understanding where Shisong was, and tried to spot him among the shadows and moving silhouettes around. Suddenly, at that moment, the girl pushed him, saying, "Here," directing his attention in the right direction and saving the situation. But the defender also disappeared from sight, leaving them tense and forcing them to look around cautiously for him. He shouted, "Here," until the next meeting, Elder Yin, and quickly retreated, realizing that further combat would become too dangerous. Although the old dog Zong was seriously injured, he still retained his strength, because his experience allowed him to survive in any conditions. He is, after all, an experienced cultivator, and he has an infinite number of ways to save himself, allowing him to avoid death even at a critical moment. The man shouted the bloody escape technique, and his body was enveloped in a strange energy that began to rapidly change its shape, and he was completely covered in a bloody whirlwind that revolved around him and created a dense defense against any attacks. And then he released a golden ball from his sleeve, which glowed with a bright light and rushed forward at great speed, which turned into a huge monster and began to attack, tearing the air and creating powerful waves of destructive energy. Shisong was shocked on the way. This dog also ate the spiritual fruit and threw the nascent soul great perfection level puppet. And with a smile, he decided it was a good thing, because all these things would definitely become his own trophies in the next simulation. Wait, the old dog will destroy you sooner or later, because now he has enough determination and strength to do so. The elder was outraged by the artifact again, because all he knew was how to do was run away, and demanded that he fight fairly. She shouted after the man that he was insolent, and expressed irritation at his constant attempts to hide from the fight. Suddenly, the golden ball was shattered and its energy dissipated, leaving behind only faint traces of light. The girl turned around happily, and a male voice asked if she was okay, showing genuine concern. To which she replied, "I'm fine, it's just that old dog ran away again," not wanting to continue the fight. Shisong replied that it was okay, because everything had to be paid for, and he had used so many trump cards that he had lost his vital energy. Luo Shuying no longer dwelled on the fate of Protector Zong, and together with him, she betrayed the cult of dissent and joined the army of the Great Xia. With the help of your pills, Great Xia has gained even more Heavenly King-level fighters and many grandmasters in a short time. You became the hero of the Great Xia again and held a meeting of the top leadership, discussing the army's future actions. He wanted them to send troops to help the spirit people from the other world, because their situation was becoming critical. The leader replied that the enemy of his enemy is his friend, and said that as long as the supply of pills continues, they will be able to allocate about 10,000 grandmasters. That night, after receiving news of the help, Luo Shuying came to his room, wanting to discuss the situation and express her gratitude for his support. That night, the talent of the unbending silver spear showed itself brilliantly, and Luo Shuying was unable to resist the power, completely capitulating. On the street, the heroes wondered if this demonic beast looked like a fat village pig, and General Lu said that only part of it could be eaten. The girl stated that from a demonic beast weighing 500 jin, approximately 50 jin of demonic beast flesh and blood essence are obtained. He unexpectedly discovered that consuming this essence strengthened the body, and when combined with the meat of the spiritual chicken, he was close to a breakthrough. It's just a pity that it's not easy to get, because there are many demonic beasts on the battlefield. But everyone is busy fighting and doesn't collect the corpses. Shi Song decided that it looked like he would have to go to the battlefield himself to get the necessary amount of essence for further growth. He asked Luo Shu Ying to extract as much blood essence from demonic beasts as possible, and he himself sat down to meditate in the blessed land. 3 years passed like this, and finally he felt how his body had broken its strong shackles, and how the very nature of life had changed. He successfully broke through and became a Yuan Yu level cultivator, feeling a significant strengthening of his body and spiritual energy. The guy, all shining with a golden light, declared that this would not be the end of it, because new steps and trials lay ahead. In the golden light, the silhouette of a child was visible, gradually becoming clearer and taking shape within the glow. Could this be the formation of the soul's birth? He thought, watching as the image became more and more distinct and stable. The protagonist screamed, preparing to break through to the stage of the birth of the soul, feeling an incredible surge of strength and rapid development. He was amazed that this was his nascent soul, which was forming inside the golden light and gradually strengthening. And at the same time, he was glad, because breaking through 2 levels at once turned out to be an incredibly pleasant and inspiring achievement for him. He had to tell this good news to Lu Yuan, he decided, believing that such a significant success could not be hidden from his allies. He goes to the battlefield to kill demonic beasts, intending to test his new power in real combat. The system announced a ding. The current simulation was over, and the surrounding space began to gradually dissolve around him. The guy said that he wanted to complete the procedure faster because he already knew exactly what item he was going to pick up today. He decided that he would choose the Yuan Wu stage and further cultivation of the nascent soul level, completely trusting his inner feeling. The protagonist cultivated, and powerful energy of ice and fire, intertwined with each other, gradually burst out from his body, and in his stomach, a golden core shone brightly, creating a feeling of extraordinary strength and inner stability, which began to crack and gradually burst, as if releasing something important, long hidden within its essence. And from it emerged a golden copy of Shi Song, repeating the hero's movements and radiating calm confidence. The boy thought for a moment, trying to figure out if what was in front of him was really his own nascent soul, formed through cultivation. She reproduces techniques he knows well, demonstrating precision of movement and a deep understanding of the fundamentals. But why doesn't he plan to continue training further? Because development requires constant effort and attention. Although yes, since he started cultivating, he has hardly practiced martial techniques, constantly brewing useful pills. Actually, in the previous simulation, he was going to go to the battlefield to kill enemies, but the end of the world came too early. Next time, you can't just sit in the blessed land of the spiritual fields and brew pills without a break. Shi Song decided that he needed to go outside to test his own strength and gain new experience. He fought the monster single-handedly, demonstrating confidence, endurance, and the ability to adapt to unexpected situations. The girls admired him, considering him incredibly handsome, especially when he moved calmly and confidently during the fight. Although he had never seriously trained in combat techniques, he still knew how to kill enemies thanks to experience. Seeing the girl, the protagonist wondered if Wang Qingxuan was really planning to drop out now, which seems strange. The heroine asked that she had previously seen a very rich older sister from the academy come to him, and when Shi Song replied that her name was Jin Song Sue and that she was their graduate, Qingxuan's eyes sparkled brightly, and she, with a smile, asked the elder to lend her some money, promising to return everything very quickly and carefully. The girl smirked, hinting that the issue could be resolved differently, although her voice sounded soft and her gaze remained confident. Looking at the seductive heroine, Shi Song shouted that he would give her the money right away, if only she would not use such methods. She bowed and thanked the elder, promising that she would never forget the kindness and timely support shown. I wonder what happened to her if she needs money so much and looks so worried about what is happening. Okay, when she herself wants to talk about her problems, then he will calmly ask and listen to her attentively. Waving his fists, the guy shouted that in this simulation he was going to fight and finally test his own strength. Suddenly the system announced that the owner had received a blue talent called, "I can't be the only loser." Song yelled that bad luck would get stuck between his teeth, and his misfortune would affect those around him, gradually bringing them trouble. But the system window just smiled and informed me that this talent was completely non-refundable and non-exchangeable. He sighed and decided to first see what would happen in the simulation, since it would not affect reality in any way. In the blessed land of the spiritual fields, he realized that he was inside a simulation created entirely by the system, and he began to brew a new batch of beauty pills and healing pills for a week, after which a loud explosion occurred. Song was covered in ash and smoke, barely understanding what exactly had gone wrong during the preparation. The protagonist was shocked because he successfully brewed dragon spirit pills, but ordinary pills always failed. This talent of bad luck turned out to be truly terrifying, causing him to doubt his own skills and abilities. After his failures in alchemy, he decided to do something else to distract himself and restore his inner balance. At first, he accidentally mutilated the flowers that collected spiritual energy, completely ruining their shape and depriving them of their original beauty. Then he choked on the spiritual rice, barely able to stand and try to catch his breath after the unpleasant incident. The protagonist wheezed and asked for water, feeling very weak and trying to recover from a series of failures. But suddenly a huge chicken shouted at him to defend himself, creating chaos and causing him to instantly tense up. And she began to strike the guy, acting quickly and confidently, forcing him to retreat and cover his head with his hands. Enraged, he chased the spiritual chickens for a whole day, without stopping for a minute and completely forgetting about his own rest. The protagonist received a call saying that they had been having a lot of bad luck lately, so expanding their tarot collection would have to be postponed. Song replied with a smile that there was nothing to worry about, and that everything could be done at a comfortable pace without worrying too much. It seems that this talent of bad luck affects a large area, because even Jin Chongshu suffers, although they only communicate online. And if he joins the cult of dissent or even betrays the great Xia by going over to outsiders, the consequences could be unpredictable. To test his guess, he went to the dissent cult again with Wang Qingxuan, carefully observing what was happening. His outstanding alchemy skills once again captivated everyone in the dissent cult, and he became a respected pill elder. The heroine asked the pill elder to turn the materials she brought into pills, relying on his skill and precision. She also admitted that recently there had been an especially large number of wounded in the cult, which caused her great concern. Out of curiosity, he checked the list of the wounded and found that most of them had taken the pills he had made. But he was told again that the healing pills were out of stock, so the pill elder was asked to speed up production as quickly as possible. Fortunately, no one connected the two facts, although in the year following his accession, the cult's strength noticeably declined. The guy decided that he needed to go outside before anyone suspected anything and started asking unnecessary questions. The Luoqian assembly dungeon was about to open, which provided an excellent opportunity to leave and change the scenery. He left enough pills, said goodbye to Elder Yin, and went to Kyoto, hoping to get into the dungeon. But the man told him that all the places for this month were booked, so he only needed to come next month. Only one person could log in at a time, and only once a day, and the next entry would not be available for another month. A month later, he successfully entered the Luoqian Assembly Dungeon, hoping to obtain rare rewards and useful resources. And he got nothing. So Song was indignant, considering this talent of bad luck disgusting and extremely unfair. The protagonist screamed, indignant that he had received nothing but memories, and did not understand why an important moment had been missed. And he told the system that if it needed energy points, it should say so directly without any hints. Okay, if you don't spend energy points, they will remain just numbers. So you need to save them wisely and in a timely manner. And he received a notification that an intensive simulation had been activated, and 100,000 energy points had been spent. Song stood frozen at the portal, trying to collect his thoughts and decide whether he should enter immediately. And from behind, they shouted at him to come in faster and not hold up the line, because people had already been waiting for quite a long time. He thought, wondering what he would get this time, and hoped that he would not be left with nothing again. Looking at the mountain and the river, Song inhaled, noting how clean the air and pleasant the atmosphere was. A man approached him and said that his nephew from the Luo school had broken through to the nascent soul stage and was considered a young genius. Wait, there was still a top-grade gold core in his body, which meant Luo Xiaochuan's level changed along with the visitor. The man said that Luo's nephew should not stand there like a pillar, since the mentor had instructed him to bring him to the Luotian meeting. The boy thought, looking at the mentor, who was a master of alchemy and cultivation of spiritual plants, and decided to take advantage of the opportunity. Shi Song said that he had recently become very interested in growing plants and would like to ask some questions. He said that he had obtained 3 spiritual energy-gathering flowers, but they were only of average quality despite careful care. The spiritual energy-gathering flower was considered a gift from heaven, was extremely capricious, and took ordinary people 10 years to cultivate. When growing, you need to carefully monitor the water and sunlight. Otherwise, the plant will quickly lose quality. It is said that flowers that collect spiritual energy are male and female, and are distinguished by the presence of a yellow dot in the stamen. On the day when the flower accidentally reaches maturity, pollination must be carried out between the male and female plants. The man sighed and said that he was too lazy to tell the story further, so the guy could look everything up in his memories. And he put his finger to the guy's forehead, after which numerous hieroglyphs appeared around him, forming detailed images. Shi Song was indignant, calling his mentor an old man, because he did not immediately convey the memories, which is why the hero took a long time to take notes. He was happy because now that he had the method of cultivating the spiritual energy-gathering flower, he no longer had to worry about the lack of spiritual energy. The man said that his nephew should know that they had arrived in the city of Luotian, where an important part of the journey began. Then the protagonist was pushed and told to go faster to greet the mentor and not delay the others. The protagonist looked up and realized that in front of him was Luo Xiaochuan's mentor, the famous Elder Che. He decided that this man probably had something to gain, so it was worth asking him about combat techniques. The mentor handed him a token from the Golden Book Vault, saying that he had found what the boy had asked for earlier. The guy smiled because according to Luo Xiaochuan's memories, the repository of golden books contained all the knowledge of the cultivation world. The main character screamed indignantly when he saw the huge number of books and did not understand how he could study them all. Then he suddenly noticed a book called The General Canon of Sword Art, which piqued his interest. Although the title sounded simple, this book was written by the famous immortal swordsman Lu Dong, who became famous tens of thousands of years ago. It can be said that, having fully grasped the general canon, it will become much easier to study any higher sword techniques in the future. The canon of sword art divided worldly swords into 3 levels, and by mastering the human sword, one could defeat any enemy. The Sword of Earth borrowed the power of heaven and earth, forming a sword of creation capable of changing natural phenomena with a single blow. The last stage was called the Sword of Heaven, and by mastering it, a person could enter the path of the immortal sword. If he perfects the human sword, he will be able to fight against the spirit transformation at the nascent soul stage. If everything is really as stated in the canon, then having mastered the first part of the sword art, he will be able to defeat the old dog Zong. In his 9th year, after his failed attempt to create the divine power pill, he focused on training and studying the canon. By the 11th year, after 10 years of training, he had completely mastered 4 categories of techniques and brought dozens of techniques to perfection. For 10 years, he sharpened one sword and was no longer satisfied with basic fencing, because now he wanted to master the sword of murder. At his insistent request, the hero joined the army of the Demon Suppression Outpost, becoming a border warrior under the protection of the strongest fighters. Their order was simple. As long as they were alive, nothing should happen to the hero. So he began the path of an ordinary soldier. In the 2nd month after joining, he killed many demonic beasts of various levels, demonstrating strength and growing combat confidence. In the 3rd month, thanks to his military merits, he became a 1,000-man and received command of 1,000 soldiers, strengthening his own status. He began hunting demon kings, and his success attracted the attention of outsiders, who sent 3 kings to destroy him. As he attacked, Shi Song declared that villains die because they talk too much, and continued to strike confidently. With a bloodthirsty smile, the guy declared that he had finally waited for the moment when he could demonstrate his accumulated strength in battle. 10 years at the Demon Suppression Outpost had tempered his spirit, strengthened his sword technique, and made his aura frighteningly bloodthirsty. But even with all his efforts, the hero was unable to change the outcome of humanity's defeat. Watching the world fall, the sword was no longer his comrade, for it had become an instrument of murder, having lost its former meaning and intrinsic value. This had already deviated from his original intention, as he had once wanted to hone the way of the sword for the sake of perfection. One day, when he was almost on the verge of being possessed by a demon, He was killed by an assassin from the cult of the Descent and was unable to resist. The current simulation ended, and his talent to die with his eyes open was activated, ushering in a new stage of development. In the pupil, he saw the old dog Zong, and promised that one day he would use the art of the sword to sharpen his blade on it. The protagonist thought about it, because the art of the sword turned out to be incredibly powerful and allowed him to kill many demon kings. He understood that sooner or later he would kill the old dog and inherit his property, becoming strong enough to fight. The system announced that he had chosen to transfer the human sword cultivation experience by spending 3 million energy points. Shisong thought about it, because this talent, if used correctly, could create a huge problem for enemies, requiring caution. It is possible to create a huge problem for one's own people, so the hero decided not to choose for now in order to avoid dangerous consequences. The protagonist finally gained the offensive talent of sword art, and now all he needed was a suitable weapon. Lying on the bed, the hero asked if Sister Shui could get a quality sword, since he had recently started training with the sword. She replied that a sword that suited him might not be available, but she would definitely help him look for one. He thanked her with a smile and stated that Sister Shui was worthy of respect, so he bowed respectfully to her. A week later, the girl had already found a suitable weapon, demonstrating amazing speed and a serious attitude towards the hero's request. The guy was happy, because in the next simulation, he would be able to go out onto the battlefield with this sword, which was very useful. This sword was called Mo Bing, and was one of the top 10 weapons of the Great Xia, striking in its power. The protagonist was amazed because Sister Shu was able to obtain such a rare sword that it seemed almost impossible. When he held the sword in his hand, it seemed to him that he was standing among icy snows, feeling the cold breath of steel. The system asked if he wished to exchange the discovered heavenly treasure for 30 million energy points. Shisong was shocked, because 30 million seemed like a huge price, which confirmed the incredible power of the sword. The heroine stated that the sword was indeed excellent, but the divine weapon had a spirit that required long-term recognition from the owner. Suddenly, the sword began to glow, and the girl was surprised, because Mo Bin recognized the hero as the master, which happened extremely rarely. She admitted that she did not expect such quick recognition, since even professional swordsmen needed many years to achieve it. The boy thanked Chang Shui for bringing Mo Bing and promised to use the sword with dignity, without disgracing her efforts. While tending to the flower, he said that he would marry Xiaoju to Xiaoling, so the flower should bloom as best as possible. He dreamed that one day he would plant the entire ravine with flowers that collected spiritual energy, creating a beautiful place of power. Shisong happily exclaimed that the update was finally complete, and he could start a new simulation faster. Suddenly, a notification arrived, and the hero was surprised, because he considered himself the savior of the apocalypse, and not a person with such talent. He decided that it was better to have such a talent than not to have it, since, like the bad luck buff, it could rarely work. In the blessed land of the spiritual fields, new spiritual rice grew, and the hero thought that more time was needed to train the sword. The hero understood that he couldn't eat that much spiritual rice, so he decided to sell it through the tarot collection, strengthening the Great Xia. The plan worked, because in this way he could indirectly delay the onset of the apocalypse, gaining additional time to prepare. Thanks to the support of the Jin Trading Company, this batch of spiritual rice sold very well, attracting great interest from buyers. At first, professionals perceived it only as a tasty additive, unaware of the hidden potential of spiritual rice, until one girl bought 10 jin of rice, and within a month her strength increased by 2,000 jin, making her a silver professional. The hero returned to the cult of Descent, intending to continue his own plan and test new possibilities. This time, he decided to join the cult through the way of the sword, demonstrating confidence and strength. He immediately recited the code word and successfully contacted Luo Shuying, confirming his participation in the joint action. Luo Shuying asked if they would continue with the previous plan, first devastating the Descent cult and then moving on to the Great Xia army. And the protagonist replied that this was the only way to delay the end of the world, saving time for further development. Protector Zong appeared at the door and announced that he would like to exchange some spiritual rice, offering to discuss the price. The hero remembered that in the previous simulations, without Mo Bin, his strength was weak, So Zong simply robbed him without hesitation. The boy said he didn't need money and asked Elder Zong if he had any snow jade ginseng to exchange. He hoped that a trace of the snow jade ginseng would finally appear, since old dog Zong might know its location. But his ambitions were not limited to this, because by killing the old dog and inheriting the property, he would receive enormous benefits. With the 10,000 li pursuit technique, he could easily find Zong. But to kill him with one blow, he needed enhancement. This spirit focus pill had an astonishing effect on the spiritual race, and he assured Shu Yin that she would become legendary. The girl exclaimed that the power of the legendary level felt incredible, as if the whole world was really beneath her feet. The guy declared that his next step would be to enter the spirit transformation stage, and old dog Zong would be his next target. And clenching his fist, he said that the old dog must die. Otherwise, the end of the world would be impossible to stop. The hero noticed that the old dog never left the cult and wondered if he possessed a secret technique for foreseeing their plans. The elder replied that even if he knew, according to the rules of the cult of descent, it was necessary to go on missions every 3 months. Shi Song used the stalking technique, trying not to miss the slightest trace and watching the old dog's every move. He saw that the old dog had left the cult of the descent, and he realized that the long-awaited chance for hunting had finally arrived. The hero noticed that the old dog kept more than 100 kilometers from the cult, checking his surroundings and showing incredible caution. For 7 days now, he had been moving within 100 kilometers, not allowing anyone to get closer and constantly changing direction. The protagonist laughed, assuring that as a hunter, he was much more patient than the old dog could have imagined. But suddenly the boy realized that the old dog was about to run away, and the situation could change dramatically in any direction. After 3 months, Elder Zong couldn't take it anymore and used a secret technique, instantly moving 300 kilometers. But Shi Song was confident that with Mo Bin and Xiao Ying laying in ambush, he would definitely be able to catch the old dog. The boy was surprised, because the old dog was rushing straight at him, not trying to run, as if deliberately choosing a collision. He realized that he and Shu Yin had always set up ambushes together before, and the old dog could figure out the true threat. If the old dog really had a technique for determining good and bad fortune, he should have understood Luo Shuying's power. The protagonist said that now Xiao Yin was behind and he was in front, so the old dog decided that the ambush was set up by one person. Since the old dog was climbing into the trap himself, the hero decided not to stand on ceremony and act as decisively and quickly as possible. The defender shouted that Shi Song would pay for his arrogance, trying to intimidate him and break his concentration. Closing his eyes, the boy whispered the unity of man and sword, fully concentrating on the technique and his own intention. And then his eyes suddenly opened, showing that he had reached the right state and was ready for the decisive blow. A multitude of swords appeared around him, reflecting his intent and power, creating an impenetrable attack field. And these swords surrounded the defender of Zong, leaving him no escape route and preparing the final blow. The man grinned and said that the hero was quite interesting, watching his actions and assessing his strength with unexpected attention. He summoned a sword of bones and declared that the hero was still too weak to withstand such a weapon. The boy was amazed, because the old dog's sword looked frightening, radiating dark energy and an oppressive presence. The skulls on the sword screamed, asking why the hero wanted to kill them, filling the air with anxious voices. The protagonist screamed, trying to understand how the old dog could even forge such a sword filled with horror. The man claimed that his bone sword contained 49 vengeful souls, fueling the weapon with rage. He mockingly asked if the nascent soul stage cultivator really thought he was capable of killing him. But suddenly the sword of bones fell from the man's hands, as if it had lost its support, and the situation changed dramatically. A girl appeared in front of Shi Song, appearing suddenly and confidently, like heavenly punishment itself. She pierced the protector and asked if he knew what the heavenly abode was, showing true power. The guy laughed and said that the old dog did not expect this, because the situation had completely changed. He explained that Luo Shuyin was not absent at all, but was hiding in the blessed land of the spiritual fields, remaining unnoticed. The hero took the healing pill, restored his fighting strength, and decided to interrogate old dog Zong for information. But instead of a man, there was a stuffed animal, and Si Song screamed, realizing that the old dog had once again escaped death. The heroine stated that the doubles technique was powerful, but it drained a lot of energy, so the pursuit needed to continue. With the 10,000 li pursuit technique, they easily found old dog Zong's hideout without wasting any time. The man clenched his teeth in anger, realizing that he was being followed and that it was becoming increasingly difficult to escape. As he attacked, he shouted that he had many more trump cards than they thought, trying to intimidate his opponents. The girl was suddenly bound by dark energy, depriving her of the ability to move and suppressing her spiritual power. She croaked that this black energy was absorbing life force, warning Shi-Song of the danger. Shi-Song smirked, saying that what lay before him was merely the yin energy of vengeful souls, causing him no fear. And the flames around him began to cleanse the space, burning away the remnants of dark energy and suppressing vengeful souls. The defender's gaze turned angry, and he shouted that Shi-Song himself had forced him to reveal his true strength. Old dog Zong lost his composure, allowing his rage to completely take over his mind and destroy his caution. He no longer cared about his lifespan and directly absorbed all the black energy, strengthening his own strength. His strength had reached the peak of the spirit transformation stage, turning him into a dangerous opponent capable of destroying everything around him. The heroes entered the battle, rising into the sky where their blows collided, creating flashes of energy and loud rumblings. This secret technique of his could not last long, because it drained the life force and destroyed the body from the inside. The hero decided to hold out until the old dog ran out of strength, because then he would have a chance to deliver the decisive blow. As Shi-Song expected, less than a quarter of an hour later, the old dog was already about to run away, losing confidence. The boy quickly used the heavenly net, trying to stop the fugitive and prevent him from escaping. The old dog constantly revealed his trump cards, fighting directly when he could, and hiding in the blessed land of the spirit fields when he couldn't. After a day of continuous pursuit, the old dog Zong finally resigned himself, realizing that he could no longer escape. Shi-Song sighed, admitting that even watching this was tense, as the old dog had lived for over 1,000 years. The protagonist pointed his sword at the man, saying that there could be no absence of hostility between cultivators. He stated that such an old cultivator must have plenty of good things, and demanded that they be given to him in exchange for mercy. The man frowned and demanded that he swear before the heavenly Tao, wanting to be sure of the hero's honesty. And the guy said that he agreed to swear, showing confidence and lack of fear in the face of such demands. He understood that the heavenly Tao here did not interfere with cultivation matters, so the heavenly contract would not work. The hero wondered if the old dog had really gone out of his mind before his death, demanding a useless oath. The protector held out the storage bag that had accompanied him for 1,000 years, saying that there were more than 10,000 spiritual stones inside. The hero was surprised, because more than 10,000 spiritual stones, although not enough for a breakthrough, were still of great value. However, these stones would be enough to set up a spiritual energy collection array and strengthen the blessed land of the spiritual fields. Shi-Song realized that he had to run, because the old dog probably still had some hidden trump cards that could change the course of the battle. The defender's eyes darkened and he began to laugh, indicating that he was about to reveal another dangerous technique. Everything around was filled with black energy, and he shouted that the hero would not be able to profit at his expense under any circumstances. He laughed, declaring that he had one last trump card, which the hero certainly did not expect to see at that moment. But a weapon suddenly pierced his chest, cutting off his laughter and ruining his attempt at a hidden technique. The protagonist snorted, saying that he really didn't expect this because the old dog knew how to survive incredibly tenaciously. The body perished, but the original spirit was not destroyed, continuing to exist and trying to find a way to salvation. The original spirit of old dog Zong turned into a black shadow and tried to escape, hoping to escape pursuit. The man claimed to know where the snow jade ginseng was and asked to spare his life. The guy said that the storage bag was torn and asked what kind of seeds he could have saved in that condition. He added that he knew very well that snow jade ginseng needed to be stored in extreme cold conditions. The man's spirit began to burn and evaporate, losing its form and gradually disappearing into the air, as if dissolving into the void. Shi-Song sighed, admitting that the old dog was indeed difficult to kill, since he had both puppets and the original spirit. A girl ran up to him and said that in the torn storage bag of the protector Zong, she found half of a jade tablet. He sent his divine sense there, and discovered that the tablet contained a secret technique of cultivators related to calculating fate. The hero realized that the art of calculating fate explained the old dog's ability to predict good and bad luck. Although the tablet was only half of it, then Shisong asked the girl if there was anything else, and she replied that she had found a whole jade tablet that looked like a diary. The boy raised an eyebrow, wondering who kept diaries anyway, since the old dog really did have some strange and unusual habits. But he understood that the diary might contain important information about the cultivation world that was of great value. Shisong exclaimed that he wanted to use the immersive simulation function to quickly study the found records. The heroine stated that they needed to hurry, because they had been killing Zong's protector for too long, and the cult might notice something. She said that the border of the Great Xia was not far away, so it was better to immediately contact the official authorities for safety. The manager said that Mr. Su and Miss Luo could rest while he distributed pills to those in need. Sitting down on a chair, the hero decided to carefully study the old dog's diary in order to understand his past and hidden motives. He read that in the year 2376 of the Xianwu era, the author accidentally met an immortal and entered the path. The hero remembered that the Great Xia had a dungeon from the Xianwu era, and guessed that the old dog might have come from there. The entry stated that in 2398, the author broke through to the foundation stage and visited the Flower Fairy. In the year 2434, he reached the great completion of the foundation and saw the fairy with another elder brother. In anger, he poisoned them, took the treasures and betrayed his own sect, finally turning down the dark path. Shisong gaped, surprised that old dog Zong had even been cuckolded, and he felt a little sorry for his fate. The record stated that in 2712, he killed a woman's family and enjoyed her for 7 days. In 2732, he obtained the secret technique of the black sinister palm, considering it a blessing from heaven. He then slaughtered the entire city, created a soul-summoning banner, and increased his own power to a terrifying level. He mastered the divine ability of the black sinister palm, finally losing his human qualities and moral limitations. Shisong thought, realizing that the old dog had long since ceased to be human, having finally plunged into darkness after the fairy's betrayal. In 2963, he returned to the sect and slaughtered everyone, leaving no one alive. In 3339, his spiritual energy weakened, and he took the yellow spring pill, falling into a sleep to prolong his life. The record said that in the year 5168 of the Xianwu era, he met Old Man Long and joined the Descent cult. The hero's eyes sparkled when he saw the list of items found, realizing how valuable they could be. This was a list of the contents of Old Dog Zong's storage bag, including snowjade ginseng and other rare ingredients. The hero realized that all the necessary ingredients for breaking through to the spirit transformation stage were indeed in his hands. The soul-summoning banner and bone sword turned out to be mid-rank treasures accumulated by the old dog over 2,000 years. The boy giggled, imagining how in the next simulation all these things would become his property and strengthen his path. Having dealt with old dog Zong's supplies, he focused on strengthening the Great Xia army, obtaining an entire mountain for growing plants. He transplanted 3 spiritual energy-gathering flowers from the blessed land of the spiritual fields, creating a foundation for future growth. The guy said that 1 flower through the array is capable of concentrating spiritual energy on 1 mu of land, ensuring the growth of rice. But he noted that if other living beings get there, the spiritual energy will not be enough for full development. Grabbing the chicken, the leader declared that he would monitor the spiritual field and would not allow anyone to disrupt its work. With the support of the Great Xia army, his task, in addition to alchemy, became cultivating as many energy-gathering flowers as possible. Soon, the first harvest of spiritual rice appeared, and Lu Yuanyu announced the official launch of the plan with a limit of 100 jin per person. The girl shouted for people not to crowd, assuring that today everyone would be able to buy spiritual rice without exception. Soon, many higher-level professionals appeared throughout the Great Xia, and the hero became a true national symbol. The manager handed over an envelope, reporting that 20 million jin of rice had been sold to 1 million professionals, and statistics had been collected. Among them, there were 600,000 bronze professionals, and 300,000 broke through to the silver level within 1 month. The man smiled as he said that the overall probability of a successful breakthrough had exceeded 99%, which was a record. Shisong thought about it, Realizing that spiritual rice grown in reality was no worse than rice from the blessed land, he calculated that in the next 10 to 20 years, the number of silver and gold professionals would at least double throughout the country. More professionals meant more grandmasters and heavenly kings would emerge, which greatly strengthened the human race. For the overall strength of humanity, this represented a colossal boost, capable of changing the balance of power in the coming war. After the success of the spiritual rice plan, the hero focused on training his divine consciousness, seeking to expand his own capabilities. After many years of practice, his divine consciousness reached 1,000 zhang, opening up new horizons of perception of the world. He led the people and launched a counterattack against the alien races, using his accumulated experience and strengthened army. For the 25th year, the end of the world was postponed for a whole 10 years thanks to their joint efforts. The hero noted that the spiritual rice, pills, and his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage allowed him to last for 25 years. The protagonist showed his middle finger, recalling that after 25 years and 3 months, the fortress of demon suppression fell. He chose to transfer the 1,000 zhang divine consciousness and 25 years of alchemy experience, strengthening his own potential. His body became covered in golden energy, indicating that the power transfer had been successful and had resulted in a significant boost. He felt that learning the methods of making hundreds of pills at once was incredibly enjoyable and inspiring. The hero decided to test the power of the 1,000 zhang divine consciousness in order to understand the limits of the new state. He flew into the dining room and asked if there was stewed pork today, wanting to test the perception. The boy became indignant, telling his aunt that his divine consciousness had grown and he could clearly see everything on purpose. But the girl shouted that she suddenly had something to do and asked her aunt not to cook anything. She ran away so suddenly that the hero wondered what exactly could have happened and why she was scared. The neighbors asked her why she had returned, and the heroine replied that an urgent and important matter had come up. Song was shocked, realizing that he had been so engrossed in following Wang Qingxuan that he hadn't noticed the girl's dormitory. The girl quickly grabbed her pink handbag and ran, clearly in a hurry and not wanting to waste a second. Something must have happened to Qingxuan, he said, so she rushed to change the situation. The heroine rushed into the women's restroom like a bullet, trying to hide as quickly as possible because she suddenly felt unwell and very uncomfortable. And Song was shocked, realizing that the girl had simply started her period, and he was wrong to be so scared of what was happening. He covered his face with his hand, considering that watching or listening to such moments was extremely indecent, so he decided to turn away. But he thought that the distance between the dormitories was great, yet his divine consciousness still reached there without the slightest effort. He wondered how terrifying the radius of his divine consciousness would become at the spirit transformation stage, as its capabilities would increase many times over. Moreover, among the people of the blue planet, he is the only cultivator, so professionals are unable to notice his consciousness, which makes him stronger. The girl said with disappointment that she had planned to go to see the elder Su Xing later, but the guests had arrived too early and disrupted her plans. Song was indignant and said that it had nothing to do with him, because her thoughts seemed completely strange and incomprehensible to him. Sitting on the bed and yawning, the guy asked Sun Shui if she was ready, because they needed to have time to complete their planned tasks. He didn't understand why it was taking Sun Sui so long to get ready, since he still had to return to the university to continue the simulation. And, letting out his breath, the guy decided to check what she was doing in order to understand the reason for her long preparation and possible anxiety. The heroine wondered what type of appearance Song might like, because it was difficult for her to choose a suitable image for the meeting. He realized that before each weekly meeting, Shui really prepared very carefully, trying to look as neat as possible. Shui came out beaming and said that she had just changed her clothes, so she was a little late and did not have time to come out right away. She asked why there was so much to do this week, and noted that Su Xing's strength had increased again, as she expected. She said that she had received the pills and suggested that they continue the work that they had planned to do together in the near future. The protagonist gently placed his hand on her shoulder and asked her to rest a little to regain her strength before work. Falling onto the bed, the heroine said that he looked unusually collected and confident today, which surprised her a little. And the guy said that she worked hard, so he learned a new relaxation technique and wants to help her recover. The girl began to stroke his hand and asked why he decided to take such care of her, wanting to understand his true intentions. She calmly sat down next to him on top of the bed, trying to maintain her balance and continue the conversation without rushing. He was invisibly protected by luck, so misfortunes passed him by. And even in danger, he most often remained completely unharmed. For example, if a plane crashes, he might accidentally hit a tree and escape serious injury through sheer luck. If a huge ship sinks, it will be saved by chance by a killer whale that appears nearby at the right moment and pulls it to the surface. The system warned that this talent only works when the owner is faced with a real threat or dangerous situation. Chi-Song thought about it, realizing that he could create danger himself to test the talent's work and gain additional benefits. He went to the pharmacy on purpose, bought 2 gins of arsenic and drank it in one gulp, after which the pharmacist in horror called the police. He was so overcome with arsenic that his vision went black, and testing showed that the arsenic was expired, and the pharmacist paid compensation. The protagonist was delighted, believing that even deliberately risking his life could bring him profit, since the purple talent was truly beneficial. He went to the bank to withdraw money and ran into a robber, but he forgot to load his gun, and the hero neutralized him in one move. He then went swimming in the river and was bitten by a non-venomous snake, which turned out to be a species that had been extinct for 2,000 years, earning him a reward. After numerous confirmations, he realized that seeking out danger really did bring benefits, so he went to see Old Dog Zong. His provocation enraged the old dog, who forcibly activated the evil energy of the bone sword, receiving a powerful blowback. Although he did not obtain all of the enemy's equipment, he managed to take one storage bag which contained rare and valuable pills. Chi-Song stated that everything happened effortlessly, because all the ingredients for breaking through to the spirit transformation stage were inside. He decided to blow up one pill furnace first to test the quality of the ingredients and his own alchemy skills. There was a huge explosion and the room filled with thick smoke, showing how unstable the pill-making process was. The guy with the bushy hair and the missing tooth exclaimed that he had succeeded despite the chaos and destruction around him. He picked up the pill and realized that it was a nascent soul-tempering pill that allowed one to break through to the spirit transformation stage. The protagonist was overjoyed, realizing that he could now finally break through to the spirit transformation stage and significantly increase his strength. A spirit with a golden core began to emerge from it, gradually appearing in space and filling the room with a soft glow. The boy was at peace and said that he felt warm, feeling calm and an even flow of spiritual energy. But suddenly he opened his eyes, not understanding why his body was not glowing, although the process should have gone differently. Chi-Song's soul embryo appeared before him, slowly forming and swaying in the golden light. It seemed as if the embryo of the soul had even fallen asleep, swaying slightly, as if resting after a long day of work. The guy couldn't figure out whether re-gilding was taking place, because the process looked unusual and unconventional. He thought that it was a good thing he had planted several mu of spiritual energy collecting flowers in advance, because the energy consumption was enormous. His soul embryo began to shine with golden light again, gradually strengthening and stabilizing its internal structure. He immediately swallowed the second embryo tempering pill and began the second round of spiritual core strengthening. Watching the process, Chi-Song mentally repeated words of encouragement, trying to speed up the opening of the soul embryo. He rejoiced, realizing that destruction for the sake of rebirth really works, and his soul embryo begins to grow. The first step of the transformation of the spirit was achieved, and the perfect embryo of the soul was formed completely and stably. The protagonist proudly declared that he was now half a step away from the spirit transformation stage and was ready to pass the 5 trials. He stopped, deciding not to waste the chance of simulation, since cutting out false thoughts required complete concentration. In order to pass the trials without distractions, he and Luo Shuyin once again betrayed the Descent cult and revealed the plan of the spiritual rice. His betrayal angered the cult of Descent, but Old Dog Zong was dead, and the luck boost protected the hero. In the 6th year, the strength of the Great Shah's official structures had grown significantly, and he left tens of thousands of pills to Lu Yuan. The system declared that the first test was about overcoming inner desire, requiring stability and clarity of consciousness. The protagonist's face was covered in shock, because he did not expect that the first test would be so difficult. Chi-Song thought about it and decided to prepare first, so he hung up a ladder and went online to search for information. He was surprised, not understanding why he needed to go to foreign websites to test his inner desire, because it seemed strange. The boy knew that he had a weak will and was easily distracted, so for the sake of training, he deliberately looked through a lot of self-monitoring materials. He was outraged and declared that this was slander, since he had nothing to do with gambling or bad habits. He added that he is not even associated with such content, emphasizing that he has nothing to do with gambling or drugs. After much study, he began the first test with full confidence, trying to maintain clarity of mind and calm. Suddenly, the main character was gently stroked on the shoulder by female fingers, gently drawing his attention to what was happening. The heroine asked her younger brother if he had time to discuss Buddhism, speaking to him in a calm and soft voice. The boy thought for a moment, wondering if Jin Chongshui had ever really looked so innocent and calm. He thought that this was too easy a test, because he had seen different images of the girl and was accustomed to such illusions. Reasoning on the principle that she would still become his future wife, he tried to remain calm and not give in to emotion. Shi Song thought that it made no difference when it came to closer communication, and he accepted Jin Chongshu's invitation, trying to maintain a clear mind. The protagonist stated in frustration that it was not he who made such decisions, since the situation was completely out of control. The happy days seemed wonderful, and he sank deeper and deeper into them, forgetting about reality and his own goals. At that time, the girl again called him to her, trying to distract his attention and keep him inside the illusion. She sometimes appeared in a bunny costume, creating a look designed to distract and have an emotional impact. She then conducted a rigorous interrogation in a police uniform, attempting to break his concentration and disrupt his mental stability. Shi Song mentally shouted to himself that he needed to wake up, because he would still have time to spend time with his future wife. But not now. Suddenly, the guy realized that what was happening was not reality, but a carefully created illusion of a test. He noticed that the girl looked unreal, because her movements and facial expressions seemed too artificial. And as soon as the hero realized this, the illusory figure instantly evaporated, showing that the test was still ahead. The hero understood what exactly the test of inner desire was, and acknowledged that such a test could indeed be terrifying. After that, no matter how the illusion tried to seduce him, Shi Song saw through its false nature at first glance. The system announced congratulations, stating that the hero had successfully passed the test of inner desire and had retained complete clarity of consciousness. She asked how the owner managed to pass the test, since it is considered one of the most difficult of all tests. Shi Song thought for a moment and said that he imagined himself as a monk and Jin Chongshu as a nun, which helped him stay calm. The system announced a second test, related to fear, requiring the hero to have fortitude and the ability to maintain sanity. The protagonist did not understand what exactly he could be afraid of, because it seemed to him that such feelings had long been overcome. The elder reported that a giant monster had appeared, and the situation required an immediate response and full concentration. The hero did not understand how this was possible, because now it was only the 6th year, and the monster should not have appeared. The giant monster did indeed appear, defying all expectations and appearing well ahead of schedule. It appeared ahead of schedule, completely destroying the calculations and forcing the hero to doubt the stability of the surrounding world. The blonde heroine said that she completely entrusted the safety of her grandfather Lu to Shi Song, counting on his strength. The protagonist sobbed out the name of Tsun Sui, feeling intense anxiety and fear for her fate in this difficult situation. The giant monster destroyed everyone dear to the hero, and Shi Song was beside himself with pain, determined to take revenge at any cost. The hero was confident that with the strength of half a step to the spirit transformation stage, he would be able to inflict serious damage on the monster. Shi Song thought that he could seriously injure the monster using his accumulated strength and experience from previous battles. But even his roar alone had already damaged the hero's internal organs, demonstrating the enormous difference in his strength levels. Suddenly, a thought arose in the guy's head, forcing him to stop and think about his own actions. When the hero realizes that no matter how hard he tries, nothing can be changed, will he be able to continue to persist? Shi Song realized that this was what he feared most, that all his efforts would simply be in vain. Shi Song hesitated, and in a moment of weakness, the giant monster swallowed the hero whole, leaving him to die in its dark and oppressive stomach. And the guy realized that any hesitation brings defeat, so he decided to face each challenge head-on, confidently, and without unnecessary doubts. And the hero chose to attract luck, avoid disaster, and cultivate at the half-step level to the spirit transformation stage. He noted that his control over spiritual energy had become freer, allowing him to create a vortex of any size, completely subordinate to his will. He was surprised by the emergence of a new sensation, because he had not previously experienced other levels of cultivation or deep internal insights. Then Shi-song realized that the memories of going through the trials of lust and fear were surfacing before him. The 5 trials of the spirit transformation stage were a direct confrontation in illusion with the deep part of one's own essence. This allowed one to understand the true inner self and to come closer to the completion of the complex and demanding stage of spiritual transformation. The guy exhaled and admitted that the simulator served as a cheat, because without it, he would have failed the first of the 5 tests. So the hero continued selling pills, collecting equipment, accumulating energy, and preparing for new simulations. A week later, he confidently began the 38th simulation, expecting to advance significantly further than before. He was given the talent of weak presence, and Shi-song laughed quietly, imagining how he would test it in the next simulation. Although the talent turned out to be interesting, the hero understood that leveling up was more important, so he focused on further cultivation. After some time, he felt that something was wrong around him, causing a slight internal tension. The protagonist did not understand why the girl Wang Qingxuan did not come to ask him to drop out this time. On the phone, she said that she wanted to say goodbye to her eldest, but because she was busy, she completely forgot about it. Without Wang Qingxuan's recommendation, the hero, relying on memories from previous simulations, independently found the hidden headquarters of the Descent cult. To show his strength, he teleported straight into the meeting of the Council of Elders. But no one present noticed him. Shi-song was shocked because the Grandmaster-level elders had not noticed the hero's intrusion, which seemed completely impossible. But finally, one of the elders noticed the hero and sternly asked who he was, how he got there, and why he dared to invade. After such a public display of power, the cult of Descent was pleased with the hero's abilities and warmly welcomed his official accession. But after the meeting, no one allocated a room for the hero to live in, as if his presence had completely disappeared from everyone around him. Shi-song was upset because the talent was powerful, but the side effect was too strong and could lead to disaster. But there was also joy, because now the robbery of the treasury should go much easier thanks to the peculiarities of his talent. In the 3rd year, the hero, together with Luo Shuyin, robbed the treasury, and thanks to the talent of a passerby, the people of the Descent cult did not notice the betrayal. At the same time, Lu Yuanyu also didn't notice that the hero had come to him and was calmly standing right in front of him. The man admitted that he constantly subconsciously ignores the existence of the hero, although he does not understand the reason for this feeling. To save the world, the hero had to turn on the old woman Xiang Lin mode and repeat important words 3 times in a row. Shi-song knew that if there was a test of patience, he would pass it instantly and without the slightest difficulty. The hero shouted that he was ready to face his fear and was no longer going to retreat before his inner demons. And with one movement, he cut the monster's face apart, demonstrating the determination and confidence accumulated over many years of preparation. Having experience from the previous simulation, the hero successfully broke through the test of fear, completely overcoming internal doubts and hesitations. Even if the body dies and the path dissipates, the hero will not regret it, because a real man should fall only on the battlefield. Shi-song exclaimed that after understanding the test of fear, he was no longer afraid of death and was ready to move on. The next test was one of greed, so the hero needed careful preparation to avoid giving in to his inner desires. The hero returned to the real world and, thanks to the successful implementation of the spiritual rice plan and the pill plan, became a national hero. To better pass the test of greed, the hero decided to release the evil desires hidden deep in his heart. The hero began to madly collect all the treasures he ever wanted, and countless jewels filled his hands. He also collected a huge number of legendary weapons, using them only to decorate the walls of his own luxurious palace. The girl said that the gentleman wanted to buy a life-extending pill from Shi-song, and the hero calmly named the price at 1 billion. In just 1 year, the hero became the richest man in the Great Sha, and with enormous power, he gradually turned into an arrogant ruler. The hero said that his words should be conveyed to the Bailey Trade Union, because if they wanted the pills, they should hand over their guild to the Tarot organization. The girl replied that the Bailey Union was a large trading guild with a 100-year history, representing the life's work of its owner. He smashed the table with his fist and shouted that the owner should beg him, since the hero had already shown mercy by giving him the opportunity to show himself. The heroine sighed and replied that she understood his words. although her voice betrayed weariness from what was happening. Gradually, voices against the hero began to appear in the country. People said that he had become arrogant and greedy, having lost his image as a protector. But the hero still had loyal supporters who believed that he had done too much for humanity and deserved to enjoy life a little. The girl stated that she was heading to the demon suppression outpost and that the hero should hand over the affairs of the tarot organization to someone else. She said that she didn't need his permission because Song was becoming a stranger, and she could no longer tolerate such changes. The boy looked around and realized that greed, arrogance, and irritability had gradually consumed him, turning him into a completely different person. He couldn't believe he had become like this, so he called Kong Shui and asked him to come back to help complete the last task and donate all the money. The hero sacrificed his entire fortune and became a penniless beggar, forcing himself to live in the blessed land of the spiritual fields, eating simple food. After a life where he stood above everyone else, it turned out to be incredibly difficult to get used to the ascetic cultivation and the complete absence of his former comforts. In his 12th year, his heart became calmer, and the hero was no longer obsessed with his former power, wealth, and destructive desires. Finally, in his 15th year, the hero broke through to the 3rd stage of divine power, reaching a level inaccessible to most cultivators. Song was shocked to realize that everything that had happened before was not reality, because he was inside a complex illusion. He didn't expect that in the simulation he would have the determination to directly pass the test of greed without giving in to his inner desires. But these 5 tests of spiritual transformation turned out to be truly insidious, and if the hero had not solved them, he would have drowned in illusion forever. After passing the test of greed, his control over spiritual energy had become much more flexible, and now all that was needed was one burst. In the illusion, the hero became the king of the most powerful state in the world, completely subordinate to his will and unquestioned authority. After biting into the fruit, Song said that the apple had a pleasant sweet and sour taste and was surprisingly refreshing after a long journey. He ordered that all residents of the Qing state, from 60-year-old men to 10-year-old children, grow apples for him. And when they tried to object to him, the king indignantly asked whether his subjects dared to contradict his will and the established order. In order to survive, the people of the Qing state united and rebelled against the hero's tyranny, and he became angry and decided to show his strength. The hero was indignant, declaring that the pathetic ants dared to rebel against him, forgetting their place and purpose. Countless citizens died by his sword, for the hero had no intention of showing mercy to those who defied him. The Qing state was littered with dead bodies, and the hero easily conquered this weak country, suppressing all resistance. Song was frozen in shock, realizing that he was the one who did all this, and he couldn't believe his own eyes. His heart was pierced by a sword, and a cry was heard demanding that the tyrant pay with his life for the atrocities he had committed. The boy asked why he was betrayed, since he had given power, money, and a position above everyone except himself, appointing a servant as the main manager. And the servant replied that he wanted to serve the king, and not a tyrant who destroys the fate of the state for his own whims. Song's crown fell, and he realized that he could decide the fate of the country with a single command, becoming an arrogant and cruel ruler. There remained the last test, the test of anger, and the hero felt that it would be the most difficult and dangerous. The girl announced that she was leaving school, said goodbye to her senior, and no longer wished to stay with him. And when the hero ran after her, the heroine said that the elder one had better think about how not to be expelled himself. She added that with his current strength, he would only become cannon fodder if he decided to follow her. He did not understand, because he considered himself half a step away from the stage of spiritual transformation, and he could not accept what was happening. Everything around darkened, and the hero realized that there was not a drop of spiritual energy in his body. Trying to understand what was happening, he desperately called the system, but no matter how much he called, it did not answer, leaving the hero completely alone. The hero realized that the system had disappeared, and not believing it, he went into the forest where he met Jin Chong Shui, hoping to enter the Qingyun Spiritual Fields dungeon. But nothing worked out, and soon the hero learned of the death of his sister and the fat man Yuya, which finally broke his spirit. A few years later, the hero was expelled from the university, and then a giant monster appeared, blocking the sky and the sun with its enormous body. Song shouted that he had become useless and worthless, asking where the system that should have belonged to him was. The protagonist snorted and told him to wake up, because everything that was happening was a lie and a created illusion. And then the guy looked at his hand, trying to figure out what exactly about what was happening seemed wrong. Having become fully aware of what was happening, he realized that everything around him was an illusion created to test his mind. And flying away into space, the hero repeated that everything that was happening was not real and had no relation to reality. The hero exhaled, realizing that his real thoughts could influence him in the simulation. Otherwise, the test would be too difficult. After passing the 5 trials, the speed of his Dantian's spiritual energy absorption increased sharply, and his soul embryo changed. His soul embryo evolved even further and turned into a fighting divine version of the hero, possessing immense power. At the same time, his divine consciousness expanded to 2,000 Zhang, and the whole of Kyoto came within the range of his perception. Now, the hero needed to introduce the original spirit into the soul embryo in order to complete the most important stage of the transformation. The golden light grew brighter, gradually filling the space around the hero and strengthening his inner strength. The hero realized that even if the physical body perished, as long as the divine consciousness did not dissipate, he would be able to continue to exist. If a suitable body is found, the hero can be reborn, occupying someone else's shell and restoring his lost form. Now it has become clear why everyone strives to reach the stage of spiritual transformation, because it literally gives a second life. Finally, the hero fully grasped all the insights and officially entered the stage of spiritual transformation, completing a long journey. In the dry field, Song froze, not understanding where his flowers, which were supposed to grow here, had disappeared to. They turned back into ordinary chickens, as the spirit transformation had completely depleted the spiritual energy needed to maintain their form. The boy chuckled because although he no longer had the spiritual stones, old dog Zong still had them. And in the next simulation, he was going to shear the wool. After breaking through to the spirit transformation stage, Song himself went to the battlefield at Demon Suppression Pass and destroyed the enemies. And he said that he wanted to know how many years his spirit transformation stage power could delay the end of the world. His fearless will inspired the professionals of the Great Xia, and thanks to their joint efforts, humanity was given a chance to survive. In the 25th year, hundreds of legendary demonic beasts invaded the Demon Suppression Pass, where countless human soldiers perished. The hero noted that the end of the world had been postponed for 10 years, and during this time, the Great Xia would become even stronger. He successfully advanced his cultivation level to the 4th stage of the Divine Power realm by spending 30 million energy. The first stage of Divine Power, then the 2nd, 3rd, and finally the 4th stage was reached, significantly strengthening his body. The main character gained enormous muscles as he went through 3 transformations from the 1st to the 4th stage, almost doubling his strength. At low levels, body and energy cultivators had different advantages, although the physical strength of body cultivators was always higher. But the energy cultivators' techniques allowed them to attack from afar, and ordinary body cultivators could not get close to them. Now, at the Divine Power stage, the growth of the body cultivators' strength allowed them to put energy cultivators in their place. The boy muttered that his divine consciousness had reached 3,000 Zhang, which was significantly higher than his previous levels. If you convert this into modern units, it comes out to about 10 kilometers, and all of Kyoto was under his observation. He could compress his divine consciousness to 30 Zhang, approximately 100 meters, instantly sensing any danger around him. The hero laughed, declaring that he now surpassed the old dog Zong not only in cultivation level, but also in the power of consciousness. Suddenly, in a back alley, he noticed a girl and was surprised, because in front of him stood Qing Xuan, looking extremely suspicious. He wondered if Qing Xuan had already made contact with the descent cult at this time, hiding it from everyone. The spirit shouted for the hero not to sigh and to tell what exactly had happened, because the situation was becoming increasingly alarming. The hero decided to wait until the girl explained everything herself, realizing that hasty conclusions could lead to mistakes. The protagonist thought about it, because the technique of Eternal Spring supported him only until the great completion of the stage of returning to the void, requiring a new method. The hero had a dual spiritual root of wood and fire, but he had only learned the wood method and had not yet mastered the fire method. There were currently 3 ways to obtain new cultivation methods, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. The first method was the Luotian Assembly Dungeon, which required repeatedly entering the simulation to memorize the techniques. But this path required too much simulation energy and effort, because without inspiration, it would have taken at least a dozen attempts. The second method was associated with the old dog Zong, who lived for 2,000 years and probably possessed high-level methods. The third way was to travel to the dungeon of the end-of-law era, where cultivation methods could be found literally at every step. Slamming the notebook shut, Shisong said that he would first rob old dog Zong and then go explore the era of the end of the law. And suddenly the hero received a call from Qing Xuan on his phone, which immediately caught his attention and made him wary. The hero thought that the girl was finally going to tell him everything, because he had been waiting for this conversation for a long time. But in tears, she said that her father and mother had died, and her voice trembled with despair. Wiping away her tears, Shisong asked the girl not to rush and calmly tell everything that happened to her family. She explained that her parents were members of the Black Dragon Guild, which dealt with dungeons and equipment. About half a month ago, due to a mistake in information during one of the guild's missions, her parents died in a dungeon. She was supposed to receive compensation, but the guild denied everything and demanded reimbursement for the items her parents had taken with them. The guy thought about it, because the name of the Black Dragon Guild sounded familiar, as if he had encountered it before. And then he realized that in one of the simulations, Jin Chung Shui had helped him buy out this guild and solve a similar problem. He handed the girl a small bag, explaining that the spatial ring contained 2 million in cash and some equipment from the dungeons. The hero said that he considered it a favor, but asked the girl not to tell others under any circumstances that the help came from him. The girl rushed to hug him, saying that the elder treated her incredibly kindly and supported her in difficult times. Qing Xuan definitely didn't belong to any extremist organizations, and her connection to the Cult of Descent could be linked to the Black Dragon Guild. The hero wondered if the Black Dragon Guild was really connected to the Cult of Descent and was involved in their secret affairs. On the phone, the hero asked Sun Sui if she knew anyone from the Black Dragon Guild and could help. He admitted that he wanted to discuss an important matter and offered to meet and give the girl the pills for the current week. The girl asked the hero about her image, asking if he liked her appearance and chosen style. But Shisong replied seriously that there was no point in testing him with such things, since he had come to talk about something important. Then the girl handed over an envelope and said that after yesterday's question she had found out a lot, because the Black Dragon Guild turned out to be scum. At first, they lured professionals into the guild by promising free rent of high-level items and favorable working conditions. When people were no longer useful, they were deliberately given dungeons of extremely high difficulty, hiding their true goals. When professionals died, their families did not receive compensation, but instead had to pay for the rented items. The protagonist jumped up and declared that he had to intervene, because such people could not be allowed to continue to be impudent and harm others. The heroine snorted and asked if he was interfering for the sake of his younger student, hinting at his ulterior motives. She punched the hero in the face, saying that she would only help because the girl was being forced to sell herself. After applying ice to his cheek, Shisong realized that Wang Qingxuan had truly been driven into a corner, and therefore she would join the Cult of Descent. He stated that he was returning to the university and asked that he be informed of any movements by the Black Dragon Guild. As expected, Sun Shui was even able to find the address of the Black Dragon Guild's storage facility, demonstrating incredible efficiency. The guy released his golden spirit, preparing to inspect the area and further penetrate the vault. He decided to first examine everything with divine consciousness, in order to understand the location of objects and possible traps. Flying inside, he opened his mouth and froze, amazed by what he saw and not believing his own eyes. Inside, everything was shining, because in front of him was a huge amount of white equipment, neatly laid out on the shelves. The hero asked the system to check how much equipment was in the storage and what its cost in energy points was. The report stated that the storage contained equipment worth 100 million energy points, and the hero realized that he was temporarily provided for. It turned out that even high-level rare metals were stored here, because the Black Dragon Guild had plundered an incredible amount over the years. But suddenly, Shisong looked around with confusion, feeling that there was something strange in the room that required attention. There was a heavy guard of puppets nearby, and the hero wondered if something even more valuable was hidden inside. He quickly knocked out the puppets with a light touch of his finger and thought about it, because they were controlled by spiritual energy, which seemed suspicious. The hero decided that it was necessary to carefully study all the secrets hidden in this place, because the situation was becoming more and more mysterious. He was surprised, because it was impossible to tell whether this place was the treasury of the Black Dragon Guild or the Cult of Descent. The guy took the book and thought about it, because the guild members were not involved in cultivation and alchemy, but they possessed rare materials and techniques. He decided to carefully check everything around, realizing that there was definitely an important and carefully guarded secret hidden here. And in the distance, something shone brightly, attracting the hero's attention and forcing him to immediately head in that direction. The guy flew cheerfully towards the source of light, because in front of him was an accounting book, visible only in a state of divine consciousness. He realized that there was definitely something fishy hidden here, because such documents were never left without a serious reason. The hero grinned, as the book turned out to be the Black Dragon Guild's accounting book of offerings to the Cult of Descent, confirming the connection. He realized that the Black Dragon Guild was a white-glove branch of the Descent cult operating in China. Suddenly, the hero found a note, carefully hidden between the pages, and felt that it contained important information. He read that there was a way to survive the end of the world and avoid being swallowed by giant beasts, described in a document. The Cult of Descent even revealed the truth about the end of the world to the guild, because without a hefty fee, no one would cooperate with them. The hero thought, because the demons invading China could really come from the demon world mentioned in the note. A loud alarm sounded through a megaphone, indicating that someone had entered the vault and breached the security barriers. The hero laughed, realizing that he had been noticed too late, because the guards had acted too slowly and clumsily. The hero disappeared and thanked the Black Dragon Guild for the treat, rejoicing in the loot and the successful completion of the robbery. He asked the system to tell him how many energy points he had left, so he could evaluate his further cultivation capabilities. The system announced that the owner had 170 million energy points, which significantly exceeded his previous reserves. The guy laughed, realizing that he was now truly rich and could temporarily stop worrying about a lack of energy. The bell rang, and the hero was surprised, because he had already handed over the pills and rations, so he did not expect a call from Sun Shui. The girl was indignant, asking if it was he who robbed the Black Dragon Guild, since everything pointed to his actions. She asked who he thought she was, since his overconfidence could lead to trouble, and the guild was already actively looking for him. The Black Dragon Guild has announced a reward for a martial emperor-level master capable of carrying off an entire vault. The hero raised an eyebrow when he learned that the reward was 100 million, and realized how seriously they were looking for him. He fell onto his bed, deciding that it would be better not to leave the university for a while to avoid possible danger. And I started thinking that someone might have special artifacts to search for. And so I decided to immediately launch a simulation. Although such situations might seem like any man's dream, the hero reminded himself that this was the end of the world, not a romance. The system responded that the owner should objectively evaluate his luck, since it does not interfere with the choice of talents. The hero snorted and said that his goal was to cultivate and let talents fall to chance. He decided to try to escape through the demon suppression outpost into the demon world in this simulation, to test the possibility of saving humanity. To reduce the likelihood of the Black Dragon Guild finding him, the hero quietly meditated in the spiritual land for a whole month. All this time, Jin Chong Shui had been relaying news to him, maintaining contact and monitoring the situation around the guild. A scream came from the receiver demanding that they stop hiding, because the guild had already taken down the reward notice and was expecting the pills in a week. After meeting with Jin Chong Shui, the hero realized that the situation had stabilized, and that they could move on to discussing further actions. They exchanged a few greetings and immediately got down to business, realizing that they had no time for empty talk. The protagonist smiled, because the new talent turned out to be truly powerful and allowed him to feel confident in his own abilities. He thought that if it weren't for the end of the world, then with such talent he would certainly have reached the pinnacle of life. While hugging the girl, the hero said that he needed to ask Sun Shui for one important and delicate favor. Because of her help, Wang Qingxuan will no longer join the Cult of Descent, so he will have to find the cult's address on his own. Previously, when the hero went there with Wang Qingxuan, he was always blindfolded, and without Chong Shui, he would not have gotten there. The actual address of the Descent cult turned out to be in the city of Shuangqing in the southwest province, which was quite far from the capital. The hero thought about it, because without Wang Qingxuan's recommendation, he could not appear in the cult of dissent openly and legally. He came up with a plan and decided to make it so that the cult representatives would come to him on his trail. Ordinary professionals could not recognize his divine consciousness, but the highest ranks of the dissent cult would definitely feel its power. The hero remembered that he had never used divine consciousness outside the capital before, and decided to try it now. Suddenly, behind him, he saw a purple glow that was rapidly approaching and clearly indicated the arrival of guests. The hero joyfully exclaimed that they were coming, because this was exactly what he had been trying to achieve by attracting the attention of the cult of dissent. A man wearing a hood and mask appeared before him, hiding his face and radiating strong spiritual energy. The protagonist began to defend himself with flames, creating a fiery barrier around himself and preparing for a possible attack. And then he rushed towards his opponent, intending to test his strength and understand the stranger's true intentions. They began to fight with swords, and each blow was accompanied by flashes of energy that reflected the level of their skill. At one point, Shisong wounded the man, showing that his strength far exceeded his opponent's expectations. Then the enemy acknowledged that the hero really had a good level and assessed his abilities without unnecessary emotions. The protagonist realized that the old dog Zong had come for him and was surprised to see him in such an unusual appearance. The respected man possessed a deep level of cultivation and yet remained surprisingly young, which amazed the man. Old dog Zong's thoughts, as expected, immediately went towards the dark cultivators, which did not surprise the hero at all. The defender shouted, asking the respected one to wait a little, and announced that he was the defender of the cult of dissent, inviting him to visit their cult. He stopped abruptly, asking what the cult of dissent was, and pretended that he had never heard such a name before. He chuckled to himself, because this was exactly the development he wanted, hoping to get a chance to infiltrate the cult. After listening to Old Dog Zong's explanation of the cult of dissent, the hero said that it sounded interesting and went with him. The elders said they understood Defender Zong's desire to distinguish himself and bring in fresh blood, but they considered his actions hasty. They were hesitant, as picking people up right off the street seemed too risky and could arouse unnecessary suspicion. The man shouted that there was no rush, because this gentleman was a great master of body capture techniques and possessed rare knowledge. Since Old Dog Zong had created too high an image for the hero, he had to get a suitable pill to earn his trust. Everyone was shocked, because in front of them was a life extension pill that could extend life by 100 years, regardless of level. The protagonist proudly declared that the elders were well versed in such things and were able to appreciate the rarity of the pill. He said that he only got this pill after 99 exploding cauldrons, and mentally scolded Old Dog Zong. He was told that he had been officially accepted into the cult and was now free to attend their meetings and participate in their affairs. After joining the cult of dissent, the hero, on the one hand, fraternized with the Old Dog Zong, maintaining friendly relations. On the other hand, he secretly contacted Luo Shuying using prearranged signals, hiding his actions from the cult. In the third year, he and Luo Shuying again robbed the treasury and betrayed the cult of dissent, continuing their plan. The girl suggested trying to win over the defender Zong to her side, since he had brought the hero into the cult and could have suffered. As he wanted, the old dog Zong was persecuted by the cult of dissent because of him, and he again took to flight. The guy twirled red napkins in his hands, enjoying what was happening and considering today to be a particularly successful and pleasant day. Jumping and dancing, he said that the day was really good, because even for an old dog, such a moment had come. Shisong joined the Great Xia army, prepared enough pills, and resolutely headed to the Demon Suppression Outpost. To pass the Demon Suppression Outpost and enter the demon world, he had to cut through hordes of demonic beasts. The guy understood that he needed to level up as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the upcoming difficult trials. Suddenly, he saw a black, frightening shadow that moved quickly and caused a strong tension in his heart. He screamed that the beginning of murderous intent was in front of him, feeling the space around him become denser. Shisong approached the monsters, but as soon as they sensed his aura, they began to run away in fear. He decided to find higher-level demonic beasts to temper his own killing intent and strengthen his spirit. The guy defeated all the opponents around him, but never met a single truly worthy opponent. He wondered why he had been killing for so long, but still couldn't see the border of the Demon Suppression Outpost. A menacing roar was heard behind him, and he realized that something much more dangerous than the creatures he had previously encountered was approaching. A rhinoceros monster appeared before him, emitting powerful energy and looking much stronger than the other demonic beasts. He attacked swiftly, his huge muscles making every movement incredibly dangerous and destructive. As he flew back, Shisong realized how strong his opponent was, and was delighted to have met a truly worthy opponent. Flames erupted from the rhinoceros's horn, spreading through the air and leaving behind trails of hot energy. While defending himself, the protagonist realized that this was no ordinary fire, because he sensed an unusual destructive force in it. He realized that this was Mo Bing's fire, which could burn spiritual energy, and he realized the danger of what was happening. The guy decided that if ice wasn't enough, he would have to use fire to fight the attacking monster. He assumed a defensive stance, concentrated, and began to accumulate spiritual energy for the next decisive blow. The boy shouted forward and rushed towards the enemy, putting all his accumulated strength and determination into the movement. This demonic beast was different from the others, as its strength and behavior indicated a much higher level. He wondered if the opponent had really reached the level of a demon emperor, as his strength seemed incredibly terrifying. As the rhinoceros evaporated, a golden core appeared beneath it, glowing with a soft light and emitting powerful energy. The guy realized that in front of him was a real demonic core, possessing enormous value and rare properties. To test his guess, he quickly reworked the demonic core and obtained the expected result, confirming his thoughts. This core immediately allowed him to break through to the 7th level of the divine power realm, strengthening his body and consciousness. Shisong realized that these cores contained enormous potential that could significantly accelerate the development of cultivation. One such core could raise one's level by 3 minor levels at once, making them incredibly valuable to any cultivator. The guy decided to move forward, kill demonic beasts, collect cores, strengthen his body, and increase his own level. In order to quickly leave the demon suppression outpost and reach the demon world, he fought without rest for a whole month. He saw the wall of the demon suppression outpost and realized that he could finally leave this place and see the demon world. When asked if he really intended to go further, he heard a warning about numerous dangers. The guy replied that he absolutely had to watch it, because otherwise he would never know the truth about the demon world. He saw the skeleton of a huge monster lying among the rocks and felt how cruel this place was. Shisong realized that everything was much more severe than he imagined, because there were traces of ancient battles lying around. Before him lay a veritable graveyard of demonic beasts, filled with the remains of creatures of various sizes and shapes. This bloody moon gave him an eerie feeling, as if it was watching his every step and weighing on his mind. He wondered if the demon world was supposed to be a place where demonic beasts lived, not an endless graveyard. The guy was surprised why there was nothing but a cemetery here, because he expected to see living creatures, not dead remains. The elders said it was a slaughterhouse, where the blood moon awakened the beast's rage, causing them to think only of killing. He warned the girl that if she went with him, she could die, because the danger here was too great. She hugged Shisong and said that death would come one day, and when it did, she wanted to be by his side. The girl explained that the blood moon is called the killing moon, and any creature under its light falls into rage and madness. The guy replied that he now understood why there were so many corpses of demonic beasts here, because their minds were clouded by the moon. He said that there was no need to worry about him, because during the transformation of the spirit, he had passed the test of anger and strengthened his soul. The protagonist recalled the letters from Elder Moon to the Black Dragon Guild, which spoke of the only way to save humanity. The heroine said that the world they are in is called the Carnage Field, and is a connection of many torn worlds. She said that long ago, a great cultivator entered into a war with an alien race, and the world was torn apart. Later, an evil god fell on the field of slaughter and became a blood moon, capable of being reborn after consuming enough creatures. She said that the slaughter field exists not only near the blue planet, but also on other worlds. The girl added that in her home world of the spirit race, there is also a similar place associated with ancient wars. The protagonist realized that through the field of carnage, he could get into her world, if he was lucky and the path was correct. Shisong asked if people could enter the demon world through the field of slaughter, avoid invasion, and even strike the enemy from behind. She replied that it was too difficult, because the field of slaughter connected countless planes, and the path depended only on luck. The guy said that then the entire field of slaughter must be destroyed, because if the channel disappears, the demonic beasts will not be able to enter his world. The girl warned that the core of the carnage field is located at the end of the battlefield, where the influence of the blood moon is especially strong. But he still decided to go, and his words ignited the blood of Luo Shuying, who decided to go with him. The deeper they went, the stronger the influence of the blood moon became, pressing on their minds and feelings. Therefore, he had to prepare mind-calming pills on the spot so that Luo Shuying could maintain her sanity. The girl went limp and told Shisong that there was no need to worry, because closer to the center, the alien races completely lose their minds. The protagonist replied that there was nothing to worry about, because in the worst case, they could take refuge in the blessed spiritual land. The heroine suddenly fainted, and Shisong felt the tension around her increase, foreshadowing a new danger. The boy looked back in fear, trying to understand the source of the threat and assess the situation, which was rapidly deteriorating. He saw before him a legendary-level demonic beast whose aura pressed on the space and suppressed the mind. Shisong didn't have time to do anything, because his body was instantly pierced by sharp claws, depriving him of the ability to resist. His talent for not closing his eyes after death worked, allowing his consciousness to remain clear and observe what was happening. The protagonist thought that for demonic beasts, strength is the highest law, and the blood moon only intensifies their rage. He realized that she was not just an object, but a real transformation of an evil god, capable of influencing the world and creatures. The boy admitted that his strength was still insufficient, as his encounter with the legendary beast ended in instant death. He decided that when he reached the peak of the spirit transformation stage, he would definitely return to explore this dangerous place. The reward received included a cultivation level of the 7th stage of the Divine Power Realm and 20 years of combat experience. Shisong happily stated that he felt as if he had returned to the Demon Suppression Outpost again, experiencing the familiar sensations. All the memories came alive, and he clearly felt every detail of the past experience, as if everything was happening right now. The guy confidently stated that he had fully absorbed the knowledge he had received, and his mind had become much calmer and more collected. He thought that the increase in level was manifested in better control of the vortex of spiritual energy. But where did the combat experience go? It was 5 o'clock on his phone, and his alarm rang, reminding him that it was time to feed the chickens. As he approached the chicken coop, the protagonist shouted the names of the chickens, calling Xiao Heizi, Da Zhuangzi, and Liu Ma to eat. The chickens ran as fast as they could, screaming forward and rejoicing that it was finally time to eat. They stopped abruptly and begged the rooster not to kill them, promising not to think about rebellion anymore. In tears, they declared that the idea of the rebellion belonged to the second one, Xiao Heizi, and asked for a fair hearing. Shisong was taken aback, as he had no intention of killing the chickens, and asked them not to add unnecessary drama. He couldn't understand what exactly he had done, since they began to foam at the mouth with fear and behave so strangely. The guy realized that the culprit was the germ of murderous intent that he had unknowingly released. He realized that combat experience manifested itself in just this way, because even strong enemies could be intimidated by aura alone. As expected, everything the system gives as a reward is a real treasure that can significantly enhance development. He decided to accumulate more energy points and level up as quickly as possible in order to receive 3 rewards at once. The boy approached the house of the Bailey II family, whose wealth was comparable to that of the influential Jin family. He stood on tiptoe and thought that perhaps this very place was the home he needed. He was sharply asked what business he had come for, whether he wanted wealth or whether he had come for someone's life. Shisong replied that he did not need wealth, because the old man would die soon anyway, and he had come to make a deal. He threw the bottle to the old man, showing his seriousness of intentions and offering to discuss the terms of a future agreement. He told the old man to open the bottle and look carefully at the contents to ensure its authenticity and potency. The old man opened it with disbelief, and a shining pill, emitting a soft golden light, fell into his palm. He exclaimed that before him was the legendary life-extending pill, which had long been rumored among the strongest families. The guy replied that the richest family in China recognized it immediately, because this pill can extend life by 5 years. The man couldn't believe Shisong's words, because such miracles seemed inaccessible even to the most influential people. He fell to his knees and admitted that after his cancer diagnosis, he had tried everything. But even divine objects only gave him months. He banged his head on the ground and begged that if his life were extended for 10 years, he would give up all the property of the Bailey family. Shisong said that his pills could extend life not only by 10 years, but also by 100. But there was a condition. He stated that he needed the dungeon items that Bailey Chi's son had collected for many years and carefully preserved. The old man asked again if he really wanted that useless junk from the dungeons that no one considered valuable. The old man thought that masters can be strange and decided that the pill could be a fake. Otherwise, why exchange it for trash? He coughed and asked to first take the life-extending pill and then call his son to discuss the deal. When Shisong gave permission, the old man drank the pill, hoping that it really had the power it claimed to have and would help him. His body trembled sharply, and he felt a powerful energy coursing through his veins, awakening long-extinguished life force. His muscles tore through his clothes, and he cried out that he felt the return of the strength he had been deprived of for many years. He looked at his hands and saw that the calluses had disappeared, and the skin had become smooth and youthful, as if it were that of a person of a different age. Looking in the mirror, he realized that he had looked at least 10 years younger, and he could not hide his shock at what he saw. The old man thanked Shisong for saving his life and promised to immediately call his ungrateful son for a talk. The guy shouted that he would not give up the items, because even though they were not of a high level, they were unique treasures. The old man slapped his son, saying that he was almost dead, but he still didn't want to part with this junk. The son scratched his head awkwardly and said that he didn't mean it that way. He just thought his junk wasn't worth such a high price. The protagonist admitted that young Master Bailey was too modest, because these things were of great value to him. The guy sighed and offered another way of dealing, saying that he could pay with money instead of dungeon items. The man said that the son must decide what is more important to him, the underground junk or the life of his own father. Shisong stated that in addition to equipment, he needed rare metals that could be regularly exchanged for life extension pills. He asked if any amount would do and seemed willing to comply with any condition to save his father. The guy thought that now he could stop worrying about energy points for a while, since he had enough resources. The son cried and asked the elder to take care of them properly, realizing that he no longer had any other choice. Shisong said he would come next week, and the second life extension pill depended on their efforts. Suddenly, the old man ordered Fubo to follow him and be sure to find out who he was and where he came from. The boy told his father not to complicate things, because his objects contained tracking devices that would allow him to find out everything automatically. He said that his son had finally done something worthwhile, and for the first time, he seemed pleased with his actions. The full moon shone in the sky, illuminating the city with a soft light and creating a sense of calm after a busy day. And Shisong flew around the city and asked the system to calculate how many energy points he would get this time. The system reported that energy objects have been detected, and their total value is 480 million points. He was shocked by such a huge amount and did not expect to receive such a significant reward at one time. The guy happily stated that he knew that getting rich overnight was nice, but he didn't think it would be this nice. They seemed to be dancing with the system, and she said there was something important that she was unsure whether to talk about. The system explained that these objects contained numerous tracking devices capable of transmitting information to their owners. The protagonist grinned, realizing that a family with a century-old history could not raise a naive person and definitely had a backup plan. Looking around, the hero realized that there were other people nearby and felt that the situation was rapidly becoming dangerous and tense. With the help of flame, the guy began to defend himself from attacking opponents, reflecting blows and keeping them at a safe distance. The attackers were clearly not prepared for such force, as Shisong's fire defense was significantly more powerful than they expected. Grabbing one by the arm, the protagonist ordered him to convey a warning to Bailey 2 to stop trying to find out his identity immediately. The mercenary screamed and begged for mercy, realizing that they were no match for a man with such terrifying and overwhelming power. The man with the cast on his arm reported that the elder possessed unfathomable power, and the Bailey family could not become his enemy. He said that all of his subordinates were martial emperor-level masters, but none of them could withstand even one blow. The old man thought for a moment and decided that this man's level was already close to legendary, and was surprised by his appearance in China. The boy ran into the room and told his father that all the tracking devices in his subjects had stopped working at once. The man told Fubo that the Bailey family could not offend such a person and ordered them to urgently purchase rare metal ores. The system announced the start of the simulation and reported that the main character had received the purple talent of a blacksmithing genius. The guy was pleased, because this talent could bring in money and open up new opportunities for future development. Shisong lay on the bed and regretted that he did not have the knowledge to create artifacts and the appropriate manuals to teach him. After the simulation began, the hero was about to go to the blessed spiritual land, but suddenly received an invitation from Fatty Yu. The fat man said that Shisong shouldn't sit in the dorm because graduation was coming soon, and suggested that they go out and have a proper meal. Suddenly a man's voice began to sing, and the boy realized that Fatso's passion for singing had awakened again, as it had before. He remembered that they had agreed to just eat, but Fatso started singing again, completely forgetting about the original plans. The protagonist listened to his classmates' conversations, and, remembering the coming apocalypse in more than 20 years, felt a special emotion. Shisong sighed and said that life is like that, and the main thing is to live it to the fullest, without missing out on important moments. The guy grabbed the microphone and started singing, deciding that he would sing until he completely felt the joy of what was happening. His state of mind improved, and he decided to relax with friends, allowing himself to unwind and have fun. The higher the state of mind, the lower the likelihood of internal demons appearing, and cultivation becomes much easier. The uplift in his mental state gave Shisong confidence, and he entered the Luoxian assembly dungeon again to prepare for the breakthrough. The teacher said that the disciple had not yet reached 100 years of age, but had already achieved the great perfection of the divine power realm. The protagonist wondered how the dungeon's plot would change if he became a holy son, and why everything was stuck at the bottom of Lochen. He told the teacher that he had achieved the great perfection of the divine power realm, and asked him to reveal the secret of moving to the next realm. The master explained that primordial strength is the foundation for body cultivators and is divided into 3 important stages. In the strengthening stage, the hero strengthens the body with the primordial force, and in the enveloping stage, it covers the body and protects it. In the final stage, the primordial power can leave the body and be used for attack, greatly enhancing any weapon. The teacher said that he had a divine technique of primordial power and records on how to develop it, and told me to train. He learned that protective chi covers the body with primordial power, granting divine power and protection from any techniques. The protagonist bowed and thanked the teacher for his favor, promising to live up to his expectations and train hard. The old man smiled and said that after developing the original strength, he would be able to enter the limits of extremes to temper the body. The boy realized that after developing the original power, he would have to seek death in order to find a chance to live and reach a new realm. Shisung sighed and said that it sounded extremely difficult, but the Luoxian assembly was a true treasure for cultivators. The protagonist was glad, because if he had entered here with the power of a holy son, the reward would have been even more significant. After leaving the Luoxian assembly, he again used Old Man Zong to infiltrate the descent cult. In order to frame the old dog Zong, the hero forced him to swear brotherhood before the elders of the cult of descent. A year later, he and Luo Shuying fled the cult again, and Old Man Zong was wanted for his actions. The guy told the girl that the ring contained enough pills for 10 years of cultivation, and told her to contact the Tarot organization. She replied in a calm voice that there was no need to worry, and that they would definitely wait for his quick return home. In the blessed spiritual land, after completing all his affairs, the hero began to cultivate the original power thanks to his innate talent. The hero soon felt the bitter taste of defeat and realized how difficult the path of spiritual improvement can be. Fortunately, the past year had not been in vain, as his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the spirit transformation stage. Shisong understood that his spiritual energy had run out again, and continuing his cultivation was becoming completely impossible at the moment. The hero decided that the simulation couldn't be wasted and was going to check out what plans he hadn't yet managed to implement. The dungeon of the end-of-law era had previously frightened him with its weak strength, but now, at the 3rd level of spirit transformation, he decided to enter. He had reached the great perfection of the divine power realm in his physical cultivation, and thought it was time to give it a try. The era of the end of the law appeared before him as a deserted and lifeless place, which looked extremely unusual and gloomy. The hero released his spiritual consciousness to better perceive the surrounding space and understand the hidden features of this strange mountain. He then began to carefully examine the entire mountain, trying not to miss any important detail or possible danger. At the foot of the mountain, he found 3 sects, including the Changchun Gate, the Xuanhuang Teaching, and the Fusheng Gate, located nearby. The protagonist recalled that the Changchun Gate was probably the place where one could obtain the Eternal Spring technique, known to many. He also remembered Old Man Zong's sect, and decided that it would be better for him to wait a little longer on this matter. The hero went to the Xuanhuang Teachings to establish contact with the agent of the Great Xia and complete the necessary task. He remembered the expression about the heavenly king who covers the earth with a tiger, and felt a surge of self-confidence. Song said with a slight smile that he was going to climb the mountain to defeat the tiger and strengthen his spirit. The boy joyfully exclaimed that the elder had finally arrived, and asked if the organization had sent him specifically for him. Song awkwardly admitted that he was just passing by and didn't expect to be drawn into such a situation. The hero calmly asked the elder what instructions he should follow and what was required of him at the moment. The protagonist said that he wanted to know if the Xuanhuang Teachings had techniques for cultivating primordial power, and the guy confirmed it. Song asked whether the interlocutor could independently make decisions and manage such techniques in the teaching. The guy confidently stated that he occupies an excellent position in the Xuanhuang Teachings and is able to solve many important issues. He said that he is now the deputy head, since the head is in seclusion, and manages the entire teaching. The hero was surprised, realizing that the guy had almost become the boss, and therefore wanted to return to the organization to confirm his status. Through Wang Xiaowu, the hero received a suitable technique for cultivating primordial strength and learned important news about spiritual energy. The guy said that the spiritual energy in this world was completely depleted, and its disappearance was connected to the ancient ruins. Song looked around and realized that in front of him was indeed the ancient ruins he was about to explore. The hero felt a bad premonition, and realized that what was happening around him was causing him serious concern. Suddenly, strange sounds were heard behind him, which made the hero become wary and turn around to check the source. The protagonist looked back and saw a sword, shrouded in purple energy, rapidly approaching him. The defenders screamed that the scoundrel had set him up and expressed intense rage directed at the protagonist. He claimed that the old dog hid in the dungeon, and that is why the cult of dissent could not catch him for a long time. The hero thought that it had been a long time since there had been a real fight, and decided to strengthen the nascent intent to kill within himself. As he attacked, the boy shouted to the old dog to prepare for death and not try to hide any longer. The battle was about to begin, and the tension around was becoming increasingly palpable. The defender shouted that Song must die and had no right to continue interfering in what was happening. The guy just laughed, saying that the defenders shouldn't hold back and can use all his strength. They fought for hundreds of rounds, fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, and only at dawn did the battle end. The man admitted that he was inferior to the hero in fencing and admitted defeat, but he was stronger in technique. The protagonist chuckled and asked if this was really true, showing confidence in his own abilities. He then shouted that the flame purifies everything and was about to use the corresponding technique against the enemy. The guardian summoned the nascent spirit puppet art, using a complex technique to enhance his abilities. Several puppets, along with the old dog Zong, entered the battle, but the hero destroyed one of them immediately. Coughing up blood, the defender couldn't understand how the hero was able to identify the core of the puppet formation and destroy it. Having lost his puppet formation, Old Dog Zong no longer dared to engage in close combat and tried to escape. 3 days later, the hero successfully killed the old dog Zong, and by that time his artifacts were exhausted. The protagonist sighed, realizing that he had to kill him instantly in order to inherit all the property in full. The gates of Changchun interested the hero because he wanted to learn the techniques that the old dog Zong had learned. The hero heard the question about whether he was the cultivator who fought a few days ago and confirmed it, but with surprise. The hero modestly answers the old man that he does not dare to teach him, but is ready to help with advice if he asks. The boy is amazed that even a powerful golden core cultivator speaks to him with such respect. The gate master takes the hero through the library, where he finds a complete version of the Bagua art that was once used by old dog Zong. Suddenly, the guy notices a heavenly level technique among the scrolls and can't believe his eyes. The elder explains that there is no mistake, and to obtain a heavenly level technique, one must combine 3 mysterious level techniques. The guy asks again about the unification, and wonders if his cultivation has turned into some kind of strange game. The elder adds that the three sects agreed to divide the result equally. He notes that since the elder knows about the unification, it means that someone has already done this before and achieved success. The elder confirms and calls the final technique the art of 10,000 trees, but regretfully says that it has disappeared. The guy asks if there is really no way to restore it, and receives a firm answer that there is a way. The elder shows him an old map of ancient ruins, where the method for combining that very technique is stored. The hero thanks the chief and promises to return and repay his kindness if he finds a heavenly level technique. The guy recalls Wang Xiaowu's words about the connection between the ruins and the disappearance of energy, and the leader claims that the method of unification lies there. The hero wonders what great secret is actually hidden in these ancient ruins. He is amazed by the beauty of the place and cannot believe that these are just abandoned ruins. The guy decides to carefully study the map so as not to miss any important details. The hero realizes that what he previously took for an entrance is not actually one, and the real passage is hidden in one of the valleys. He decides to use spiritual consciousness to search, which should help him find the right place. The guy thought that with 1,000 zhang of consciousness he would quickly find the valley, but a month passed and there was no result. Having no other choice, the hero begins to walk around the entire mountain, hoping for some luck. He wandered among the mountains and rivers, enjoying nature and sometimes hunting to feed himself. The guy says that if it weren't for the end of the world, these mountains and waters would be a great place to relax. The hero thinks with slight sadness that the world has changed irrevocably, and now even the most beautiful places conceal mortal danger. Suddenly he shouts to the wild beast to stop and fight if he dares. The hero notices a huge stone, 1,000 zhang high, and is amazed by its size. He stops and wonders why he didn't notice this stone earlier when scanning the mountain. The guy understands that the stone is visible only to the eyes, but the spiritual consciousness does not find it. The hero joyfully exclaims that before him is indeed the long-awaited entrance to the ancient ruins he has heard so much about. He confirms that this is where the hidden passage is located, which many have been looking for many years but never found. The guy says that we need to see what was taken out or extracted from here before him. He carefully approaches the stone and notices strange scratches on its surface that look like writing. The hero runs his finger over these signs and feels a faint but ancient warmth emanate from them. He sees the bodies of people in front of him and asks with horror if they all really explored the ruins. The hero repeats his question again, looking at the remains of those who came here before him. The elder's remains made the traveler realize that this place was unsafe, and at that moment, the danger avoidance buff was activated. Buff insistently reminded me to leave this place immediately, because at my current level, entering it would be simply suicide. The hero thought that even though death wasn't scary in the simulation, he'd have to wait a whole week for the next attempt. It was decided not to explore the ruins for now, and to return here when the apocalypse was already approaching. He also decided that he could return when he reached the peak of the spirit transformation stage, and not waste this simulation. Attention was focused on cultivation, and through the technique of strengthening the meridians, they finally began to understand the basis of primordial strength. The hero exclaimed with delight that the envelopment of the primordial force had finally succeeded. The boy thought that a good start was half the battle, and in his 18th year, his practice became more and more confident. He noticed that it was time to water the flowers because they had already begun to dry out. The hero sighed, realizing that constant watering was taking too much effort, and decided that it would be a good idea to hire an assistant to take care of the plants. The boy was surprised to discover that the irrigation liquid was actually a spiritual liquid. One drop of it is incredibly valuable because in terms of strength and richness, it is equal to 100 spiritual stones, which makes it a truly rare treasure. It became clear to him why his cultivation had been progressing so quickly lately. He realized that the concentration of spiritual energy in the blessed spiritual land had already reached the level of forming a spiritual fluid. The hero spent a week collecting a whole bottle. He decided to try the power of this liquid and drank it. The moment the spiritual liquid was drunk, a powerful stream of spiritual energy struck the hero. It became clear to him that it was absorbed better than spiritual stones, filling the body with energy faster and more evenly. He became confident that with this resource, he would be able to reach the peak of the spirit transformation stage before the apocalypse. In the following years, the boy repeated the cycle of collecting liquid and cultivating. And finally, in his 25th year, he regretfully concluded that the peak of the spirit transformation stage was not so easy to break through. Although there was no breakthrough, under the influence of the spiritual fluid, his strength increased significantly. Seeing that the apocalypse was near, the hero decided to explore the ancient ruins again. He noticed that after so many years, the bones still glowed. The hero realized that before his death, this man was at least at the great perfection of the nascent spirit stage. The boy mentally said that cultivation was the path against the heavens, and wished the elder to rest in peace. Suddenly, he let out a frightened cry of surprise, accompanied by a sharp curse. The hero screamed in horror, losing his footing and rapidly falling into a deep abyss, feeling the cold wind tearing at his clothes. He recognized this flame of Li and smiled bitterly that in our time it was impossible to be a good person. The guy repeated to himself that in such moments it was impossible to be a good person. Otherwise, he simply would not survive in such circumstances. He muttered something unintelligible, confused, trying to comprehend what he had seen and understand how everything that had happened was even possible in reality. The hero realized that this was a pit of 10,000 bones, and he thought deeply about what had happened here. He noticed the extraordinary density of these bones and was amazed. The guy realized that they all belonged to void destruction stage cultivators. He wondered what these ancient ruins might hide, and why there was such an unsettling silence around them. The hero was surprised to realize that even cultivators of such a high stage had died here, leaving behind only traces of despair. Suddenly, the protagonist felt a faint spiritual energy, barely noticeable but still different from the surrounding emptiness. He realized that the energy was weak, but this was not a drawback at all, but rather a feature of its nature. The boy realized that this meant the presence of a spiritual vein that had somehow survived in the ruins to this day. The boy exclaimed with relief that he had finally found what he was looking for and discovered a source of weak but pure energy. The hero cautiously asked who was there when he noticed a slight movement to the side, as if someone was watching him. To his surprise, he realized that before him stood a puppet that had remained active despite the dilapidated state of the ruins. The guy saw ancient scrolls in front of him with methods to destroy Mo Beach and began to study them carefully. He realized that this required at least the power of the void destruction stage, and this made him very wary. The guy decided that this was a great moment to test his original strength fist in practice. He took a deep breath, gathered all his energy into his fist, and delivered a powerful blow to the puppet. However, after the blow, the hero realized with disappointment that his attack had not produced any results. As expected, the puppet didn't even flinch, and he himself felt only the return of his own efforts. He admitted that the void destruction stage puppet had dealt him one blow, causing him to die instantly, ending the simulation. The guy thought that these ancient ruins were full of hidden secrets and probably full of treasures. When he becomes stronger, he will definitely return there again to finish what he started and reveal the secrets that still remain inaccessible. From the rewards, the hero chose the 4th level cultivation of the spirit transformation stage and 2,300 flowers of spiritual energy collection. He calculated that nearly 3,500 of these flowers would be enough for the spiritual land to evolve into a cave sky. A friend came to the guy and said that he had found an apartment, asking when he could move in. The protagonist was surprised and asked again why he needed to move at all, since it seemed to him that the current place was quite sufficient for a quiet life. A friend explained that graduation was coming soon, and freshmen would be moving into his room, and he probably wouldn't want to live with a stranger. The hero remembered that the fat man did not repeat a year, but firmly decided that Peking University was the safest place in all of China. He asked the fat man if the university could give him a separate room. His friend replied, unless he became an employee. This idea about an employee seemed brilliant to the guy, and he exclaimed that he could definitely get a job as an employee. He asked his friend to help him find some simple job at Peking University. He explained that the school year would start in September, and he absolutely did not want to live with younger students. The girl agreed to ask her friends, but put forward one condition in response. The hero was surprised and asked again what this condition was. The girl demanded that he leave the door open every night, even if he himself did not come. The hero reluctantly agreed, but set a counter condition, that she first find him a job. Soon, a message arrived with news about the job and an offer to meet for dinner to discuss the details. The hero thought that if he went now, he would lose a lot of time, and decided to first conduct another simulation. After completing the simulation, he was congratulated on acquiring a process talent called Green Fort Mash. He regretted that he didn't have any books on formations yet, and he didn't feel any particular need for money. Therefore, he decided to keep this talent for formations in reserve for now. In the new simulation, he decided to start with collecting spiritual liquid. He once again used Old Dog Zong to enter the cult of descent, trying to exchange spiritual liquid for resources. As expected, the old dog remained an old dog. Not only did he not give him what he needed, but he also slipped him a bunch of dark cultivator techniques. He said goodbye to Old Dog Zong and focused on cultivation. With the help of spiritual liquid, by the 11th year, he finally mastered the release of primordial power. His control over his primordial power had become even better, and he noted this achievement with pride. He exclaimed with delight that this was the release of the original power, and his power increased. Having received the task of destroying the enemy, he carried out the order without hesitation and easily destroyed the enemy with one powerful blow. He was surprised, because in front of him was a 4th-level foreign metal, which usually can withstand much more serious attacks. The hero wondered what would happen now if he entered the lotion assembly again, and what changes might await him inside. The teacher praised him for his talent and said that he was not mistaken about it, and the hero modestly replied that it was all thanks to the teacher. The teacher said that since he had already mastered the envelopment of the primordial force, it was time to give him a real weapon. And the hero thanked the teacher. He thought to himself that he knew it. The higher the level, the better the attitude. The teacher explained that this was an axe of primordial power, the so-called Yuan weapon. The hero noticed and told the teacher that this axe looked like an ordinary axe for chopping wood. The teacher replied that he was not mistaken in this, because Yuan weapon begins with the most ordinary weapon, enveloped in primordial power. The hero clarified whether this meant that the method simply consisted of constantly enveloping the axe with the primordial force. The teacher confirmed that this was indeed the case, and the hero thanked him for his instructions. The teacher passed on to him the method of cultivating Yuan weapons, and also gave him the Ruyi contemplation method, the 1,000 flame art, and the destruction pill. He was glad that the 1,000 flame art made up for his lack of fire techniques. The Ruyi contemplation method will help develop spiritual consciousness, and the void destruction pill will help break through to the next realm. With a pile of treasures, he returned to the blessed spiritual land and began diligent cultivation. With the support of the spiritual liquid, he advanced very quickly, his spiritual consciousness reaching 6,800 zhang. Most importantly, his cultivation had finally reached the peak of the spirit transformation stage. He realized that to break through, he needed, firstly, the void destruction pill, and secondly, a place of extreme conditions. To make the pill, he went to collect pure spring dew, knowing that only it had the power to create a quality medicine. He knew that pure spring dew is the first drops of rain on Jingzhi Day, and it is they that preserve natural purity and special energetic saturation. To collect the dew, he hid in the clouds beforehand and was subjected to lightning strikes of 100,000 volts. He exclaimed with annoyance that this rain had started too quickly and had disturbed him. To catch the drops, he dived into the deep sea, enduring enormous water pressure. He dove into a red-hot volcano, enduring an endless sea of fire and monstrous temperatures that would have incinerated anyone else. Although it was a difficult test, it was not in vain, because he managed to gather everything he needed, overcoming the heat and pressure. To avoid wasting the dew he had collected, he began to develop spiritual consciousness, reducing the complexity of alchemy as much as possible. At the same time, he continued to fight in the Blood Moon region, trying to find the location of the ultimate conditions. He heard shouts and realized that people were coming, and he was glad of the opportunity to fight. He boldly shouted for them not to run, but to surround him and drive him into a hopeless situation. The cowardice of the demonic beasts greatly upset him, and in order to find the ultimate place, he began to enter the dungeons more and more often. He even bathed in a lava lake, hardening his body in the boiling mass and testing the limits of his own endurance. The hero meditated in a sea of fire, trying to achieve the desired state and absorb every particle of fiery energy. The boy slept on a bed of nails, forged from a foreign metal, to increase his endurance. After a year of effort, he still hadn't gotten close to his limit, but he had significantly strengthened his body. He asked himself bitterly whether being smart was really a bad thing now, and whether he really had to look for that limiting place. He thought that the ancient ruins seemed to fit the criteria, but they killed him there faster than he could do anything. The day came when he realized that all his suffering was not in vain. This is because, although he can't hold out for long, he can't be killed with one blow anymore. He was surprised and asked what was happening when he noticed changes around him. Suddenly, lightning struck him, and he didn't have the slightest chance to resist. Along with the body, even the spirit was destroyed. But he managed to think that he could now survive for some time in the stomach of a giant beast. He realized that the stomach of a giant beast was the perfect place for extreme conditions. He can break through to the void destruction stage just before death. He found the limit. But the problem was that before he could even begin cultivating, his body was already dying. He wondered if perhaps he should cultivate his defensive chi to great perfection. Then he would be able to hold out in the giant beast's stomach longer. And the system offered him to choose a reward. Realizing that I was running low on energy, I decided to look into Bailey's residence again. He wondered if the old man had prepared any surprise for him this time. To begin with, he decided to check with his spiritual consciousness whether there were strong fighters in the estate in order to assess the situation. He was pleased to find that there were only just over 10 Heavenly King-level masters and 3 Martial Emperor-level masters. He realized with confidence that none of them were his rivals, and he felt his inner strength growing. At that moment, he heard a report that all the dungeon items purchased this week were already in the warehouse and were waiting only for him. The head of the chamber was thinking out loud, wondering when he would come, since a second life-extending pill was needed. It was then that the hero appeared before him with a greeting, and upon seeing him, the head of the chamber addressed him with respect as an elder. The chief asked reproachfully why he had not warned about the visit in order to prepare tea. The hero responded by noting that he had heard about the active purchase of dungeon items. He handed him another life extension pill that would extend his life by 5 years. The guy demanded in return the same amount of dungeon items as last time, for which he received gratitude. The head of the chamber added that his son Bailey Chi had been unreasonable before, but now he had brought him to his senses. The hero mentally calculated that this ring contained 3 times more energy than the last time, and that was at least 200 million. The guy realized with amazement that these were all high-level items, and there was at least 300 million worth of energy here. He was pleased and said that he had done everything correctly, and that he now owed him a debt. The man modestly replied that he did not dare accept such words, trying to maintain calm and respect in his voice. The hero suggested that if the Bailey family faced a crisis, they should simply spread the news that a treasure had been found in the dungeon. Then he himself will come to help. For these words, the head of the chamber thanked him again. The leader asked his servant Fu Bo if he heard what this mysterious expert said. The servant replied that since they had his favor, it was like having a powerful patron, and heaven favored the Bailey family. The man agreed, but noted that it was just a debt, and such a person clearly did not want to deal with ordinary mortals like them. The main character joyfully exclaimed that he had money, and now he would look at what to buy. He began to think about which of the items offered by the system would bring him the greatest benefit in the future. In the end, he decided that in order to break through the limit, he needed to strengthen his defensive chi to great perfection. He chose the method of contemplating Rui in order to significantly strengthen his spiritual consciousness and better control the situation. He called for the system to activate by shouting a command. The hero thought that this protective chi was like a barrier. Neither a sword nor a spear could penetrate it. It was completely hermetically sealed. The boy thought that according to the system, his spiritual consciousness now reached 7,000 zhang, and asked himself what this meant. He realized that within the entire city of Jingdu, no one could escape his spiritual perception, as if he had become the god of this city. The boy asked himself with rapture whether this was not the very feeling of omnipotence, when the world seemed subject to his every move. He ordered himself to wake up and reminded himself that a person should not become arrogant. Otherwise, strength quickly turns into weakness. And he repeated that if he lost his head, trouble would be just around the corner, and in 20 years there would be an apocalypse, and he had no time for pride. A week later, he prepared to start the simulation again, and the system congratulated him on receiving the purple talent. With the support of the heavenly spiritual root, his cultivation speed increased dramatically, and within the first year, he had already attained the seed of primordial power. In the second year, he reached the great perfection of the primordial power release stage, remaining only a step away from the third stage. In the third year, His spiritual consciousness expanded to 9,100 jang. He felt the power of the heavenly spiritual root with delight and was surprised by such a speed of cultivation, thinking about the suffering he had lived through before. In his 10th year, his defensive chi reached a level of great success, and he decided it was time to go out and fight. He once again became a nightmare for the demonic beasts, and in order to develop the beginnings of killing intent, he had to go to the ancient ruins. He addressed the puppet defiantly, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and urged her to attack. The good news was that with the release of the original power and defensive chi, the puppets could no longer harm him. The bad news was that he couldn't do anything to them either, and he wondered why he even bothered fighting these dummies. He stopped and corrected himself, saying that his goal was not to fight, but to get into the tunnel of ancient ruins. He realized that he simply needed to choose the right moment to make a breakthrough, and, having waited for this moment, he exclaimed with a triumphant laugh that he was leaving the game and rushed forward. The hero asked in bewilderment how, in an era of depleted spiritual energy and at the end of the law, so many spiritual herbs could grow here. The guy noticed that the level of these herbs was not low at all, and realized that he was looking at truly valuable specimens. The hero suggested that if he walked forward along this sea of flowers, then ahead would probably be the core of an ancient burial complex. The guy discovered a barrier formation and realized that the spiritual energy from outside was leaking out from here. The hero realized that before him lay the true source of all the energy in these ruins, and he felt how the space around him responded to his guess. The boy summoned the sword to himself, preparing to attack and intending to break through at any cost. The ringing sound rang out again, the sword shattered, and the hero asked with annoyance what this barrier was made of, if even his power left no trace on it. The puppets were already catching up, and there was no time left to think. It was necessary to act immediately. The boy used his fist with primordial strength in a desperate attempt to break through the barrier. The hero succeeded, and the barrier collapsed, crumbling under his blow like a dried-out shell. The guy immediately saw where exactly the spiritual energy was coming from, and felt how it gently swayed the space around him. But the puppets caught up with him, and the hero shouted that he was leaving and would not play with them anymore. The guy panicked and exclaimed where he had ended up, finding himself in a new place that was completely different from the previous ruins. The hero asked himself if he was still in these ruins, trying to understand if his energy had transported him somewhere deeper. The boy recognized the supreme Lingji, the rarest treasure among the heavenly materials, and felt his heart speed up. It usually grows only in places with extremely high concentrations of spiritual energy. The hero remembered that the highest ginseng also grows exclusively on spiritual veins. This meant that there must be something special here, since energy of this level could only arise near a rare source. If the guy's guess is correct, then there really must be something important ahead that can change the entire course of his path. The hero was amazed to see a spirit vein, and a legendary dragon spirit vein at that. It is said that when the concentration of energy in the highest spirit vein reaches a certain level, a creature, the spirit vein dragon, is born. Where there is a spiritual dragon, spiritual energy becomes inexhaustible. But the hero wondered if such a treasure had appeared in the era of the end of the law. Why had the world fallen into decline in the first place? The guy heard a strange sound and cautiously asked who was there, feeling the tension growing with each passing moment. The hero repeated his question, looking around carefully and trying to catch at least some movement. The voice told the boy to look up, sounding calm but not tolerating any objections, and he asked the hero to remove the coffin. As if it were something self-evident, the boy realized that this blue coffin was suppressing the dragon's spiritual vein, and it was because of it that the spiritual energy had almost disappeared. The hero offered to help break the coffin, and in return asked to recognize him as his master. The voice replied that it was necessary to break it first, as if hinting that without destroying the old, the path to the new would not open. The boy realized that it was not so easy to deceive even at a young age, and he would have to show real strength. The hero once again used his fist of primordial strength, bringing down a blow on the coffin and feeling the space tremble from the power released. The boy looked at the blue coffin and thought, trying to understand its nature and purpose. The hero guessed that this was the core of the formation of this ancient kingdom, since the energy around it clearly converged towards this point. A voice from the coffin ordered the boy to continue, as if testing his determination and patience. The hero was indignant, shouting who dared to call him Su Xing, because he did not expect to hear his name in such a place. The guy noticed that his blows were starting to have an effect, and he realized that the coffin was finally yielding to his strength. A menacing voice came from the coffin, asking who dared to disturb the sleep of this true one. The hero realized that even void destruction stage cultivators didn't dare call themselves that. The man in the coffin turned out to be a great fusion stage practitioner, a being whose power had long since gone beyond ordinary understanding. The practitioner introduced himself as True Wanmu and reported that by sacrificing all his spiritual veins, he had indeed given birth to a dragon. The boy asked in horror. So it was he who destroyed all the spiritual veins and turned the entire cultivation world into the era of the end of the law, depriving everyone of a future. True Wanmu replied that since the boy had managed to wake him up, he had already earned the right to hear the truth. He even said that the path of cultivation is the path against the heavens, and ascension requires the destruction of the world. Otherwise, the heavens will never allow one to rise higher. He added that not only the entire cultivation world, but even the hero himself would become fuel for his ascension. For such is the law of power. The boy's soul was completely destroyed, and the simulation ended, cutting off as abruptly as it had begun. The hero indignantly called the old bastard a creature who repaid good with evil, and felt everything boiling inside. But he admitted that he was simply still too weak, since fusion stage practitioners live for at least 7,000 to 8,000 years and possess unimaginable power. At first, the guy decided to choose the rewards, making sure to take the heavenly spiritual root of the two elements to strengthen the foundation. The second one he chose was the third stage of the original power at the level of great perfection, seeking to strengthen his combat potential. As expected from the heavenly spiritual root, the speed of spiritual energy absorption doubled, making every breath rich. The hero felt within himself the seed of primordial power, like a quiet source that was gradually awakening. The boy realized that releasing the primordial force gives enormous power, capable of turning the tide of battle. The hero thought that in the next simulation, he would most likely be able to bring everything to complete perfection if he didn't make any mistakes. The boy wondered if he could withstand the pressure in the giant beast's stomach with such force, because this test does not forgive weakness. The hero thought that it was too early to think about a breakthrough now, and it would be better to focus on making pills this week to strengthen the base. The girl said that this week the hero took a whopping 4,000 pills and became stronger again thanks to this persistence. The guy replied that no, he had simply been eating a lot of spiritual rice recently and had been recovering well, which was what had produced this result. The interlocutor said that this was excellent and said that she had some business with him, to which the hero calmly asked what it was. She explained that the plan for spiritual rice had already been launched, and that the military had now contacted them, wanting to obtain the coordinates for its production. The guy told me to say that the Qinyang dungeon was temporary, but the military wanted the association to supply 2 million jin a year. The hero was worried that the military might find out that he really had that much rice, and this would create additional problems. He was told that in exchange they were willing to grant him the rights to purchase 4 first-tier mines, which sounded too generous. The guy asked in amazement about the 4 mines and immediately asked the system how much energy the ores from the first-level mine produced. The system responded that it was impossible to estimate precisely, but conservatively, it was about 100 million energy from one mine, and the hero agreed to the exchange. The guy told himself that without risk, you can't catch prey, and with his current strength, you can take the risk. And she understood and agreed. The hero said that was all for today. He had things to do, and they would contact in a week, after which he said goodbye. The guy was surprised that she let him go so easily today, because it was not like her, and he suspected that she was hiding something. The hero set himself a small goal in this simulation: to break through to the void destruction stage in order to get closer to the top. The simulation began, and the boy, without wasting any time, quickly found the old dog Zong and joined the cult of dissent. The hero then contacted the people via a prearranged signal, robbed the cult's vault, and defected to the military, changing sides without hesitation. The boy then went into seclusion, using the resources of the military and the cult, and so 8 years of continuous training passed. As expected, progress cannot be achieved without real battles, and training alone in solitude will not get you very far. The hero was about to head to the demon suppression outpost, but in the capital, he encountered the old dog Zong, which came as a surprise. Old dog Zong shouted indignantly that the guy had ruined his whole life and looked like he was ready to pounce. The hero wondered if he could kill him with one blow, assessing the difference in strength. As expected, no. This old dog proved too hard to kill and he got away alive again. The boy took out all his anger at not being able to take his legacy on the demonic beasts at the outpost. Without holding back, suddenly someone called the guy's name, and he turned around, ready to fight. The hero joyfully exclaimed that the fat man was alive and was surprised at his success because he looked much stronger than before. The fat man boasted that he had already become a fighter at the level of the Heavenly King, and the boy mentally rejoiced that he hadn't run the simulation so many times in vain. He started to tell his story, but the hero stopped him, saying that if he didn't want to tell it, then he didn't have to. The fat man thanked the guy for these words, clearly feeling relieved, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted from his shoulders. The story with Yu Yan reminded the hero that simulations have already changed the destinies of many people, and the responsibility is growing. The boy thought that his youngest was still at school and would go to the outpost in a year, and rice alone would not be enough to save her life. In order to strengthen humanity, the hero developed the rebirth pill using the blood of demonic beasts as the main ingredient. The rebirth pill improves physique and accelerates development, and the guy immediately decided to select people for testing. The effect of the pill was powerful. After taking it, the masters permanently increased their strength by 30,000 jin, which was astonishing. The hero thought that if he used the blood of a demon king, humanity's strength could increase tenfold. Then perhaps the guy will be able to withstand the invasion of the legendary beasts in 20 years, when their turn comes. In his 18th year, the hero felt a change in his original strength, as if something had awakened inside him. The seed of primordial power began to restore energy twice as fast, and both the strength and the total amount of energy increased twofold. The guy felt excited that he was finally breaking through, and his heart began to beat faster. The hero announced that he had reached the full completion of the third stage, taking a huge step forward. Now his original strength was enough for 3 days of battle, and his protective chi could last for 10 hours without interruption. But the guy realized with bitterness that this was still not enough to break through to the limit, where the demands were much higher. The hero set out for the demon suppression outpost again, determined to seek new opportunities for growth. He was stopped by Lu Yuanwu, who said that the boy had already become a legendary fighter, and there were things he should know. The hero calmly asked which ones, feeling that the conversation would be very important. Lu Yuanwu asked why the limit of humanity's strength was the emperor level, and why no one rose above it. The guy confirmed that he had indeed always heard about the existence of emperors at the outpost, but had never seen them. He said that 1,000 years ago, humanity had not only emperors, but also beings higher than them, on the level of saints and almost gods. But in one night they all disappeared, and the hero asked in horror, "They disappeared, and what force could erase such creatures?" The hero explained that it was unknown what had happened, but all the strongest on Earth had disappeared, and those who were in the dungeons had not. He added that the demon suppression outpost is essentially a dungeon of an alien race that hides its secrets. However, they are not sure if this will help, so they avoid contact with people on Earth so as not to interfere. Lu Yuanwu said that this was precisely why he was telling him this, and he directly asked the hero if he was ready to enter the world of the strongest. The hero asked whether, after so many years, they still hadn't found a way to preserve the strongest people, since the disappearance of such masters seems strange. The guy was told that now the Huaxia emperors are forced to suppress their development, just to avoid disappearing. Shi Song noticed that there was an invasion of the demon suppression outpost in front, and the mysterious disappearance of the strongest people behind him, and there was clearly a conspiracy. The protagonist understood that everything ahead was shrouded in fog, but he still devoted most of his energy to battles and cultivation. The boy firmly decided that no matter what lay ahead, he had to become stronger. Otherwise, the coming storm would simply sweep him away. The hero saw how, on the 25th year, the outpost fell. A giant beast descended, and he himself flew into its mouth, having no other way to approach. Shi Song activated his defensive chi to survive inside the monster, feeling the pressure trying to crush him. The protagonist felt the long-awaited feeling of reaching the limit, and realized that the moment had come, and there was no longer any retreat. The boy summoned his primordial strength and rushed forward to break through, putting everything he had accumulated over the years into the dash. The hero continued to fight fiercely inside the beast's stomach, repelling every attack and resisting the monstrous environment. Chi-Song shouted with delight that it was a thrill and demanded more, not intending to stop, as if he had finally found what he was looking for. The protagonist did not give up and continued to fight with all his might, even when his body almost stopped obeying him. The guy ordered himself to hold on, because he had to break through the limit. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. The hero became exhausted and died, and the simulation ended, breaking off at the most tense moment. Chi-Song decided to take away the results of cultivating primordial strength and defensive chi at the great success level to strengthen the foundation. The protagonist heard the system announce the cost of 100 million energy and agreed, saying that it was expensive but worth it. The guy heard a sudden phone call and asked if they had tried to persuade him to drop out yesterday, recalling a recent conversation. The hero answered the call and asked what else was needed, not hiding his irritation. Chi-Song heard Teacher Liu exclaim that if he had told earlier that he was related to Vice Rector Liu, the faculty would not have allowed him to graduate. The protagonist was surprised to hear the name of Vice Rector Liu and immediately guessed that it was Kun Sui who helped as before. The boy was informed that Rector Liu personally called the management and said that his relative should be given the position of head of the library. The hero replied ironically that he was only a repeater and did not dare to bother such an important person, and refused help. Chi-Song silently called Teacher Liu a sycophant and a hypocrite, feeling disgusted with him for such servility. The protagonist heard Teacher Liu, without giving up, say that he knew he wouldn't want to bother him, so he came himself, trying to curry favor. The guy found out that he even prepared luxury furniture from famous brands for him, so that he could live comfortably in the service dormitory. The hero sarcastically refused, and Teacher Liu began to apologize and say that he simply did not see the talent in him, begging for forgiveness. Chi-Song coldly replied that the teacher had not made a mistake back then, that he was indeed a repeater, and that there was nothing to apologize for. The protagonist heard Teacher Liu scream in panic that he was wrong and promised to transfer the scholarship immediately. The guy replied that the money was not needed and that they should transfer it to professionals in the mountainous regions, where help was really important. The hero looked around his new luxurious office dormitory and thought with satisfaction that in reality, life was gradually getting better. Chi-Song enjoyed the evening, washing down spicy snacks with red wine, and felt perfect, relaxed for the first time in a long time. The main character suddenly heard a suspicious noise in his room, as if someone had moved. The guy became wary and asked menacingly who was there, and ordered them to come out, preparing for a possible threat. The hero realized that someone really was there, and was outraged that someone dared to sneak into his room, violating his personal space. Chi-Song repeated threateningly that someone had dared to break into his place and was ready to act. The protagonist stepped forward decisively, ready to use force at any moment to teach the impudent offender a lesson. The boy was surprised to recognize the guest and asked if it was Sun Shui, not believing his eyes. The guest indignantly replied that he couldn't wait until she went out, since she wanted to give him a surprise. The hero sarcastically asked what other surprise required hiding in the bathroom, and apologized to her, realizing the awkwardness of the moment. Chi-Song heard her playful laugh when she said that the change of location made everything more interesting. The protagonist protested, reminding them that this was a university, and that something like this could cause problems. The guy heard an inner voice urging him to hold on, reminding him that their goal was to become stronger, and women only slowed down the speed. The guest asked again if he was sure he wouldn't approach her, as if testing his resolve. The hero hesitated and could not utter a word, torn between duty and temptation. Chi-Song decisively cast aside his doubts and said that it didn't matter. First the sword, and then talk, choosing the path of strength. The protagonist let out a cry and rushed at the girl in a fit of passion, succumbing to his emotions. The guy noticed that under the girl's mocking gaze, his confidence wavered slightly. But he didn't stop. The next day, the hero heard the girl say that he would not have time that week, and asked him to simply leave the pills at the Tarot Association. Chi-Song briefly replied that it was fine, and that was the end of the conversation. The protagonist noted that with the spiritual rice, Sun Shui's progress was also very fast, and next time he definitely needed to hold on. The guy announced that it was time for the simulation again, and this time he would definitely break through. The hero heard the system congratulate him on receiving the purple talent called Master of Success. Shi Song asked what kind of talent it was, and the system explained that his speech had amazing persuasiveness and charisma. The protagonist enthusiastically declared that he would give 1,000,000 to those who betrayed him, and several million to those who would remain faithful. The boy was warned that the consequences of this talent were impossible to predict, and that he needed to be careful. The hero thought with relief that he knew it. The talent is not that imbalanced, and it has limitations. Shi Song started the simulation, and, in order to test the effect of the Success Master, he randomly stopped a student at the entrance to the campus. The protagonist hesitated and said that there was something he had long wanted to say while trying to create a drama. The guy heard the student answer with bewilderment that they were seeing each other for the first time. The hero, with a serious face, declared that he was actually his mother, from whom the boy had been separated many years ago, testing the boundaries of his talent. Shi Song continued to insist and asked about the red birthmark on his buttock, to which the student called him crazy. The protagonist saw the student turn around and leave, shouting that he was crazy, not wanting to listen further. The guy realized that even with this talent, he couldn't talk complete nonsense and couldn't ignore objective reality. Half an hour later, the hero chose a student passing by and told her that he was her half-brother, lost in childhood. Shi Song heard her indignantly reply that this was nonsense because her mother only had one daughter. The main character asked her to listen and told her in detail the story of how her neighbor cheated on her father and how her mother got pregnant. The guy described everything in such detail as if it really happened, and in the end, the student completely believed him. The hero heard her sympathetic cry about how much he had suffered, and for a moment he felt her sincerity penetrate him deeper. Shi Song then found a heavenly king-level teacher at the university, deciding to test the talent's effect on someone far stronger and more experienced. The main character told the teacher that his father had just died and he had come to report it. The boy heard the teacher gratefully reply that he was going home right away. The hero concluded that if he doesn't go too far and builds a logical story, the probability of success is very high. Shi Song staged a similar scene in Shuangqing City, posing as the father of one of the cultivators. The protagonist stated with pain that he had been searching for him for thousands of years and had finally found him, explaining in detail the reason for the separation. The boy saw that the old dog Zong half believed him. Although he had doubts, the hero heard Zong answer with a grin that his father could not have looked for him. Shi Song feigned offense and asked if he believed him, pretending that his words had truly hurt him, although inside he was only testing his interlocutor's reaction. The protagonist heard Zong's cold reply that from the day he entered the path of cultivation, he had killed all his relatives, especially his parents. The guy calmly replied that on the path of cultivation, one must cut off worldly knots, because only in this way can one get rid of weaknesses. The hero praised Zong for being able to resist his innate talent, and said that the cult of descent was truly worth it. After joining the cult, the boy declared in front of everyone that he had long admired it and wanted to join the alien race to prove his sincere devotion. He announced with pathos that he had walked thousands of li to come here and bring prosperity to everyone. The cult members enthusiastically vowed to follow the hero to death. His speech lasted for 3 whole days, and many cult members were touched and completely believed the guy. Some even secretly contacted him and proposed creating a 4th faction within the cult. The hero noted with pleasure that he felt like a fish in water. As expected, the guy didn't even use a password, but convinced everyone with one story, demonstrating incredible charisma. To better supply him with ingredients for alchemy, the hero was even given a separate structure. The guy wondered with surprise why the hell everyone in the cult of descent was so gullible, as if they were just waiting for the right moment to believe any beautiful word. 3 years later, the hero and his people fled to the capital, and news of their betrayal quickly spread. Many did not believe that the elder of medicines, who had made a huge contribution, could betray, and considered it slander. They shouted that Su Xing was only a gifted talker, and were jealous of the people's support for the elder. The cult of descent split into 2 factions: Su's supporters and those who demanded his execution. Some members believed that the boy had been slandered and that he was on a secret mission, trying to infiltrate the military forces of the Great Xia. The other part, about 20%, was convinced that the hero was originally a spy and came for resources. The guy suggested they stop arguing and go to the capital to ask the truth in person, since this was the only way to finally dispel all doubts. The boy was surprised to learn that nearly 1,000 cult members had arrived in the capital just to see him. The guy was confirmed that from the elders at the Heavenly King level to ordinary members, everyone had come. The hero realized that this was an excellent chance to destroy these traitors to humanity at once. He simultaneously prepared an ambush with the Great Xia military and continued to convince them of his rightness. The guy indignantly asked why they didn't notice that the cult had long since changed and that the three factions were acting in disarray. They countered that if he was not satisfied with the current situation, it could be reformed. They would have supported him, but he betrayed them and plundered the treasury. The hero proudly replied that he did this because he had chosen a new path, to destroy the alien race and fight it to the end. The cult members asked in surprise if the Elder of the Medicines had really betrayed them and now gone over to the side of the people. The hero replied that they couldn't even dream of the strength of the alien race, and the only way was to kill them and make them angry to the limit. The guy explained that this was necessary so that the alien race could destroy humanity as quickly as possible. The hero added that this is the fastest way for an alien race to take over the entire real world. The cult members exclaimed with relief that they had known, and that the elder had not betrayed the cult, calling his plan brilliant. They again enthusiastically vowed to follow the hero to death. Thus, 20,000 members of the Cult of Descent joined the army of the Great Xia. The guy thought with bewilderment that this was also possible, and that this was no longer just a deception. The hero noted with satisfaction that he had indeed been able to convince these traitors to humanity from the Cult of Descent to become an army. Having dealt with the cult, the guy again focused on cultivation and began developing the rebirth pill. After years of hard work, accompanied by the sounds of impacts and explosions, the hero finally created the rebirth pill in the 8th year. He had obtained 10,000 rebirth pills and knew that every 100 pills would increase the strength of 30 masters by 50%. He wondered if such valuable pills were likely expensive, but he himself replied that they were not at all, since the cost price was extremely low. The thirst for power led countless professionals to flock to the demon suppression outpost. He realized that this was a deal that was beneficial in all respects, since it both increased the strength of humanity and weakened the enemy. And he suggested that if the ordinary essence of the Demon King works on masters, then the essence of the Demon Emperor would be suitable for fighters. This means they will have a better chance of breaking through to the Martial Emperor level. The hero realized that this rebirth pill had enormous potential. With its help, he brought both the original force and the defensive chi to complete perfection. Inside his stomach, he shouted defiantly, "Let the storm and lightning be even more furious," and prepared himself for the test. The hero kept telling himself that he just had to endure, simply withstand this blow. He set his goal to break through to the void destruction stage to continue exploring the ancient ruins and instantly kill Old Dog Zong. In the process, he obtained the body of heavenly lightning and formed the rarest mutated spiritual root, the lightning root. The hero exclaimed in surprise that he had also received a bonus in the form of such luck. However, this was not enough, and he needed a place with even stronger lightning. Inside the beast, he found an area of lightning discharges and jumped into it without hesitation. The lightning instantly shattered his defensive chi, and the hero quickly mobilized his primordial power, creating armor around himself. Lightning and armor clashed. The energy and power of thunder raged inside his body, tearing apart every cell, forcing the hero to fight for his own survival. The next image had no text, only an image of his torment, showing the protagonist writhing in pain as he endured his rage. The hero exclaimed with joy that he had broken through to the void destruction stage, and that these lightning bolts were no longer a threat to him. But his body was torn apart by the spatial flow of the world's power, and his soul was destroyed. And he died. The hero happily said that the simulation was successfully completed, despite death. He chose the first level of void destruction as a reward, and also decided to take something else. He thought that the Master of Success was strong, but it was only a purple talent. And when he opened the gold one, then he would take it. In the end, he chose the first level of void destruction and the body of heavenly lightning. The system demanded 400 million energy from him, and the hero indignantly asked why the dirty thing was charging such prices. She confirmed that yes, those were the prices. But the hero reassured himself that with the life extension pills, there would always be enough energy. Now the hero felt that he could lift tens of thousands of tons, and he realized that this was a force capable of crushing any technique. With the mutated lightning root, the speed of spiritual energy absorption has more than doubled. Now he had another method of attack: the path of lightning. The hero thought with a grim smile that the old dog Zong should be prepared to become a roast dog. Although the hero broke through, he did not survive the defensive chi of complete perfection. However, it was not urgent, and he would take it next time. The hero cursed the damn store because the prices were getting higher and higher every time, and soon he simply wouldn't be able to afford them. To begin with, he decided to sell a few pills to cover his expenses. Suddenly, Sun Shui turned to him with a plea to save her father, barely holding back her tears, as if her last strength was holding her back from complete despair. The hero calmly asked her to tell him in detail what had happened, trying to speak softly and confidently so that she could collect herself and explain everything without panicking. He realized that this was why Chong Shui had been looking so depressed and withdrawn lately. She said she used all the pills he gave her and everything was fine at first. But then her father's condition worsened sharply, and she knew that he had given the Bailey family a life-extending pill, and he had briefly agreed to help. The hero warned her that this pill was extremely rare, but he would give it to her for free on the condition that she promise him something important, and she told him to speak. The guy told her not to delay such things next time and to come to him immediately, without hiding her problems. The hero added that she was also his family, and these words unexpectedly touched her to the depths of her soul, making her feel long-awaited warmth. A week later, she came to him and asked what it meant, pointing to the dowry that suddenly appeared in his hands. She explained that it was a dowry that her father had saved for her over many years, and now it belonged to him as a token of gratitude. The guy was surprised and asked what it all meant and what happened to her father, trying to understand the hidden meaning of what was happening. She replied that he had saved her father's life, and naturally, her father was grateful, and then said that she had a lot to do at the Tarot Association. The hero noted with a slight grin that Sun Shui, as always, was willful and acted in her own way, not paying attention to other people's expectations. The boy saw that the dowry included a mine with rare metals and thought that the Jin family was incredibly generous to give away such a valuable asset. He noted with satisfaction that this was excellent energy for the next simulation, which would definitely be useful to him in further research. The hero announced that it was time to start a new simulation, as the accumulated resources and knowledge allowed him to move forward without delay. The system reported receiving the purple talent of a talisman master, which was an unexpected but extremely pleasant surprise for the hero. The boy noted with amazement that he now had talents for pills, formations, artifacts, and talismans, making him a universal master. The hero thought that drawing talismans required an extremely powerful spiritual consciousness, so in this simulation he was in no hurry. In order to achieve instant kill, the boy brought the art of Bagua calculations to the level of great perfection, opening up new possibilities. Using it, the hero discovered that Elder Long spends an hour every day watching short videos, and decided to take advantage of this weakness. Using calculations, the hero determined that he was currently in a dungeon from the end of the Law era, which was ideal for an ambush. To ensure an instant kill, the guy hit his luck immediately after entering using the Bagua technique, completely erasing any traces of his presence. As expected, Old Dog Zong hid in the Changchun sect, disguised as an outside disciple, hoping to avoid persecution. The hero realized that his caution was at its highest level, and he couldn't get too close. Otherwise, he would immediately sense danger. The boy had an idea, and told his elder that there was no need to bother, as he could handle the task just fine himself. The interlocutor noted approvingly that the hero at least had some sense, and for the first time expressed a slight respect for his determination. The boy thought that all of Changchun's outer disciples were foundation level, which made the old dog's disguise quite logical. With the caution of an old dog, he will be sure to play the role to the end, not allowing anyone to suspect his true identity. This meant he would definitely come to eat, and this was the perfect moment for an ambush, allowing him to strike without the risk of being discovered. When the old dog approached the food distribution, the hero politely asked for one bowl, pretending to be just an ordinary student. They told him that it was fine, and the guy got his portion, continuing to behave as naturally as possible so as not to arouse suspicion. He looked with a slight grin at his stunned opponent who stood motionless, not realizing that he had already been exposed. He smiled stupidly, not yet realizing that he had been lured into a trap, and now he had no chance of escape. Without wasting a second, the hero struck a crushing blow with lightning speed, putting into it all the power of his accumulated primordial strength. When the hero dealt the fatal blow, the old dog Zong spat out the food in surprise, not believing that he had been found here. He flew back a few meters, hitting the wall, and tried to get up, but his strength was rapidly leaving him. He croaked that it was the same man and tried to say something, but the words stuck in his throat and disappeared. The guy didn't pay attention to the stunned students, picked up his spatial bag and calmly left without looking back. The hero thought with glee that he would finally see how much this dog had accumulated over thousands of years, and he anticipated the prey. An immersive 24-hour simulation launched, and the guy became completely immersed in viewing the trophies. The hero was amazed to see that the spatial artifact had a volume of 3,000 cubic meters, which amazed even him. Even in the cultivation world, it was considered top-notch, while the Bailey family's ring was only 100 cubic centimeters, which looked ridiculous. The guy eagerly said that it was time to see what was inside, expecting to see incredible treasures and secrets. The hero saw that these were all techniques and was amazed by their number. He found Zong's diary and realized that these were records from 2,000 years. The hero thought ironically that the old dog was a real graphomaniac and that it was a shame he hadn't written web novels, since he would have had enough material. But the guy realized that this was actually a plus, since there was definitely a ton of knowledge about cultivation there, and he decided to take it and study it all after the simulation. The hero discovered the blood soul art, which required the sacrifice of hundreds of souls of infant girls, and was disgusted by its cruelty. The boy saw the blood-burning method, which required consuming the blood of girls under 18, and was once again horrified by Zong's atrocities. The hero exclaimed indignantly that this old dog could not store anything normal at all, and asked what kind of game it was. The guy didn't believe that there wasn't a single technique here that he could learn, and he continued searching, not wanting to give up. The hero found the art of formation with puppetry, a minor divine skill for shortening distances and sword control. The scene froze for a moment without text, as if giving the hero time to comprehend the scale of the treasure he had found. The guy said with satisfaction that this could already be practiced, and suggested that there must also be something valuable in these chests. The hero opened one of them and saw the highest medicinal materials, shining with a soft light and emitting powerful energy. In the next chest, the guy found supreme pills, each of which could change the master's fate. The hero found the highest artifacts and was impressed by the richness of the collection, clearly collected over many centuries. The guy noticed that one chest looked new and had been opened often, so there must definitely be a treasure inside that was worthy of attention. The scene was again left without text, creating tension before the opening of the most important chest. Opening it, the hero was amazed to see a puppet made so skillfully that it seemed alive. The guy realized that this bastard had made a puppet out of the woman, and he assumed that this could really be the flower fairy, the legendary beauty. The hero mentally wished her rest in peace and promised that when he killed the old dog Zong in reality, he would send him after her. The boy was surprised to see paper that wasn't even afraid of his fire, and he wondered what kind of mysterious artifact it was that could withstand such a thing. The hero uttered an interjection in surprise, seeing something unusual in the space bag, which immediately attracted his attention. He realized with amazement that this was old dog Zong's personal mountain of spiritual vein, which he kept separately from the rest of his treasures. Now it became clear to the guy why there were no spiritual stones in the bag, because all the energy was in this huge mountain. The old dog simply had a whole mountain outside, and he carried only the most valuable things with him, not wanting to take any risks. Following the diary of the old dog Zong, the hero accurately determined the location of the mountain of spiritual stones, hidden from prying eyes. According to records, this place was the dream place of the Five Element sect's leader, who went into hibernation several hundred years ago. The boy thought that the ruins, the hibernation, and the ancient master sounded somehow familiar, as if he had encountered something similar before. He clearly understood that it looked like the true Wang Mu from the ancient ruins, and wondered if he was not the only one who had fallen into hibernation thousands of years ago. The hero noted with surprise that there was a huge number of puppets on the map guarding the territory and hidden passages. According to the map left by the old dog, the boys successfully found a cache of spiritual stones hidden deep in the mountain. At the same time, the hero discovered the sleeping place of a powerful creature in the Mountain of Five Elements, and the danger avoidance buff was activated. The instant killing of the old dog greatly lifted the hero's spirits, and upon returning to the dorm, he even opened a bottle of Lafitte. The guy realized that the old dog's legacy could be taken without spending energy, but the cultivation level could not, which was a little disappointing. The hero remembered that there was one dungeon where there was a small deposit of a high-level rare metal, ideal for his purposes. The guy found the Scarlet Lotus dungeon and realized that he didn't have the strength to explore it before. But now he can try. The hero decided to rest a little more and go there. And if the simulation goes well, he will go in reality too. The boy entered the Scarlet Lotus dungeon and immediately felt the hellish heat, as if the air itself was trying to burn his skin. The temperature rose to 80 degrees, and the hero thought that it was almost like bathing in lava. But he could endure it. According to the guide, the center of the cave was still far away, and the deeper you went, the hotter it became, turning the journey into a real challenge. The guy knew that a flame demon must live in the depths, and by defeating it, he could move on to the rare metal deposit. The hero decided to use water to defeat fire and prepared for the fight, thinking through every move in advance. He activated primordial power release to strengthen his attack, making it as destructive as possible. The boy summoned protective chi to protect himself from the unbearable heat that threatened to burn through his body. The hero rushed forward, putting all his energy into the fight, not allowing the heat to slow his pace. Finally, the boy reached the demon's habitat, despite the scorching heat that pressed on him from all sides. The temperature had already exceeded the thermometer's limits, and it felt simply unbearable, as if the cave itself was trying to kill him. The hero thought that this cave was truly bottomless, and that further on it would probably be over 1,000 degrees, if not more. The guy estimated that it was at least 3,000 degrees here now, and this was a test even for his perfect defensive chi. The hero asked himself where this demon was, looking around, trying to catch the slightest movement. The guy was surprised to see that this was the flame demon, and was fully prepared for battle, gathering all his strength. The hero said no arguments and would watch him play one-punch man, delivering a powerful blow capable of crushing even the most resilient opponents. Even the flame demon at the peak of the martial emperor level couldn't withstand the hero's attack, instantly losing all of its strength and resistance. The boy realized that with his strength and the strengthening of his primordial energy below the legendary level, he no longer had any equal, and he felt confident. The demon was defeated, and the hero asked where to look for the metal, which should be somewhere in the depths of the dungeon. The guy found a rare metal, Scarlet Lotus, and wondered how much energy it could produce if used in a simulation. The hero asked the system how much energy these metals produced, hoping to get an exact answer for further calculations. He received a response that the system could not evaluate objects in the simulation, which caused him irritation and dissatisfaction. The guy annoyedly called it junk, but decided that since he couldn't evaluate it, he would take it with him and check it after the simulation. The next day, the hero left the dungeon and returned to the capital to continue preparations for future breakthroughs. Every day he created pills and practiced sword control, gradually improving his skills and strengthening his spiritual power. There was no more work to do, and the guy could calmly cultivate and wait until he was swallowed by the giant beast again to break through. The system asked if the owner wished to spend 50 million energy to start the simulation over again without waiting for the cycle. The hero was surprised and asked if it would be possible to do it again without waiting a week, since this would significantly speed up his development. The system has proven that it can start from a specific point in the current run, opening up new opportunities for optimization. The guy chose to start from the moment he arrived in Shuangqing in order to turn the situation around and achieve a more favorable result. The hero suspiciously asked the system if it was deliberately adding paid features, hinting at its greed. This is all because he will soon have a deposit, and the system has clearly decided to take advantage of this to draw out more energy. In Shuangqing, a young man wandered the city streets using his spiritual consciousness, and after 3 days lured out the old dog Zong. The hero said with feigned respect that after the great rupture between heaven and earth, he must have slept for a long time and was not very familiar with the world. Old dog Zong readily replied that such a person was exactly what he needed, hinting at possible cooperation. The guy repeated that this was exactly the kind of person he needed, and agreed to his help, hiding his true intentions. Suddenly, the old dog asked why the hero wanted to kill him, since they had never met and had no enmity. The hero replied that the old dog did not know him, but he had known him for a very long time, and dealt the fatal blow. The guy thought with glee that he could finally kill him in reality, having all the necessary trump cards in his hands. The old dog asked at the last moment, since the hero had already come, why didn't he show up? But there was no time left. Old Dog Zong asked again if he would show himself, but the hero remained in the shadows, not wanting to reveal himself prematurely. The guy realized that this man was not weak and was clearly somewhere nearby, but his spiritual consciousness could not determine the location. The old dog said with disdain that since he did not dare to come out, he should continue to follow him if he had the courage. The old dog defiantly asked if the hero had the courage to follow him to the capital, but the boy suddenly called out to him, ordering him to wait. The old dog indignantly asked why the hero attacked Zong's protector, not understanding the true motives of what was happening. The hero was surprised and asked if it was Lo Shu Ying, and she responded by wondering how he knew her name and past. The guy asked her mysteriously if she remembered the girl who cried all night in the rain, and said that there was no turning back. Confused, she asked who he was and how he knew these words. But with the help of the code phrase, the hero established contact. She said that before, everyone joined the cult through Protector Zong, and now he was dead, and asked how the guy was going to infiltrate. The hero replied that he didn't have one, and made an appointment for a month later so that she could bring him into the cult without suspicion. She agreed, and the guy thought that everything was working out quite well, opening up new opportunities for him. The hero realized that, judging by the simulation, it was entirely possible to kill the old dog Zong in a month if everything went according to plan. But to do this, he would have to meet with Luo Shuyin. And the guy wondered if he would really have to repeat this in reality. However, he immediately decided that he would meet under a false identity, and it would be better to keep a low profile in order to avoid unnecessary risks. A month later, the hero met Luo Shuyin in time, and, on her recommendation, joined the cult of dissent without arousing suspicion. She warned that the cult was currently investigating the death of Zong's protector, and it would be better for the guy not to go outside. The hero replied that he was not worried, since he had already hidden his fate, and even the protector of the moon would not be able to figure him out. The boy realized that the moon's protector was stronger than him, most likely at the peak of the return to the void stage or even fusion. The hero remembered that it was the protector of Long who brought the old dog Zong into the cult, which explained their close connection. According to the diary, they met in the Valley of the Dragon, where something important happened for both of them. The boy thought about this protector of the moon and his origin, trying to understand who he really was. The hero speculated whether the protector of the moon was a descendant of dragons, given his strength and strange abilities. The boy thought with relief that it was good that he had the Bagua calculation technique, which allowed him to hide his fate from such creatures. Realizing that the Moon Guardian would do nothing to him, the hero focused on cultivation, preparing for future breakthroughs. As his strength grew, the boy needed increasingly higher-level pills, but Li Huo's fire level was no longer sufficient to create them, and bringing it to perfection was not a matter of one day, requiring a huge amount of resources and time. The hero decided that he would first visit the ancient ruins and take the spiritual stones from there in order to speed up his development. The guy knew that with resources, cultivation would go faster, and this would give him an advantage in future battles. The hero fought the puppets in the ruins for 300 rounds and eventually defeated them all, proving his strength. Carefully avoiding the sleeping True Wang Mu and the dragon spirit vein, the boy reached the end of the ruins. The hero summoned his primordial power and prepared to dash, intending to overcome the final obstacle. The boy made a powerful breakthrough, overcoming the last obstacles, and felt his strength rapidly growing. The hero was shocked by what he saw and could not contain his admiration, realizing the scale of the treasures that had been revealed. The guy realized that it was as if the floor was paved with gold. So rich were the resources found. The hero glanced at the piles of shining treasures and realized that this cave would become his main trump card in the coming battles. The hero said with a triumphant smile, "Welcome to his cave," as if greeting his own future. He promised that he would treat them well, hinting at upcoming events and his confidence in victory. Shisong said that if his guess was correct, there should be a similar field of spiritual stones in the ruins of the Five Elements Mountain. The guy went there again, defeated the puppets, and reached the central area of the destroyed ancient space, remaining cautious. The good news was that the layout was almost identical to the structure of the ancient ruins. Therefore, the hero found the central part without difficulty. But an unpleasant discovery awaited him. connected with further dangerous events. The protagonist barked that the barrier was too strong, and that destroying such protection was an incredibly difficult task for him. After 3 days and 3 nights, the hero finally broke through the protective layer that had long held back the internal energy and hidden important secrets. The boy ran off dancing, rejoicing at the spiritual stones, which seemed to him a long-awaited reward for his hard efforts and long trials. But at the moment when the hero relaxed, a dark, swift shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes, causing an alarming premonition. Ji-sung nervously asked who had appeared in front of him. Although he knew that the situation was rapidly becoming extremely dangerous and unstable, a terrifying force struck his protective chi, instantly shattering the energy shell into countless small, scattering fragments. The corpse wheezed, cursing and declaring that everyone around it must die, creating a frightening atmosphere and increasing the tension. The guy was shocked to realize that in front of him was a real living dead man, possessing frightening power and a terrifying presence. In life, this man was probably at the peak of the return to the void stage, so the hero decided to immediately flee. The hero wondered why the expected carpet of spiritual stones, which should have been found in such ruins, was missing in this place. He crawled and wheezed, uttering the word die, creating a feeling of hopelessness and growing threat surrounding the protagonist. It's a good thing his legs were damaged. Otherwise, the hero wouldn't have had a single chance to avoid certain death. Suddenly, the boy saw a light ahead, which seemed to him a possible salvation from the approaching mortal threat and growing horror. However, the hero died and the simulation ended, showing that avoiding such a danger was completely impossible under those conditions. As expected, it was impossible to escape, because a cultivator at the peak of Return to the Void was still too strong even when injured. I wonder why the sleeping master from the Five Elements Mountain developed such strong hatred and cruelty towards the world around him. Could it be that he didn't fall asleep on his own, but was beaten, had his legs broken, and was buried alive by unknown enemies? If someone is capable of burying a master of this level alive, their strength must be at the fusion stage, which is alarming. The hero thought that true Wangmu intercepted the spiritual veins of the world, collected them into a dragon vein, and used them for his own development. There were spirit stones and dragon veins present in the ancient ruins, confirming the connection with True Wangmu's actions and methods. And in the ruins of the Five Elements sect, there was neither one nor the other, which gave rise to alarming suspicions about the true events. Could it be that True Wangmu used the sect master as a sacrificial burial, creating a terrifying ritual mechanism of unknown purpose? The hero decided to stop thinking, first strengthen himself, and then personally ask True Wangmu about the reasons for such actions. And he decided to see what awards he had received, and realized that the catch was truly impressive and very useful. After expert evaluation, it was established that the diary contained a huge amount of knowledge about cultivation and served as a kind of encyclopedia. The hero realized that he could kill him in reality and take everything for free, including spiritual stones and rare metals. Therefore, the hero chose 20 years of experience in alchemy and paid 100 million energy points for the knowledge he gained. Opening his wallet, the hero noticed that his energy points had disappeared too quickly, leaving an unpleasant feeling of significant losses. It seems the hero will have to travel to the Scarlet Lotus Cave in reality to replenish the necessary resources and materials. And so the main character arrived at the right place, preparing for the upcoming confrontation with a dangerous creature from the depths. He shouted at his opponent, calling him a gorilla and demanding that he come out and accept the death he deserved. The monster emerged from the lava and roared, demonstrating its rage and terrifying power to the hero standing nearby. The flame demon's body was a rare metal, and if it was destroyed in one blow, significant losses would occur. And so the monster began to attack, creating a threat and forcing the hero to look for a suitable way to counter the dangerous creature. And Shi-song concluded that if the creature was made of flame, it was afraid of water and water techniques. The hero attacked with a sword imbued with water power, expecting that such a technique would inflict significant damage on the creature and weaken it. Shi-song smiled, realizing that his calculations had been correct, and that the chosen strategy had indeed worked against the fire monster. The monster lay motionless, but its condition was questionable, and did not give the hero complete confidence in victory. And then he began to rise from the ground, demonstrating his ability to recover despite the damage and destruction he had received. Shi-song didn't understand how this was possible, because the monster continued to grow stronger, contrary to all expectations and logic. He absorbed the power of the firewall, strengthening his own body and restoring the destroyed parts of his fire structure. Then the hero decided to transfer him to a world where there was a complete absence of fire and the fiery energy that sustained the monster. And the monster found himself in a cave of the spiritual field, where the fire force could not support his body and abilities. The chickens were in shock and did not understand who appeared in front of them, disturbing the peace and usual order. Magic appeared in the sky, creating a sense of impending change and heightening the tension surrounding the event. Then, snow and ice began to fall on the monster, suppressing its fiery nature and significantly weakening its power. Looking at the water, the protagonist told the system that he would like to understand the true meaning of life and find his purpose. The system suggested that the meaning might lie in trying to survive the apocalypse, or trying to save a family from danger. And the hero shouted that the point is for happiness to fall from the sky and for everything to come just like that. The system reported that it had successfully transferred 220,000 lower spiritual stones, 5,000 middle ones, and 300 higher ones. The hero thought that he needed to cultivate further, because once he reached the fusion stage, he would be able to take True Wangmu's dragon vein. A week later, the system started the simulation, and the hero decided to take the talent of the success master to convince Luo Shuying. He started spinning the wheel of fortune, and the system congratulated him on obtaining a purple talent called Cold Emperor. Chi Song shouted that he needed a master of success and was indignant, believing that the system was completely unable to hear him. And the hero began to poke, repeating that he didn't believe it and wanted to try again, hoping for a better result. He sat down in a chair and told the system that it was too greedy, because his energy points were disappearing too quickly. The simulation began, and the hero, as usual, first dealt with the old dog Zong, eliminating any possible threats. Luo Shuyin, as in previous simulations, asked why the hero was killing, expressing bewilderment and caution. The hero didn't use a password for identification, but instead used his talent as a master of success, promising to help her with a promotion. And just like that, he managed to convince Luo Shuyin, and the hero realized that this talent really had enormous power. After dealing with Luo Shuyin, the hero returned to the capital and continued cultivating. But there was no progress, so he took out the diary. In the era of decline, when spiritual energy had dried up, the hero wondered whether this mysterious world of the void still existed. To find out the location of the void world, the hero traveled back to the era of decline and learned the truth from the head of the Changchun sect. After explaining the chapter and studying the ancient books, the hero suddenly realized that the void world was a kind of cultivation internet. It is virtual, but at the same time, it really exists, and only advanced high-level users have access to it. Since there are records of the void world in the Age of Decay, there must be a way to get there. The protagonist joyfully shouted that he had found the necessary information that could lead him to an important discovery. The page depicted the void pill, and the hero realized that it was the key to the transition. The hero remembered that among the trophies of the old dog Zong, there really was such a rare and valuable pill. Since it was a simulation, the hero decided to try using the pill to test its effect and capabilities. The hero thought that the dog Zong did not throw away expired pills, and this could lead to unexpected consequences. After swallowing the pill, the hero felt his insides burning, and after a while, he broke through to the Return to the Void stage. Once there, the hero explored the space with spiritual perception. But all around was only endless emptiness without landmarks. The hero thought that, like in old messengers, perhaps he needed to enter something to fully enter. Magic began to shine in the space, creating a feeling of hidden powers awakening and opening up new possibilities for the hero. The hero's spiritual perception intensified, and he realized that this lightning had an unusual nature and significant impact. Realizing that lightning in the void strengthens consciousness, the hero withstood several blows, strengthening his spiritual power. The hero's spiritual perception doubled, and he felt a significant expansion of his capabilities and depth of perception. The hero realized that with his strength, he would not have been able to withstand such blows, which meant it was the effect of the pill. While the hero was hovering in the sea of lightning, an alien spiritual feeling approached him from the southwest, causing him to become wary. He looked around and realized that there were indeed other cultivators in this place who could sense his presence. The hero introduced himself to the man, saying that he had recently reached the Return to the Void stage, and gave the name Zong Go. The man replied that he could be called Taoist Long, and spoke calmly, without showing hostility. A look of surprise appeared on Shisong's face, as he didn't expect to meet such an important person in this place. The hero thought that this could be the same Elder Loon, known for his strength and experience. Fearing discovery, the hero immediately retreated and left the world of the void, not wanting to attract unnecessary attention. After this, the hero returned to his normal life, continuing his cultivation and participating in numerous battles. One day, a giant beast came, and the hero tried to survive in its stomach, using all available forces. But he found himself drawn into the space-time flow, and the simulation ended, offering him a choice of reward. The system offered several rewards, including success mastery, alchemy experience, initial stage of return to the void, and spiritual perception. The hero noted that he had reached the first stage of return to the void, but the result was weak due to the forced pill. The hero chose the mastery of success and 25 years of alchemy experience, considering them the most useful for development. The hero decided that the old dog's pill was too weak, and he himself would create the perfect pill for a breakthrough. The system announced that a feature for drawing gold legendary talents was being opened, costing 1 million energy per attempt. Each attempt had a 1% chance of getting a gold talent, with the rest coming out purple. Shisong yelled for his money back and expressed outrage that getting a golden talent was a matter of luck, like loot boxes. For every 100 million energy spent, the chance increased by 1%, reaching a maximum of 50%. If the golden talent did not roll, the chance on the next attempt would increase by 10%, and the guarantee would accumulate. After receiving the golden talent, the guarantee was reset, and the hero called the system a cheater for such rules. The system stated that even with bad luck, after a maximum of 11 attempts, the chance would become almost perfect. The guy barked, demanding that they shut up, because it was more than 10 million energy for one golden talent. The man frowned and said that the rules remain unchanged, and the upgrade to version 4 depends on the hero's decision. The hero agreed to upgrade, because with Bailey 2 and Jin Sung Shu, he wouldn't have any energy problems. The system wrote off 100 million energy, confirming the upgrade had been completed and the transition to the next stage. The system asked if the hero wanted to spend 50 million energy to roll back the simulation to improve the result. The hero ordered the rollback to begin, hoping to achieve a more favorable outcome and strengthen his abilities. Using over 20 years of experience in alchemy and the preparations of the old dog Zong, the hero created the perfect pill. The hero broke through to the middle stage and entered the world of emptiness, continuing to strengthen his spiritual perception. The hero successfully withstood the lightning, increasing his spiritual perception to 29,500 Zhang. This time, the hero decided to avoid the southwest direction so as not to meet Elder Luna again. The hero noticed a strange phenomenon that did not resemble spiritual perception, and felt the approach of an unknown force. The hero successfully absorbed the spirit of Taishu, increasing his spiritual perception to 30,000 Zhang and strengthening his consciousness. One such spirit gave an increase of 500 Zhang, and the hero realized that he could get rich. But he ran into Elder Long. The man noted that the hero was talented and offered to go with him to deal with the Xuan-level Taishu spirit. From him, the hero learned that in the world of emptiness there are 4 levels of Taishu, differing in strength and meaning: heavenly, earthly, Xuan, and Huang, where Huang is the weakest and heavenly is the strongest, and the spirit of the Xuan level gives 3,000 Zhang. The hero realized that the elder was clearly not a kind person, and his invitation probably concealed a dangerous catch. Understanding his intentions, the hero nevertheless agreed in order to better study the world of the void and gain new knowledge. Soon the man led the hero to the dwelling place of the Xuan-level Taishu spirit, preparing him for the upcoming test. The man shouted that he would cover from behind, and the hero should go forward and engage in battle with the spirit. While fighting Taishu, the hero constantly kept an eye on the elder, fearing a sudden attack or betrayal. The hero said that he knew about the attempt to strike from behind and prepared himself for a possible deception on the part of the elder. Shisong clenched his fist, gathering strength and preparing to deliver a decisive blow that could change the course of the battle. And the guy hit the man in the stomach, trying to prevent betrayal and end the conflict in his favor.